胸が躍り手に汗握る展開だらけの初日を終えた ALGS Year 5 Championship 2日目を迎えました。After a thrilling day one of action here at the ALGS Year 5 Championship, it's now time to kick off day 2 as we continue with group stage action. For some, yesterday was a statement of dominance. For others, a wake-up call. And with local teams like Enterforce making strides, the gauntlet has been thrown. 本日上位の20チームが勝者枠の席を獲得し、下位20チーム敗者枠で20チームがルーザーズで頑張ります。Today we will witness the top 20 teams do battle and secure their seats in the winners bracket, while the bottom 20 teams will have to get through the losers bracket. The pressure to compete could not be higher as teams compete to stay on winners as best they can. 本日はまさまさ厳しさを上がっていきます。APEX の皆様、覚悟はよろしいでしょうか。ALGS Year Finals Championship 2日目の開幕です。The stakes are rising. Apex family, are you ready? It's now time for day 2 of the ALGS Year 5 Championship. And with that said, let's kick it back to the desk as we get the action started. Take it away, Rain.
Thank you so much, Ryan. As the sun rises in Hokkaido, we turn our attention back to the 5th largest city in Japan, Sapporo, the home of the ALGS Championship. Year 5, day 1 started off, but it was just an appetizer because we've got a full set, a full course menu of 4 amazing days that is only getting better and better each time we have an opportunity to put these players on display. And while the tension may have settled a little bit, the nerves, they're still out there because today determines whether you're going into your elimination bracket or if you're going to be sitting pretty in winners. All of that action unfolding here in day 2 as we continue our championships. My name is Rain Day. It's been so great to have you with us over the course of yesterday's action. I've got my desk alongside with me who is joining to break down not only the stories from yesterday, but the potential stories we've got coming up this afternoon, which are certainly on the minds of many of our fans and players watching at home. Snipe Down, Graceful, and Jayhawk. Snipe, talk to me a little bit about what yesterday felt like to you as we were getting inside the Sapporo Dome and just finally getting our feels for what is, of course, set to be an amazing championship.
Yeah, to me, yesterday, a lot of these teams were just trying to get their footing. We talked to Hawkus on the desk, and he said they're just trying to go through the motions, get their ideal game plan, figure out what they want to do. And so some of these teams, they had the luxury. A lot of the pressure was taken off of them. You know, you had Enterforce 36, a couple of these other ones that are pretty set for today, so they get to just really get into their rhythm, figure out what they can do. And then others, you know, you have like the Liquids and some of these other ones that are kind of falling back in the standings, the Crazy Thieves who are in the bottom 10 of the entire bracket. It's very insane to see some of these teams that we had so much excitement for and where they're at, but today the pressure's on. Every day gets more important, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens.
As you've been here before, Graceful, a pro in these situations many a time, what's it feel like coming into day 2? Yes, the nerves have settled a little bit, but they're still out there in their rounds because this is a day that matters almost more than yesterday.
I think you also kind of get rid of the excuse of, you know, we're no longer having any B stage at all. It's all on the main stage from now on. So you don't really have that luxury of, you know, getting comfortable anymore. Now it's do or die because you have to make sure that you want to get settled in highly immediately because once you hit that lower bracket, immediately everything is under pressure and you don't really have time to adjust to the lobbies because these lobbies are scrambled now. Yeah. You didn't have to practice with your groups anymore. It's completely scrambled.
Sometimes you get the right set of things that go your way. We saw Falcons take off early on in their first set, Jayhawk, but not every team has been so lucky. Today, though, is a day to rectify those mistakes, and you know teams are prepared last night to come into it strong.
Absolutely. Listen, it doesn't matter where you end up in the bracket stage, whether that's elims or winners. All that matters is how are you going to get to the finals. And when you get there, it's anybody's ball game. Sure, POI draft seeding is an impact, but at the end of the day, I mean, Falcons at the Open won from the elimination bracket. So it's been done before. So I'm looking for teams today to see how do you adjust to Olympus, which is going to be a new map that we're seeing for the first time, but also how do you adjust mentally from yesterday where you ended up.
Yeah, and of course, like Grace will mention, I got to bring it back. Main stage, everybody is here today. And so let's see, after yesterday's action, where we stand heading into day 2 at our championship. E36 really looking like the hometown hope here for Japan, taking a lead over all of the groups. But right below, Citadel Gaming, just incredible performers. Graceful, you talked about them playing zone. That has worked so well for them early on.
Yeah, this is the thing as well, as we start looking at this top higher end, is that a lot of these teams, don't have the same macro and the same playstyles. When you have Alliance that, hunts everybody on edge essentially and works their way in later on, and you have Citadel Gaimin that's the opposite, that plays zone a lot, they don't really have to fight each other, so nobody gets taken out. They both can accumulate a lot of points. But when you start running into, like we saw the likes of Alliance yesterday and Gen.G, one of them has to go down, and immediately it becomes scary.
Yeah, it's tough when you have to trade. Two top dogs in a lobby like that. Gen.G kind of brought that thought to my mind. We're trading with Shopify Rebellion earlier, and those are points that both of those teams are leaving on the board if they keep going back and forth. Snipe, I'm going to preview this a little bit. We're going to touch into it a little bit more. We have a couple of teams that may be going at each other's throats this round as well.
Yeah, I mean, is this the Liquid and the Falcons rivalry that we're going to be seeing a little bit? I'm super excited to have to talk about these teams. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of discrepancy. I don't know how much of a rivalry we really have right here with Zero and Hal. We have one kind of leading away from the pack, taking over IGLing again, and then Zero, who's been in IGL for so long, kind of falling behind with a team that he handpicked. So it's going to be interesting to see, the trash talk there. Or maybe they're going to start to get targeted. They are in that bottom half. We never expected to see that. But it's going to be very interesting to just see the storylines that keep unfolding there. If they can bounce back. I know it's been a kind of a talking point in the past is, the Sykes and the Zero mentality when it comes to this. And, when they get further down in the bracket, they start kind of, combative and a little bit of that. So it'll be very interesting to see what does happen today.
I mean, let's start looking at the groups particularly here that will be on main stage for our first half of the day, B versus C. This is an incredible performance from a lot of teams so far in these groups. We've had B pretty much all on this stage, and Group C is finally a team that a group that we're going to be able to see in their moment. And this is where I think you start having these questions of what have they shown up with in terms of expectations, and what are they really filling out in terms of how they've played. A team I noticed right there, UNLIMIT, Jayhawk, coming in as APAC North Pro League winners, having high expectations for themselves, now having a chance to perform in front of their home crowd.
Absolutely, and if they do what they were doing yesterday, where they're performing incredibly well, especially getting some really big pop-off games, this crowd's going to go crazy. I do want to shout out, though, FaZe Clan and TSM also had some really big performances in yesterday's groups.
Yeah, Liquid, Alienware, you notice there. FaZe Clan as well had a couple of really good games. You can't ever count out players like that. JMW is a land winner. We always have to mention it. Qadsiah Esports as well, finding some moments. But this is really where it starts to separate. And you see two teams we kind of mentioned a little bit there. One was Team Liquid Alienware, which we will talk about as well, how they've done in day one and how they're going to do here. But Team Falcons, they started off in an amazing way, taking day one by storm. We actually had a chance for Lace to catch up with Hal a little bit earlier today, see how he was feeling heading into day two.
I'm here with Imperial Hal from the Falcons after an exceptional run from yesterday. We're going to get some insight from the CEO himself. Now, Hal, how do you think you're going to keep the momentum after yesterday's performance into today?
Right now I'm feeling pretty good. Feels pretty similar to how it was in the first block yesterday. I think we just got to maintain the confidence, and I feel like we got to understand that we're a very good fighting team, and maintain the play style to take fights all the time. So if we play around that, I feel like the performance will be repeated just like we did yesterday.
I mean, I just stole him from TDM, so you can absolutely see that he is locked in. Now, a fun little fact, Hal is actually only 37 kills away from a 2,000 ALGS run. Now, it is his own record, but how do you feel that you may actually break your own record today?
It's just a number to me, to be honest. It is cool, obviously, that I have the most kills in 7 years. I've been playing since the beginning, but I guess it kind of just shows, the success of my career. So it's not anything that I'm like chasing. All that matters is the win. So yeah. I
mean, you got 36 kills yesterday. What's 37 today? And how do you feel that your performance yesterday is sending a message to the rest of the lobby?
Oh, that's, to be honest, the first block felt really easy. It felt like a ranked game. So I'm feeling pretty confident going into finals, and I hope people are scared of us, especially me.
I mean, you heard it here first. They're not stopping today. This is Imperial Hal with the Falcons, and I'll throw it back to you guys at the desk.
One thing I'm going to notice about that is posture. Hal had some really good posture in that interview. The other thing is when you look at the posture between both of these teams, one player, Hal, seems relaxed, another player seems very focused. Of course, I'm talking about Zero, former teammates in Falcons. They started out as the super team, and they ended up winning one tournament together before they went their separate ways earlier on this year. That was the Open. And now they've almost set up against each other to see who has come out on top. I want to get some thoughts on Liquid because, Snipe, you said they've been underperforming. They certainly have. This is the day for them to make an adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, this is the day where they have to come back. Like I said, I think that when they do get further down in the bracket, we've seen this in the past. We've seen this with rosters with Sykes on it too, and he was teaming Nocturnal. It's hard for them to bounce back when they are at the bottom half of the bracket. They usually come out firing. And honestly, I thought when this team was put together, it was a little bit weird for me because Zero picked up two people that have actually not won tournaments before when he's been playing with, the most winning players in history. So he has to carry a lot of that weight. And if you even look at the stats, I mean, take a look at the comparison. It's really not even close right now. So if we're actually comparing the two teams, I mean, one is well above the other. And for us, I mean, this is one of those defining moments for Zero in his career because he had that God roster with that old Falcons team. And for them to underperform to their standards and then to split up, go their separate ways, the two best IGLs ever in the history of Apex, split up, and now Hal's performing at the top while Zero's down here, it's got to take a little bit of an ego hit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But as you can see as well as Hal, they've kind of shifted to where they've both been winning LANs on their own. And Hal as well, though, has been repeating this success so far in this LAN. And can he keep it up? We'll have to see. When he says that, this feels like a ranked game, I'm one of them as well. I've been ranked 1 in ranked as well. And you're just running down the lobby. But when you get into that point later on, because now we're in the group stages, when you get into that finalist lobby, which we all tend to put on a trophy almost when you're a finalist team, is definitely different from what we like, somebody even called Alliance, a group stage team. Can they keep that form up later on? We'll have to see. But so far, looking amazing.
Well, I mean, Jay, you look at Hal and his career. You look at Zero, great career as well. But Hal is clearly the LeBron of the ALGS. He's kept doing it from the very beginning. He still has. I see a smirk on your face.
I mean, do you consider LeBron the GOAT, or are you an MJ guy? Because I'm an MJ guy personally.
I say this man crossing 2,000 kills. We got to go leaning
40,000
towards
points.
LeBron. He's got elements of MJ, though, as well. His mentality has always been, I need to win. It's felt like he needs to prove something about himself all the time. And with only 37 or 27 kills exactly away from 2,000, yet to hit another milestone no one has reached in this esport. Arguably, I mean, one of the top 50 esport players of all time, I think, when you put him in that list of the achievements he's had over his career.
Absolutely. I mean, it just shows the greatness that he's had throughout the entire history of Apex. This guy, I mean, he was the top dog at the very beginning, and here we are all these years later, and he still is. Hal is truly like the Thanos-level figure of Apex Legends, and it's not surprising, especially with Zero stepping away. Hal is now unleashed, being able to play the more aggressive characters, as opposed to being able to say, like, all right, Zero, you can play those. I'll fill for the team. Playing Newcastle in the past, that never really suited him, and so it's not surprising to see him slaying the lobby once again.
Yeah, I mean, and the crazy part about Hal is that even before he went to Roller, he was still considered at that point just a mastermind, but maybe the only thing he was lacking from what we would consider the god tier mechanics at that point, put him on a Roller, now he has the mechanics and the brain, right? That was the biggest change we've seen, and he keeps this from, like I said, 7 years pretty much in Feb, to where he's still competing at the highest level, and he's still like absolutely dominating.
Yeah, these are two guys that are in a league of their own, but at this point, when you put them in a group together, all that washes away. It's about who has more points at the end of 6 games. We are about to witness that here on the main stage for the first time. But a team, a group that is not going to say and sit idly by while Hal and Zero become the focal point of this conversation is Group B. Many reasons. Hotdog Mafia was phenomenal the other day. Snipe, we talked about, can they keep this up? Shopify Rebellion also, you talked about Zainu winning here, makes him maybe the most versatile, maybe the best player in the world.
Yeah, I did actually get to talk to Hal a little bit in the lobby for breakfast about Shopify and his thoughts, and he's just on the same page of they're just a team that they don't know how to get to endgame and win games right now, and it's just one of those rosters, they have the skill, and we saw this yesterday. They had a couple games where they dropped the kills, but it feels like this is like they don't have the kills to go into this. They're at the bottom, or they're in the mid of the section right now, and for them, they really need to get it together going into this to get those kills. But for us, Hotdog Mafia, I mean, that was amazing to watch. Aurora was going down early. They still did that well. They got top 5 placements finished. Wonderful for them. They need to do well and keep that consistent. But overall, I mean, I think this is going to be a very interesting side of the bracket because the bounce back has to be real for a lot of these teams at the bottom half.
The truth is, we're looking at a group that has had a lot of moments of, well, mediocrity in times. They've performed, they've underperformed, but it's clear today in this Year 5 championship, nothing left but victory, but excellence, but being at the top will satisfy the teams here, especially the ones playing in front of a home crowd. Fnatic and UNLIMIT, two of the stars of this region, looking to make history for once in APAC North.
ステージに立ってる間、観客の方たちからエネルギーを感じましたか？
もちろんです。ものすごい力をもらいましたね。まあとりあえず緊張はしましたね。なんかその日本開催っていう舞台が初めてで、そのタイミングでの日本チームはワンチーム重圧みたいなものは少し感じましたね。まあ、もちろん力をもらいましたし、まあ、逆を返せば少し緊張するような場面もあったんですけど、まあでも力をもらえたなっていう感じがしましたね。
そうですね、ミッドシーズンではちょっと思ってた結果にはならなかったんですが、その悔しさを今回のチャンピオンシップで挽回できたらなと思っております。
とりあえずその負けっていう経験から得られるものはものすごい大きいと思ってて、まず経験値っていう部分、緊張しなかったりだとか普段通りのパフォーマンスが出せるっていう部分、
やっぱりでもスプリット2の時点でほとんど完成されてたので、あとはその体調を崩さずにその体調面だけ気をつけていきたいです。
あと日本開催っていうのが、去年に続いて2度目なので、そこに対するその歓声の大きさとかいう部分はものすごくそうですね、経験値になってると思います。
いや、アンリミットこれキル伸びるぞ。いや、黒すぎる。なんだこれは。いや、ポテタンも倒しきってアンリミット全てを破壊した。
そうですね、スプリット2で1位を取れて、その自分の個人戦績でも1位を取れたので、その今回のチャンピオンシップでも1位を取れたらなと思ってます。
そうですね、去年と違ってチームのそのなんでしょう、リージョンとしての立場みたいな部分が全然違くて、今年は全然肩の力を抜いて楽しみながらやろうかなっていう感じなので、特に思うところもなく、もう慣れちゃったみたいな感じですね。
その日本で開催されて、その日本の皆さんに見られながらプレーするっていうのは初めてなので、めっちゃ楽しみです。自分はあんまりプレッシャーを感じないので、その人前でもいつも通りをプレーができるように頑張りたいと思います。
緊張はするものだと思っていて、緊張をしないようにっていう風にするとどんどん緊張してしまうので、緊張はするものって仮定した上で、その緊張になれるというか飼いならすみたいなイメージでプレーしています。
やっぱりその世界1位、日本で初めての世界1位になりたいので、なりたいからです。
かつモチベーションはもちろん応援してくれるファンの人たちが現地に来て応援してくれるので、そこがもちろんモチベーションの第一になりますし、勝つっていうことはそうですね、なんだろう、人生で一番嬉しかった瞬間になると思います。
Two incredible stories for APAC North, looking to do the undone before. Win in front of a home crowd. It's one of the hardest things to do in the ALGS. Yet Yuka has had his sights set on this for over a year now, Jayhawk, and he continues to be accepting of the pressure that comes with being somebody in your hometown playing in front of a crowd like this for a moment this big.
Absolutely. That video was so eye-opening for his mentality because he has been the face of this region for so long. I mean, when we think back for all of the APAC North Pro Leagues, there was a stretch where Fnatic had won like 5 in a row. They were dominant for years. And he actually, after last championship here in Sapporo, felt like he had accomplished so much and had basically gotten the best teams he could possibly get out of Japan. And yet he still wasn't able to get that LAN win. He'd come so close multiple times. In LA, had placed 3rd. And so with that thought of, okay, maybe I just can't get there. Maybe I can't overcome that. Instead of retiring, he decided, I'm going to pick up 2 guys who I believe are the future of this region in Libel Ace and Colonel Qadsiah. They've shown so much potential and firepower, especially over the course of their young careers. And so he said, listen, I know there's a lot of pressure. And in that video we talked about, I'm okay feeling nervous. I'm okay accepting that, But at the end of the day, this year is not about me wanting to accomplish the goals that I previously set out upon. Instead, I want to look towards the future of APAC North and set this region up for some players that can really take it into the next phase.
And of course, UNLIMIT and UNLIMIT, I mean, these are just two teams that have frag power, have the potential, have the know-with-all. Graceful, what's it going to take to get over that edge, though, that hump that has kind of stopped them before from really getting success here at this main stage?
I think, though, what we've seen as well is that they have tasted loss. Nobody wants to keep tasting it. Everybody, once you've had it, and they had a good pro league as well. So now when you've had that sense of our potential is there, we can win pro league, and pro league immediately, in my eyes, you can pretty much make finals. Like that's pretty much that means you have the potential to at least make finals. And at this point now, they just need to learn and take ideas and practice and VOD review for sure. In your downtime, you got a VOD review.
Yeah, I mean, they have obviously tried everything. Tasted defeat, I like that. Will be a conversation for another time as well. So who do we think on our talent roster? We've got casters getting ready to go. We've got teams in the back for our second games. Who do we think is going to take the overall win today? It was a tough one to pick. I actually am going with UNLIMIT. I'm going with UNLIMIT. I'm risking a big move here because Falcons is clearly being picked. Some people need to catch up with me as well. I can see that Genome, Vicky going with Falcons there. Gaskin just always, switching it up. He loves to. And then let's see that second page. I want to hear about your guys' POVs. Oh, Snipe going with Alliance. The fact that we haven't even mentioned Alliance in this group is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they're a group stage team, and I'm a little behind as well, so I got to separate myself from the pack here, trying to take myself, on the side. Everyone's just picking the same teams. They're going with Falcons over and over and over, and I want to see a little bit of a shakeup.
It's easy to pick the top teams from Zero and Hal's rivalry to the weight on the shoulders of UNLIMIT from UNLIMIT, and of course Yuka F from Fnatic. Groups here on this main stage have so many storylines. This crowd is ready to go, and if you are watching us, you're in for a treat because day 2 is nearly underway. It's time to send it over to our casters here to get the day started. It's none other than Vicky, Kitty, and Gino.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Day number 2 is among us, Genome, and we have some more action to go through the group stages because time is of the essence. This is what determines which of these teams will be sitting comfy in that winner's side of the bracket in our top 20 teams, or which of the bottom 20 teams have to fight for their tournament lives.
And it's more important than ever, Vicky, with the way seeding works. Get those, the drop spots and the draft coming out as we see how it plays out here in groups B and C. It'll be even more important going into the match point finals. And the clear distinction we need to make here is if you don't make it into winner's bracket, you do not get a top 10 draft pick, and that could be drastic. That would mean for a team like Gen.G or Falcons here, you don't get a Cenote or a Lightning Rod, or for S8, who have been performing admirably so far, you don't get a Mill, one of the best zone POI rotation POIs you can get.
You said Gen.G. I mean, I'm side-eyeing Team Liquid right now, who are in that bottom 20. At the moment, they land in Barometer, and I have to highlight, when you take a look at Falcons as we get set up for our first game of the day, they land in Cenote. And for those of you guys who didn't get to catch the January 8th scrims, maybe wondering what's going on, well, when Falcons have lost out on 0, they lost out on championship points, which means that they didn't have the priority in terms of seeding for their POI draft. They like to land in Lightning Rod, but they have to settle here in Cenote as Gen.G will be able to take that POI instead over by Lightning Rod. So it's back to playing on the edge here, and you can look at this with their composition. They're actually running the same exact composition that they ran on those January 8 scrims with the same group here, B versus C. And it was the Caustic that was a problem here on Stormpoint. I believe Caustic was the first legend that was banned throughout those scrims. And you know what, Gmo? I don't really put all my books on scrim bucks, but it's important to highlight what to expect, especially since we get to see the welcoming look of Olympus for the bottom half of this series.
Yep, we will see that come in at the tail end of our series here. Here's a look at the zone and the teams, their compositions we're playing here with. We start pretty tight in terms of compositions. We've only got 3, actually. Most of the teams are sitting on Caustic, Newcastle, and Valkyrie. Just a couple going for Alta in place of the Valkyrie as their recon character. And then, of course, it's Gen.G. They're playing Bangalore, Crypto, and Mad Maggie. If you see those characters on the map, you know it's Gen.G coming for your KP.
It's It's literally always the same comp from Gen.G. It's crazy how they get to make this work, but it actually plays into their game plan here after looking at where that zone's pulling all the way down to the south. Fire Strays landing in their POI closer to Coastal Camp is already looking onto the POI closer to Coastal Camp is already looking onto the north side. That Liquid Alienware has gone ahead on that quick rotate out of Barometer. Why? Because they have that survey beacon, the ring console down in the middle. Fire Strays are already trying to pressure out the teams that are already rotating here onto the south side of this map. And you know, Genome, looking at Coastal Camp, there's a lot of areas to coexist, but there's a lot of openings and broken buildings that you have to be careful of if you're playing off that low ground.
Yeah, and even depending on how far down it pulls, and this one, from what I can see, isn't pulling as far as it can in Coastal Camp, because if that beach starts to come into play, it gets very chaotic. Teams have to move out of the buildings. There's, you know, you're literally looking down at the people directly below you, but what we're seeing now is just teams jockeying for initial positions, and 5 Fears, they try to get in early, but they're, what, maybe 4th, 5th to this POI, and as a result, they're caught off guard and they lose Gop Gaps.
Try to get there early and then instead rolling out on the Trident instead. So now they're forced to back away as a duo, and this is where we like to see non-stop action already coming off the rip. And then you have to consider when you have the Caustic and you find that amp with the extra armor, you get already red very early on in the game. It comes in clutch here as you get to play around these Evo shields, and Men of Culture still, as a duo, looking on at the teams that may have to fight. I believe it's just Rock, though, that's over by Pylon. They're looking at the squad, but have to be careful at the teams that will be rotating through Jurassic over to their backs, because that could be Reignite, as there is a ring console in that direction.
Okay, so 5 Fears, they were the team obviously trying to get the respawn. They've gone to Barometer to do that. They found themselves in the vicinity of Falcons, but Falcons seem to be choosing priority to zone over some KP right now. Surely they would have noticed that 5 Fears were around there. I can't imagine that they've chosen otherwise. But anyway, there's a care package here, so that's a great pickup for Falcons early in the game. What are they going to get from it? Hal goes for the brick first. Important. The Valkyrie purple perk that allows you to scan everybody as you are in your Skyward Dive. Incredibly important, so they're prioritizing that over some of the Newcastle and Caustic perks, which are good. But on this rotation, not necessarily what you need.
Comes in clutch if you want to opt for that mobility as well. And as you take a look at a quick ultimate, Waltzy's already slammed down with the Newcastle wall. They found their home for now. They see the action happening right in front of them, but they can't get involved just yet because they could get 3P when you have Team Liquid right behind Rock. And then look who's on top of the high ground over in the sniper tower. It is Shopify Rebellion, a team that also needs to perform in this lobby.
Sniper Tower can be a good spot. You've just got to hope that you don't get late into the game where people, you know, they start worrying about that position above them and they are going to expend all of their grenades on you. Early in the game, people are probably going to hold on to those, so it's not quite as bad. Okay, we've got a little game pause to start off the day here. All right, gives us a little bit of time to assess the situation, Vicky. See where all the teams are pulling in. You've got, you know, edge teams like Gen.G still very far out. Qadsiah coming from the north side. We actually didn't get to talk about that on the draft, but they managed to pull off an alliance and get both Trident and North Pad to themselves. So a double POI essentially on Storm Point is rare.
And why don't we dissect that, actually, Gino? Because there's been a lot of changes going into Apex Legends as a game. When you talk about the Tridents and you talk about the changes into Olympus as a map as a whole, right? But then Tridents in general has been a very interesting topic. From my experience playing ranked and watching scrims, the changes of the Trident with the mobility and then the fact that you get to destroy them creates certain plays for teams that may have to be delayed on the rotate. Because let's say you do destroy a Trident, right? It goes back to its spawn point, which could benefit the teams like, 5 Fears, who have to slow rotate. Imagine if there's going to be a Trident that spawns right in front of them that was already taken by, let's say, Falcons, who had already found their rotate.
Yeah, that could be a boon late in the game, absolutely. I guess one of the other things that you can note about Tridents is that they, we're talking about them being destructible now. They used to be indestructible cover. Something that you basically just don't get in Apex, certainly not one that you can move around. That's the only way to have that. And in a zone like Coastal Camp, where you're going down towards the beach, that was actually one of the very important tools that teams had to start setting up there. You know, you're not just using, say, Castle Wall. You know, Castle Wall, you park a Trident in front of it, try and save some HP while you've got the Trident out there in front of you. That's no longer the case. If you're getting into a late game scenario, a couple of teams are just going to focus that down and it'll be gone before long. So I guess it's one of the big reasons why the devs made that change, because they, you know, it's not meant to be better than a Newcastle Wall at, you know, sort of stopping incoming fire, but it was.
Yeah, it comes in clutch too when you were meant to be better than what you were doing yesterday. And in this term, when we were taking a look at Fnatic, they really ramped up throughout the day, right? Because when we saw them in groups A versus B, fell a little short here, but then being able to find that momentum at the very end and then clutching it out when they were playing in B versus D, where they were able to obtain a lot more points, set them up at least in the top 15. I believe they're settled in 14th overall, but Genome, you and I were right here when we got to see Fnatic clutch out that win at the very end. The fans of Fnatic were an umbrella over our heads, cheering, slamming on the arena here, standing up, giving them that energy. And right before we got started for today, you got to hear their thoughts. You know, the nerves, they know what to expect this time around. They fell short to their expectations just last year, but now they know what they have to do, what to expect in a different form of Apex compared that to last year going into this game. And everybody's ready, Fnatic's ready, the fans are ready, as I'm being told we are getting started now here in the game.
All right, we're live. As we were mentioning, Shopify up on the sniper tower. How much ammo have they got? There's a little bit there for Koifel. He'll be okay for a while. But as you can see, no amp in the backpack right now, so that's a little tough. Up in this sort of position, you would love to have you know, an overflow, an infinite ammo, something that just saves you resources. Can be incredibly helpful when you're in a spot like this where you kind of can't leave. If you leave, you would have to, like, I'd give you like a 95% chance to get picked.
Yeah, that's why Falcons, when they got the scan, they're not going to deviate their attention to the duo that's right behind us. They're going to try to prio zone as they have to, especially off of the Trident, as we get to see Hotdog Mafia, a team that wants to continue on from the performance of yesterday. They're looking at VP on the other side, another team knocking the Caustic. You could see that they have the amp with the overall armor here of the Caustic that has the red Evil Shield on the other side of those rocks. But Hotdog Mafia having to be careful as they've already set up the Newcastle wall, and it's a Caustic 1v1 from each side around this rock. Nice plays.
Oh, coming from behind, they can get in. The nades, they don't get zapped from behind. What a play from Albraleli.
This is so smart from Albraleli being able to get on the high ground. And guess what? VP can't do this. They only have a Valkyrie, Newcastle, and Caustic. They do not have an altar to take control over this high ground uninterrupted.
Hoping to get a kidnap there, really taking their time. Slayer gambles on taking that. Maybe he just walked backwards and didn't realize the port was behind him. Either way, have Hotdog Mafia missed their timing?
I mean, they don't look behind them with their heads knocked off their shoulders. Albraleli with the biggest plays is the big MVP, just trying to take out VP, but now the third party's here. You could see the nades hurtled in their direction, and it is up to Fire Strange to pick apart what is left of Albraleli and his team with Hot Dogs.
Okay, so the hesitation, it doesn't cost them the fight win against VP, but it may cost them their lives in just waiting that extra 10-15 seconds here as Fire Strays move in to push them out. By the looks of it, they've taken the Void Nexus back towards Echo HQ. So I think Hotdog Mafia should be able to get at least 2 of them safe. Just got another quick pause here, guys. Sorry about that. Hotdog Mafia will tell you 2 of them got out. The Caustic and the Newcastle are there, but it looks like Albraleli on the altar got full kill, but I'm trying to see. We've got a replicator down there at the moment. Hopefully they'll be able to get him back into the game. I doubt, I mean, Fire Strays aren't going to chase them that far, right?
No.
So
There's another team too, though, that when you talk about the altars in this lobby and the teams that have opted for the altars versus the Valkyrie, in total we have 5 altars here. It enables these type of plays because you do have that fallback on the one ultimate that we know that altar now has after the nerfs. But it allows you to try to go for these plays, although risky, as you can see right there with Fire Stray, is going to be able to extend for the same reason because they have the insurance policy of the altar ult. with Hotdog Mafia now looking to see if they could get a reset here. Again, not too sure. Looking at HQ that they don't have a replicator. There is a medic bin right there, so maybe they could at least get a Moby here and then try to trying to get the banner. But as we get set up here, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. Just looking to see how everybody's going to try to rejoin together here in the game.
Okay, so we are going to have a match restart here. We will be turning back the clock and starting map 1 again.
Daylight savings coming for us in the game. All right. Getting set up here, guys. All right, looks like we had some connection issues here before we get started with our very first match on Storm Point. But it is important to highlight, though, how important momentum is getting started into these games, and hopefully keeping the mentality of, hey, I'm fragging out. We're able to go for these quick resets. We're doing a really good job at being able to coordinate when we want to try to take these fights, especially with these different compositions, whether it be the teams rocking those 5 altars or the teams that want to rely on the Valkyrie and trying to take that ultimate really early on to find and secure a place in that final zone. And in a zone like that, that's why it's so important to find that place early on, especially when you can expect to see so many Newcastles. The trade here, though, is the teams that have opted to also run the crypto, which isn't a lot in comparison to what we've seen, obviously, with the the Caustic, the Newcastle, and Valkyrie. This would mean that the few teams that were running the crypto will be able to put a dent to those Newcastle teams in an EMP that would try to destroy that shield in terms of the electricity and enable other Caustics to throw that Nox grenade gas.
Yeah, definitely some of those strategies will, change and alter as we move throughout the series. Falcons, obviously, no strangers to that either. Happy to change their composition as the Legends get banned. And we might just roll it back to yesterday, where the Falcons were having an absolute banger start in their first series. Checking out some of the highlights from that. I mean, I think the first map here on Storm Point, it was insane. They went something like second, first. It was just, there was no one else in the lobby that looked anywhere near as good as Falcons. And frankly, Vicky, that's why I keep predicting them, because it really does feel like they are on another level right now compared to even the other 39 best teams in the world.
Dude, like, what did Hal say to Lace earlier? It was like playing ranked.
I mean, and you just know he's just putting that in
with
there.
With that smile?
He just wants to twist the knife in with that one, doesn't he?
It's like the Hal smirk at the same time. I mean, a lot of people looking at Falcons, seeing their success in scrims. And again, like I said, like, there's only so much you could take away from Scrimbugs when it comes to being on the real stage, feeling the real pressure, feeling the energy of the crowd, the nerves that is inevitable no matter how long you've been competing. And Hal has always been very vocal about what his goals are. Always being the best. This is what happens. It's not even a goal of his to frag out the way that he did. But the part of Falcons that have rejoined together to see the cohesiveness of this team now in this iteration has obviously shown out strong in that first game.
Exactly. I mean, obviously there's a lot of focus on Hal, but we got to give the entire team props 100%. Here, right? I mean, Waltzy has found his niche in this team. He was not a crypto player before he was forced onto that Legend, especially as a controller user. And he found his voice. He was saying how once that came online, he really felt like he could contribute more to the team. Someone who's been in IGL before, someone who has, valuable information to feed the rest of the team. Even though you can just put him on the sticks and let him frag out. But, to make a cohesive team, you need selfless players. And when I think about those team players in Apex, there really are a couple who come to mind. If you listen to their comms, Waltzy's the first one every time. Do you need this attachment? Here, have a bat. Hal, I got some light ammo for you. He is one of those players who would literally give his left arm, if Hal needed it. And he's just there for his team all the time. And in a game where everyone wants to prove themselves, it's hard to take that step back. It's hard to put the ego in your pocket and say, I'm here to enable my teammates. Waltzy will still be showing up on the kill leaderboards, and he will still be showing up on the damage leaderboards. but he also performs these other just incredibly important functions for his team.
Do you know how difficult that is, Genome, to tell Apex players that are at the highest caliber to put that ego aside?
Oh.
I mean, it's literally so difficult because then, you know, you have other IGLs. If they're together on one team, you have usually maybe a co-IGL that comes in and they question certain decisions. In that split second of hesitation, everything could change. Your entire foundation as a squad could fall apart. Walty being able to be slotted in, I see him as the professional Ditto. Literally, you could have him do whatever you want, but it's that flexibility.
Yep.
And I'm sure you agree with me, Genome, but when we started introducing Legend Bans, now we've introduced even extra maps into the competitive format of Apex Legends here in the ALGS. This makes it harder on the players to now have to readapt. We didn't have Legend Bans before. You could stick onto the same composition all game through. Every single match point game, you could go all 12 games if you wanted to, running the same comp. That doesn't exist anymore here. In the Apex Legends Global Series, now we have Legend Bans. Now we're swapping different maps, and you have to be incredibly flexible as a player on top of being mechanically gifted here.
Oh, so much. And you know, more than ever, we've got, you know, these teams where people have had to take over the IGLing role. And, you know, obviously, yeah, you've got a couple shoved into Falcons. Here we've got Legacy, who's playing his first LAN as an IGL in this format. Of course, his first LAN as an IGL was EWC, the mid-season playoffs. But, you know, we're back to the sort of the classic ALGS LAN format. And they have been doing better than ever, Vicky. These guys have just really clicked right now. We're seeing Sharky, who is just one of the players who makes the least mistakes in all of Apex, right? And like, where does that come from? Of course, it's playing under Zero to start with, the kind of IGL that demands perfection from you. And I think that helped mold Sharky into the player he is. And I've been really getting deep on his POV when I've been watching scrims and whatnot in the last couple of months. And I can tell you, man, he is just a joy to watch. And it's just crazy how, like, sometimes you kind of think he's the AI, right? Like, he doesn't make mistakes.
I like that.
He just never takes a step wrong. Every time he moves, you're just like, oh my God, yeah, I see why you're doing it. It's genius, but like, how did you even make that play?
I mean, it's always so fun to watch. That's why, man, this esport is amazing. Just to watch it at that mechanical level, it's like, you can't make mistakes if you're frame perfect every time is what I always say here. And the best way to display that, if we get started now, Genome, it's going to be carrying that on with the torch and ready to blaze the rest of the competition. Another team that I also was really impressed with yesterday, when you talk about these players that feel that pressure, Hotdog Mafia. This is a team that really showed up yesterday, and they've been able to take a lot from what they've learned in scrims and now applied it to where it really matters on the big stage. Looks like as we get settled in, everybody, we get a beautiful flyby of Stormpoint. The crowd excited, sitting on the edge of their seat because we can't wait any longer. Everybody, this is groups B versus C, our last bit of group stage before we push our teams into where they belong in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket.
You're not out of the tournament, but you might be out of contention. As we said, you know, getting that top 20 versus bottom 20, you're already, you know, guaranteed a bottom 10 seed at the very best in terms of match point finals. So don't kid yourself into thinking that this is, you know, a set of games without consequence. The players know what is on the line here, and we will be once again getting them going at the start of game one. The course means we're going to get an entirely new zone. Unlikely to be going towards Coastal Camp again. And it's Fnatic who have decided to go for Cascade Falls. It's funny, you know, when Stormpoint came out, Vicky, this was the premier POI.
I love Cascade Falls.
People, I remember it was like Nocturnal back then. That was his POI. They'd always pick it because they wanted that priority to anywhere around the map. These days, it goes a lot lower in the draft, but you know, still not a bad pick. I mean, for Fnatic, it was 9th. You know, respectable, but yeah, certainly not up there with Lightning Rod, with Mill, something like that.
It's crazy to talk about just the extension and changes that we've seen throughout the course of all the maps in Apex Legends. You talk about Stormpoint, we've mentioned Olympus already beforehand, and now seeing UNLIMIT in Down Beast, they're going to be able to loot up before moving on from their POI and seeing where this zone is going to be pulling next. Although nothing's really changed in terms of the compositions, right? We still have the 5 altars. We still have the 19 Caustic. So Caustic will be the first legend banned within our series.
Yep, so I think, I do believe once you have that sort of first game and then the restart, I'm pretty sure the players are not allowed to change their picks after that. There was, of course, the interesting situation during Pro League where I believe Zero accidentally picked Lifeline and then was forced to stay on that for the match restart. So that's where the rules are at the moment. Anyone you saw on a pick in the first game, it'll be the same this time. So obviously Hotdog Mafia on the altar again, but obviously the rotations have changed as well because we are going towards Cito's station here.
A little bit more in the middle, but further over to the west side. Look how quickly all these teams have gone on their rotation. It's a little bit of that difference maker for the teams that were forced to travel all the way down south without getting caught out, especially the teams that didn't have the Valkyrie on their team. By the way, looked like Hotdog Mafia earlier on in a bit of trouble. It looked like they lost out on their Caustic, so now it's the Alter Newcastle that are left here. They're forced to back away. Skittle, unfortunately, won't be able to join them, but they are going to be going for that respawn, thankfully, and the backup insurance policy that they needed with the Alter Portal Nexus.
Interesting that they've managed to lose someone that early on. Who's got the point? Where's the... wait, sorry, no, he's jumped off a map somewhere? He has to have, right?
Yeah, because I don't see a point.
There's no kill points. Did he steal a trident? I don't know. I guess we'll have to go back to the replay at some point and work out what happened there. But, sometimes you would have teams who would steal... but, this was like dropship days, right? Where you'd have a team would drop in and try and steal the trident over near like lightning rod and stuff, and then they jump off the map to get respawned on the other side. Little tricky stuff like that. But you can't do that with the new POI draft and getting dropped directly into your own POI. So, yeah, genuinely not sure. We'll be fascinated to go back and check that one out on the replays. We'll update you with that a little later. Anyway, team's getting set up in Cito now. Thieves just trying to find the angles. Doesn't look like he gets on the right side of that trade.
We were talking about this yesterday too, Gino, with the alternator into play in a meta. We're seeing a lot of the R9, G7, bow checks, etc. here. Speedy Down going to be able to hide on top of this high ground. Can camp out the box over to their side, delay that for the survey beacon from anybody else around them, but it's forced to call in the Moby, it looks like, before Rock moves up.
Oh, TSM getting taken out at the same time. Cupid as well. Okay. Rock holding guard here in their own POI. They start off well, playing the high ground, grabbing a couple of KP. This is great stuff from Source, especially for a team who's, certainly not guaranteed to make it into winner's bracket right now. High hopes for Rock coming into this, but they're sitting at 67 points. We are expecting the cutoff to be somewhere between 90 and 95 points to make it into that top 20. Rock still have, 30 points-ish to go to get there. So, they only need an average series. They've done well enough up until now.
Well, this is a great start for them. They have a good amount of KP to their name. They have the high ground over by Cito. They're bunkered down with the Newcastles. We take a look at Hotdog Mafia, who were able to get that reset, by the way. Skittles is back in the game. And a beautiful scan. 33 enemies within the vicinity.
Okay, so apparently we got the comms through from the observers. Skittlecakes was trying to rotate and got timed out with the out-of-bounds timer. And that was why they required the early respawn. Not something you expect to happen on stage at Sapporo, but here we are.
All right, don't worry, Skittles. We didn't see that. It's okay. It never really happens here. Even it happens to the pros sometimes for these guys watching from home.
My apologies for bringing that up.
Oh, man. And now going on to the next, though. You talk about some Trident shenanigans, by the way.
Are they flying right now?
We are flying to the skies off this Trident. That was... Okay, I feel like I saw that earlier in scrims. I don't think it was Gen.G that I saw it, but it was interesting to be able to hug the wall right there, because sometimes you could get there on a survey beacon that sometimes is in that spot, and then instead of having to waste time, get off the Trident, you just zoom off the side of the wall.
I didn't know they added planes. we got new vehicles here in Apex.
Oh, it's like Skyrim mountain climbing, the goat climbing off the side here. As FaZe now move up, Shopify Rebellion looking on at the evac tower that was called right in front of them. in the mouth of the bunker doors. Shopify being another one of those teams, you were talking about Rock before, but Shopify are literally on the cusp at the moment. They need to get a lot more points. They're at 65 points, sitting in 19th place overall, right on top of Oblivion.
So doable for Shopify. A team that can pop off. They can have an 80-point series. They can have a 100-point series, and I would not be surprised. But not if they continue in the form that we saw yesterday. Okay, here's an update on that circle. Pulls a little bit south. Not really much to look at here. It was never going to pull towards the north, towards checkpoint. Has to stay nestled within a couple of those surrounding mountain areas. It's really going to be the next ring that sort of throws teams one way or the other. Does it go down towards Jurassic, where, say, Fire Strays are sitting? Or does it shift over to where, say, SAUL are near the gravity cannon? Probably more likely to go south, I would say.
Yeah, because we've seen zones like this sometimes even pull towards more of the water too, where a lot of these teams like to coexist underneath the bridge part, but it is chaos because there are so many open line of sights there to play off of, while Hotdog Mafia wait on the cusp of that choke. Still full blues, by the way, while teams like Shopify already going ahead on their rotate. They're actually opting to rotate right back over to the north side of Cascade Falls, where there's a beacon. So they want to play objective. They know they're forced to play on the edge of zone at the moment. So they want to get all the information that they could get, even if they could even find out where that next zone is going to be pulling. If they haven't scanned it already, they could put themselves in that place over to that south side already and find out where all the other squads on the south side have been finding their own home.
Yeah, playing a bit of ring around the rosy at the moment. Shopify, they started off in Launchpad. They've come all the way back up to Cascade Falls. As you said, just, trying to get some info on the teams around them as they hit the survey beacon. REIGNITE's probably the first team that popped up on their minimap as they hit that. Now are in danger of getting hit by the kids, as we tend to call Zainu and Koifel. Don't know how much longer we're allowed to do that. At what age are we not allowed to call them the kids anymore?
I feel like they're slowly phasing out of it, because we got Panic, right? Panic is literally the new blood out here. Although, maybe that's not true. In this lobby anymore because TSM did go out in 20th, but
Cersei and Metro at 16.
Yeah. And now you see Liquid Alienware. Talk about a team that has to perform. A lackluster day number 1. This is how they start things off. Falcons also stealing some of that KP. SYRALE's going to be able to try to get the reset with the Newcastle. They got the purple knockdown shield here. They find the Valkyrie at the same time, and they bunker down with this Newcastle wall on top of the traps, but that's 2 out. Ian is the only one left here if he can get this reset, but the altar allows him to push in. It's the pressure of the Caustic barrels that they do not want to feel in case a third party comes in.
An errant spray there from Fifth, though, misses with the R99, and this may allow SYRALE to get the reset. Incredible. Meanwhile,
oh, no.
Shopify, obviously they went for their Valk rotate in after hitting that, and it is not working out. See you, Zainu. See you, Koifel. Zap. He's lost the kids.
Oh no, he's fired from babysitting duties. He can't do this. But the fact that you saw a Nox grenade, a Thermite, the altar portal, everybody was looking at them, even though their backs were against that corner. And that's what I mean. You're in the line of sight of so many other teams. Riddle order, meet them back in the lobby. 16 squads left. I like this position from Rock. We saw them get a lot of pressure, some KP right here on the high ground. And they know that floating is playing right underneath them. Once they get that information that it's a duo or maybe even a solo at this point, with floating being right there at their feet, they can try to jump in here without having to give up too much of high ground. Hasta la vista. Yep, that's not, they knew it. They knew it. They were able to find the other side of the duo before finding that one solo that was left of floating. Men of Culture now get eliminated.
Okay, we've got Gen.G coming up against UNLIMIT here. They move the car into position. Bang ult is out from Dexter. If you are getting bang ulted in game 1, it is Gen.G on top of you. EMP coming out as well. Ziggy, probably more assists than anyone else, but maybe Hackers coming into this part of Year 5. He is an absolute monster on the crypto, has been dialing in that gameplay for the longest time, but it looks like UNLIMIT, a very aggressive team themselves, however, they are playing with the more defensive composition. And now S8 have pulled up as well.
SAUL, who had popped off in the series that you and I were covering, getting 47 points in total, have secured themselves in 9th place in the overall standings amongst all the other teams. Wanted to get involved in that fight. One of the teams also with the Trident, but open up the door. Here's Jesco, and now it's before he tries to push in the Valkyrie. Valkyrie has her wings clipped, and now they take some free real estate in this economy.
Are you kidding? Did you see how coordinated that was? You know, you're always worried about taking the one clip from the other side of the door when you melee it, right? So they buffer with the Newcastle mobile shield. So, like, as he is drawing back from the melee, he is safe. That's incredible. I don't know if I've actually ever seen that before. That is such a smart way to take a building.
And it's also smart to not take as much damage, too, knowing that there's other teams in the vicinity, right? They want to be able to try to take advantage as a huge Nox grenade gets hurtled at their feet. As a UL, they look locked in. They're able to wrap around trying to pick apart the team that are at their feet. They get two so far, but having to back away knowing that there's somebody else shooting at them from their backs.
Oh, that was a rough...
It's Gen.G.
That was a straight Dutch oven down there. I mean, UNLIMIT almost going out to literally just that grenade, because they had shields, but of course the caustic ult is hitting you where it hurts. It is taking your health away. And really, it was just the pressure from Gen.G and a couple of other teams in the area that meant S8 couldn't venture out too far and remove the scarce, 50 HP left on the members of UNLIMIT. So they survived by the skin of their teeth there.
They're very thankful of Gen.G. They're like, all right, we may have been put in the Dutch oven, but we don't walk away with any peanut guy here. We're surviving as Firestrays now. Pushing up, looking at the team over to the left side. Rock is still, by the way, getting the KP that they need. But I think it's even crazier if we can see the side-by-side on how this zone is pulling so far down south. Genome, you talked about this at the mouth of where Jurassic is. But the risk here, if you look at this fight specifically between FaZe and Firestrays, this is a great fight because UNLIMIT are so focused on getting the res right behind Firestrays.
Okay, Asia already down as they rip the EMP to try and take down S8. Ziki, all up to him. This is an isolated fight right now. Rock are looking over from that main building we saw them on in Cito. And yeah, there we go. It's Deeds with the scout that actually gets the last kill. But hey, Gen.G will take that. They get 2 out of 3 and they get to stay alive with the reset. No one pushing them from that main building now.
That's so smart. They sent one member of FaZe on the Valkyrie to get the scan. The human UAV takes the skies to get the information that they need to know how they can rotate into that next zone. They know that Firestrays is the only team meeting them on this side, which means that no other team is going to try to third-party Firestrays, so they have to take this fight.
Incredibly important. Exactly where the zone is pulling. Could be an endgame position to play for to win. But for now, it looks like they will just stick to their respective sides. FaZe Clan playing the Jurassic side, Fire Stray playing behind that tree, hugging their Void Nexus at the bottom of this place. Okay, we're going to get a listen in now with Zero on Liquid Alienware.
Pyramid off loaded.
On top again, top left.
Everyone's not coming back right. Trying to pick out a little bit.
Yeah, you can pick out a little bit. I'll keep for you.
First team's going tree. You're fine.
Ultra portal. In front of me, Castle.
Yeah, looking.
Back to 100.
Those guys are fucked. Flying on us, maybe. They land on right.
On the corner.
Reach, they're fucked here. They're fucked here.
On the corner of the box, okay?
They have to walk in from on the queue. Look at the queue. Look at the queue west, guys. Look at the queue west. Careful right side. Someone needs to look right. Someone needs to look right.
They're close left as well, eh? I'm playing outside the wall. Keep me focused.
Drop in. Oh, bro. Okay. I have keep for you.
Yeah. We have to kill this team close left, maybe. Can we?
Can
Look.
Yeah.
Big in.
40?
I cannot console.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. I think
I can, bro. I'm pretty sure I can console that.
Yeah.
It looks pretty console-able from that angle.
I have 160 light.
I got Kraber. Speak with Kraber, careful.
Yeah. I have Q.
Close.
Came in. Fighting. Q behind you guys. I have no wall.
I ulted him.
Can we back up?
Yes.
Bring Q back. Back Q back.
I can't need light.
I used Costco, by the way.
I'm dropping light, Reese. I'm dropping light. I have 130.
He's Kraber.
Did the castle die or no?
Did they die? Outside. I break you. You can break you, Tom.
Plug in.
Just okay, head.
I'm about to break it. Break it.
He nades?
No. I have new wall.
Hitting him. No one HP. With Falcons on the other side, gatekeeping Liquid Alienware in their position right now. It's Hal with the Kraber as as soon as Zero left the team, they had a discussion. Who's going to pick up the Kraber now? Zero was the only one to touch that gun on Falcons, and now it's being used against him.
Yeah, no, none of those hip-fire shots are misfiring this time around, but it's about priority over to the zone as well as information. Liquid, they take to the skies as we take a look at Team Falcons. We saw them fighting from right down below, trying to gatekeep the other teams that are playing right on the outskirts of the water, but they have to move shortly because this ring is closing in the next 40. They have to start moving down to the south with the rest of the teams still fighting by the wall of Jurassic.
Liquid have made their move. Hits the mobile shield there with the Kraber. Hal is no stranger to ripping a solid Valk ult late game. Sometimes it's for rotation, sometimes he'll do it solo just to give his team wall hacks and information. We'll have to see which of those they use it for soon, but right now, it looks like they can take out both SYRALE and Virtus.pro.
Oh, 150, follow up, Walty gets the next knock, VP! Hope that Kraber shot are able to take care of VP. Falcons get that KP, and now looking down at the teams right in front of them, 6 squads left. This could be a bloodbath. This is a lot of KP opportunity for Falcons.
Gen.G have somehow managed to sneak into the zone. Liquid Alienware, they try and play for center position, but too much focus on them. They'll go down in 6. Falcons now on the bottom of the hill, but they can work their way up towards FaZe, towards Qadsiah. Fnatic have come down from the south here, and I like their position, but as you can see, RIDDLE Ace has only got a few bullets left in the chamber. Hopefully that gun shield generator can keep some teams at bay.
No way! No way! FaZe trying to jump on top of Qadsiah! They get taken out! Now it's a green light! It's a third party! It's the 8th Fest! The 4th party! And now it is Falcons against Fnatic after fully capitalizing off of what we just saw FaZe do.
Gen.G though, they're lying in wait. They're going to come and clean up this fight so easily.
This is just a free ball here for Gen.G, the free W here. Fnatic now backing away. They want Gen.G to get involved so that way Fnatic can at least get second place. It's up to Gen.G to follow up. They get the next knock here. Hal down, Gil down. It's up to Walty. Falcons get eliminated. They go down in 3rd. 2 squads left. Can Fnatic get the reset? Gen.G walk up for free and take game number 1.
Great stuff. A rotation in from Beam from Gen.G there to pick up the game 1 win. Cast your minds back to yesterday. They did the same thing, but Vicky, there is a marked difference in how Gen.G look after this win to how they look after the first win yesterday. Yesterday it was like, hey, this is us. Everything is gravy. We're going to be doing this all day, but it didn't go to plan. That first game was actually the majority of points that they picked up in the entire day. They ended up with 58 points, a little below that cutoff between the top 20 and the bottom 20 as we were sitting there. So with Gen.G now getting another 21, that pushes them up to about 79 overall. And they just need maybe another 10 to 15 points over the next 5 games. Very doable for them. That has just removed a huge weight off their shoulder.
I mean, just imagine from our perspective being FaZe and now Qadsiah to start the mosh pit and then seeing the wall of death that comes afterwards between Falcons on one side, you have Fnatic on the other. They both want to capitalize on the 3P, seeing the fight happen right in front of them. But then there's Gen.G, isolated, uncontested, on the bottom left side of that final zone for them to just walk up like it's a waltz in the park.
And they were so sneaky.
Yeah.
And it's not the kind of thing you expect from Gen.G, right? Because Gen.G are usually the ones making all the noise. They're the ones, massive presence, getting into the fights, but they play it so smart this time. Really opportunistic play there from Gen.G to come out with the 9 KP and the 12 placement points.
Ooh, man, reset after that intense game number 1. Fnatic, they try to live to at least try to force out that second place. It was a good call because they ended up getting it, right? They got the extra placement points. They didn't get the KP that they wanted. I believe that, they finished with 4 KP in total. But being able to look at Yuka and what he was able to do at the very least here, he finalized himself in that second place. He survived, which was the goal on the Valkyrie to fly away, and then prevented himself from falling in that 3rd place where they really need those extra points.
Team Falcons in the style that we are used to from them, pick up 10 kills, the most of anybody in the lobby. And it means even when things don't necessarily go to plan and, you know, they only, you know, I'm doing that in air quotes here, they only pick up a third, they've still got 17 points. It's just, you know, even a bad game for the Falcons is better than almost anybody else in the lobby, right?
Define bad. Through plays, 10 KP.
It's relative. It's relative.
And we knew that when we saw a lot of those teams congregate over to that north side, what a bloodbath that was going to be. If you see that zone pulling straight up down to the south. But that was just game number 1 on Storm Point. This is how we get to start off our day number 2 for the ALGS champs. Don't go anywhere because we got game number 2 on the horizon on the other side of this break.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
เดินข้างขวาได้ปะขวามาบอลให้สองมันไม่เด็ดนะน้ำจับตบมันตื่นถอยมายังมันดึงอยู่ไป1ข้างหลังแล้วบ้างข้างหลังเหี้ยไม่โดนไม่กัดหลังกูมานี่เร็วกูคิดว่าแค่
Welcome back, everyone. It's been a great day thus far, and we're only just starting here in Sapporo. The snowmen are out, and the competition is heating up. Not enough, though, to melt them down as we take a look at our Sony InZone monitors. Sony InZone are powering the monitors and audio experience for the ALGS Year 5 champs. Lightning-fast OLED monitors and their lightweight wireless headsets give pros the tools to win. It's been a great time to see how a lot of our pros have been taking advantage of these monitors, and once honestly you go towards an OLED, you really cannot go back when it comes to looking at how monitors look beautifully with an OLED screen.
Oh, they don't go back, they go forward, they go closer. Like, I don't know if you've seen some of the pros, but they will take this monitor and literally like sit it on their eyeballs. I'm not sure why that gives you a competitive advantage, but it does.
I heard
all the best players do it.
If you put your forehead against the screen, you just win more. That's just how it works, you know. But back in the day, it used to be, you know, do you have the better gamer chair or not? No, it's about putting your forehead right there to make sure you see all the action play out right in front of you. But you know, there's some teams that I want to talk about after that first performance. One of them that comes to mind is Shopify, a team that a lot of people were expecting to have those pop-off opportunities, a team that has no issue getting KP. But what seems to be the issue is placement points. We haven't really seen them within the top 5. And then you see the likes of like Fnatic who have to make the plays that they do just to at least get second place.
Yeah, and the thing is, it feels like, you know, especially like scrims and all that, I promise we'll stop talking about them by tomorrow, but, you know, there's so many teams that play a little looser in scrims, and that opens up opportunities for edge, kill-hungry teams like Shopify to grab those kills and you know, sort of delude themselves sometimes, maybe that's a strong word, but into thinking this is a style that works and that will accrete enough points over the course of the day to be able to get them through. And then all of a sudden, LAN comes along, everyone's like, actually, I'm going to go zone. See you later. And Shopify are just like looking around like the John Travolta meme being like, hey, where is everybody? We're not KP.
Where did everyone go? On Trident's already zooming to the zone here. And that also comes to show you that everyone's game plan isn't fully expanded on until you are here in the big stage where it actually matters. That's why I like to loosely highlight how important scrim books are. It's great for context, but this is where it really matters, and this is where a lot of these teams like to pull out something else, usually up their sleeve. As Caustic is that first legend ban, once again, as we get started for game number 2. You have to imagine, though, a refreshing breath, maybe feeling more secure, is VP, by the way, because after the action we saw before that restart, they had another chance of life, and they were able to get at least a place with 9 points total. So they could at least walk away with that and some 7 KP before going into this game number 2, see it as another opportunity. And of course, since Newcastle's still involved and it's Caustic that's taking a step back, you highlighted this yesterday, Genome. When you don't have the Newcastle, you usually don't have the Valkyrie, right? So we still will have the Valkyrie Newcastle more than likely getting started into game number 2 on Storm Point.
All right. Dropships have multiplied. It used to be 1, now we've got 20. I don't know where they found the fleet from, but I personally think it has improved competitive Apex now that we've added every team getting into it at the same time. I mean, they used to even be RNG in terms of, you know, did you drop a minute before your opponents got to their POI? Crazy to think about, isn't it? They were done looting, and you were sitting up being like, has the seatbelt sign come off yet? Can I drop? Like,
where is my Uber driver taking me? I'm looking a little scared out here. Hopefully Skittle doesn't have a bad time this start around, by the way. After the shenanigans we saw at the start of game number 1. Gen.G coming out of the dub in game number 1. Traversing, by the way, over by Lightning Rod. Remember we were talking about it when it comes to seed and champ points and how these POI drafts are done with Gen.G taking Lightning Rod instead of Team Falcons, who don't have that advantage since they have to come out of Cenote. You know, Gen.G's feeling pretty happy looking at where the zone is pooling, playing on the edge of the zone, trying to control a lot of the space. They'll have great loot, and really the team that's going to stop them over to that north side that they can wrap up on would be Hotdog Mafia.
yeah, and I will say, for one of the most edge-heavy teams, Gen.G aren't completely unwilling to sit in a zone from early on, right? I mean, this isn't a 2023 Aurora, where if they literally get zoned, they will anti-rotate and then come back later.
Talking about coming back later, Riddle Order getting the points that they need on the board. 1 KP, Qadsiah, player K, being the first to get called out over on this north side. Qadsiah by Northpad will be able to call it an evac while Riddle Order, the job is done. They found that one straggler and they're already on their rotate. They're going to be rotating from the south side of the wall where there's that big zip line.
And it's a good adaptation, right? Qadsiah, as we mentioned, they've got the 2 POIs, so generally you want to loot both of them. So sometimes that means you're quite split when you're looting. Obviously, Riddle Order have taken advantage of that and grabbed the KP.
And that's what happens when you're in a map that has a Trident, right? You could expect these faster rotates from the teams depending on if they have the information on where these next zones are going. So it comes in clutch when you're on a quicker rotate here. As Riddle Order do come out of checkpoint, they have that zip line at the very least, so they can immediately put themselves in that place if it isn't a Trident in place or at least a zip line that can help them out.
Yeah. They can, they've just got the priority to get in there and cause some havoc. Now, Hotdog Mafia sitting on the platform. If this is the zone that it looks like it is, Hotdog Mafia are chilling. This is one of the best, most unassailable spots in the entire game, especially if you have a Rampart and a Newcastle and all of this sort of stuff set up. I will say, Alta's in, Valkyrie's in. This is two legends that make it a little bit easier to try and slam this spot. So Hotdog Mafia, you can just guarantee they're going to have eyes to the sky, be watching for those, you know, they know it's one of the only ways they can lose that spot. Teams actually coming up from underneath with a Void Passage is possible, but a little harder because you've got so much open ground to traverse to get there.
So I'm sweating a little bit because if you take a look at the amount of legends that have been picked here, Newcastle and Rampart are tied 17 apiece, but we saw a lot of Newcastle last game, Genome, and just by the process of evaluation, you can expect Newcastle to be that next legend ban, which means we may not have to look to the skies too often if teams don't feel comfortable rocking the Valkyrie without that Newcastle. REIGNITE finding their own home on top of this cliff here. They have the crate right to their backs for some safety, as well as the rock right in front of them to play to the line of sight of the teams that will be rotating in that direction, because there are so many squads that have already found themselves on the hilltop north of Wall, exiting out of Zoo Station. And they're not the only ones. When we take a look at Cupid Esports, one of the teams who are taking their time over from that south side, we're looking at Fire Strays originally, but with the Ring 1 closing in and with the zone pulling all the way to the north, you have to imagine Team Falcons are probably on their road out of Cenote Cave, and so is Liquid Alienware, who gets out of Barometer.
Yeah, I mean, it's spicy enough that we've got them on the same stage, but landing at adjacent POIs, well, look, we saw them almost come to blows last game. Hopefully it'll happen at some point in this game or the next game. We get to see those two go head-to-head, but for now it's Cupid coming up to Fire Strays towards Jurassic. You've got UNLIMIT over here. They've got the evac tower at the ready. Is that... Oh, okay, they've got someone behind. What is going on here? They're going for the split Evos? Is that what they're looking for, perhaps?
Or maybe the scan here, too, if they're going to be hovering over by checkpoint alone. There is that survey beacon over to that north side if they want to try to prile that together.
Getting up to the top of on checkpoint.
Just get ahead of the curve. That way they could go in for a quick rotate, because this is actually going to be a very detrimental rotate here with a lot of teams that have already found their place on that hillside. It's like good luck getting out of Wall with the teams that are going to be looking you from the inside of those buildings. VP caught on the other side of the zip line here. Talk about being separated and isolated from the rest of this lobby. Going to be playing by the Stormcatcher side, as VP will have priority into getting into Command Center. There is also a ring console, so they could play objective. And if they haven't gotten that Evo Harvester already, they could get that with Shopify Rebellion calling in an evac tower of their own onto the rooftop of Stormcatcher to maybe go in from right behind them.
Okay, so Virtus.pro, we can see them. Obviously, they're one of the most zone-heavy teams in this entire lobby, in the entire, into the entire tournament, to be honest. Very late rotate. This circle certainly does not benefit them. They did get the ring console down at Pylon, but it is quite a ways to get up there, so they're having to take their time, which certainly doesn't suit their playstyle quite as much. MT fantastic at calling zones and certainly playing spot to spot once you get in there, and they've been doing an admirable job of it, but you know, sometimes the zones don't go your way and you've got to change plans. You've got to change tack, Vicky, and at 58 points coming into this lobby, they need probably at least 40. So that's, you know, it's a bit of a task ahead of VP. As you said, they got 9 from the first game that they perhaps might not have had that restart happen, so surely they've got to feel like luck is at least somewhat on their side today.
You make sure you take those, is what I always say when you win out of an interaction like that. And then VP are currently fighting off against Gen.G because they know that there was a beacon there, I believe it was a circle beacon, over in Command Center, so Gen.G maybe getting that information or trying to gatekeep that information from the teams that are lingering over there. Or they could be coexisting on the high ground too, because we still have altars in this lobby, just like we saw in our last game. It's one less altar though, 4 altars in total, but this enables these teams to get a little bit more aggressive. You see that altar portal right there, smack dab in the middle of Command Center, and more action here as Rock had a pretty strong first game start. They got a good amount of KP, but that zone did not favor them, pulled completely away from them. And this time around, it may do the same, because this zone is going to continuously pull uphill outside of Wall, closer to Zoo Station. We've seen a zone like this time and time again in the history of the ALGS, just in different iterations, and Riddle Order had gotten ahead of the curve to bunker down over by the cliffside on the south side of that hill.
2 of Gen.G. They're down right now, and it's Dexter trying to take the whip and just get out of there. Adrian Ziggy full killed. Dexter actually grabs the gravity cannon. He might get chased by Cupid now. I think Cupid have actually noticed this. You can see them looking at him on the mini-map, but now turning away, deciding, okay, interesting. They don't want to chase a single KP. Perhaps they just want to make themselves a little safer inside the zone first.
Not going to be worth it here when Cupid Esports know that they're going to have to wrap around the south side of the zone, but it may be a fight for an Evo Harvester. Take an eye on Cupid Esports, and who caught them was Fire Strays. It looks like they're on the Trident, currently as a trio, still all three standing up. Fire Strays now looking to see if they can back away. This is one of the teams with a Newcastle, Rampart, and Alter squad. So at least if they have that Alter ultimate, they could try to retreat back. As Cupid Esports up on the high ground, we'll have the charge rifle, but it was a fight for that Evo Harvester. Now Fire actually wrapping right behind them instead, as all these teams are trying to desperately get into the edge of the zone, while with VP right now counting their blessings, sitting in 6 overall thus far in this lobby. Still 20 squads left with round 2 closing in behind them.
I think VP are, probably very aware as Dexter just scuttling on by. Making it out scot-free there for the moment, but I don't know how much that's going to help him. He's probably going to try and craft over in Command Center. Looks like he's actually in there by himself, so got the whole POI. Cupid Esports probably going to notice if there's a respawn coming in through there, but what other play do they have really? Fire Strays actually coming up through the other approach to the north side of the wall. But it's going to be TSM up there trying to hold them out. Shopify Rebellion also in the vicinity. Though, of course, when you get to this part of the map, it does start to be hard to tell if they're on the high ground or the low ground.
The Trident blew up in front of them. The Trident blew up in the middle of the rotate. They were caught between 2 teams, and Shopify are like, for free. Christmas came a second time around. Let the Sheila sing. As Zap, he lets it blow. TSM right behind them finds Crook. It was a TSM and Shopify Rebellion sandwich, and with the Trident breaking at their feet, Fire Strays are the first team to get eliminated in game number 2.
That was rough. that was very hard to watch.
Oh, we got the Mythic bin too? Oh, Dupe is happy.
Oh, Gold Alternator. We were talking about how there's been an uptick in usage for that recently. And honestly, the later you get on in the game, the better it becomes, right? It's at mid to long ranges, it's not that great. Only one of the bullets is going to hit at any particular time, and that means you're kind of just like wasting ammo at that point, right? It's you're emptying your clip but not doing any more damage, but once you get within a certain distance and both bullets hit, all of a sudden it becomes one of the best guns in the game.
How about that ulti with that double tap goes crazy. He got all the goop off of that Mythic bin. Getting away scot-free because Shopify were looking at them from the distance, and they were trying to pressure them out with what looked like bow check grenade arrows. And considering the fact that we are looking at the bloodbath of this lobby as we take a quick pause, guys, thank you so much for your patience, but breaking down the action and what you could expect when we go in back to the game is a lot of these teams have congregated over to the wall side. That means that once these teams have the information that they probably don't have because they found this spot into the homes of the wall very early on, so they don't have the ring console, it's going to be crazy to see the teams that have to come out of that congestion from the west side of that map and all into the line of sight of Riddle Order, who still has to look behind them because REIGNITE is also right there with their own Newcastle wall, as well as Rampart. And then TSM, the least contested team up on the high ground, will eventually have to go down to the south side of the hilltop from their building that's on the outskirts of Zoo Station. Then you look at Shopify Rebellion, and they don't have information that there's a duo playing in the caves right below their feet that is Men of Culture. So Shopify will inevitably, unless they have an evac tower or a Valk ult, have to push onto TSM. That could be an isolated fight. REIGNITE could move up there, but I do not expect REIGNITE or Riddle Order to give up their positioning. And even the teams that are in the far north who try to call out a final zone positioning on the outskirts of where the Prowler Den is will also have to move once they see where this next zone is pulling.
All right, while we've got a pause here, let's take a look at the Red Bull first strike. We'll see who managed to kill the first team to go down here. Of course, we've still got 19 left in it, so we've only got one to pick from, don't we? And of course, it was Fire Strays that were on the wrong end of that. And as you can see, Panic chipping away from down at the hill, but it is Shopify Rebellion who close in with deadly accuracy to finish off enemy. Not Crook, they got Cersei. Crook, I think, was the one who got stolen away by TSM down the hill. So, nice little combo effort there. And Fire Strays, unfortunately, will not be back with us when we come out of this pause. They have the longest time of anyone to sit here and think on their mistakes.
That's why I was chuckling, just because like, there's certain things in Apex that always cracks me up, and like when you see a Trident just blow up, you just know what's inevitable, right? Especially when you're caught in a lobby like this, like you needed it for your rotate. Although they were on it for a while, right? We saw them rotate south of Command Center originally when they were wrapping around the Evil Harvester. They missed. Dexter originally was the last one alive from Gen.G, who is looking to try to get a reset of his own all the way down to Command Center on that replicator. As we get set up here and seeing the outcome of these rotates of a zone like this pulling super far north, it's not as easy, especially with the amount of Valkyries in this lobby. We know that Storm Point has that very strong high to low ground depending on what side of the map you're on. North, obviously, allowing you to traverse a lot more space if you take a Valkyrie ult, let's say, in covering that ground. Now, when you have to go all the way to the north side, though, you have to look around which Tridents are available, which Tridents have already gotten destroyed, because that means that the Trident that Fire Strays just, you know, died on, now another team could walk up and try to take that same Trident, and it could be the likes of even Gen.G if it is around them.
That is a possibility. What I can see, we are trying to get back into the game. It looks like we've got about 10 seconds left before that gets started up. And from where this ring is pulling, it's certainly not deceiving us. It looks like it will be going towards the platform with Hotdog Mafia. And here we go, getting back into the action as the Fnatic fans cheer on their team, who's unfortunately probably a little further down the hill than they would prefer to be. Falcons much further out, but if there's one team you can count on to worm their way in, Vicky, it's the Bird.
Take it to the size. Team Falcons looking for their prey. As Hal's on that Valk with the G7 in hand. And we talked about it too, but when you got that Rampart, you don't have to worry too much about the light ammo that you may be lacking, at least in Hal's term.
Yeah, most teams certainly going for that perk. Infinite ammo behind the amp cover is very useful in some of these situations. It's even Zero going for the double tap alternator there. I think particularly on your legends like Valkyrie, again, that tend to be the entry fraggers, that is where the alternator is the most useful. And more players do seem to be adopting that. This is TSM taking Shopify Rebellion. Okay, so they've made their way down the hill after taking out Fire Strays here. They're looking to take this position off TSM, and they say, wag their fingers, send them back to spawn, and we've got, I think, one knocked and one full killed now.
It comes in clutch when Dupe had been able to get access to the Mythic bin, and now Panic has a car in his hand. We'll take the goop all day, as now they're going to be able to get Shopify Rebellion. They go out in 19th. That is not what you want to see.
My God.
We were talking about the struggles at Falcons, now playing off the low ground, looking at S8UL. Guild with the Sheila tries to break down the Newcastle wall over to the other side of the deployable barrier.
Yeah, I mean, they only needed an average day, but they're off that pace at the moment. Cupid Esports will go down. Gen.G, the question here is, can they weather the storm? 5 Fears trying to mantle up. That always means you're going to take more damage than normal, and apparently that is enough to scare them off. Good news for Gen.G with the reset.
How many of these teams are going to have to forcibly take to the skies? Because this is where we're going to see the majority of these squads drop. With 17 squads left, you have round 4 closing in the next 56 seconds. And none of these teams, by the way, at least in the next zone and where we're going to be seeing, it's really Hotdog Mafia that's isolated, that could just waltz in once this next zone closes and they reveal that following zone. In this current zone, though, Men of Culture are safe. Reignite, TSM on the cusp, but it's all these squads collapsing on one another by wall.
Oh, UNLIMIT coming in through one of the nuts here. They got FaZe on top of them. They're going to take down Zane. Fnatic looking for the third party here. UNLIMIT now on the clock. The high ground, though, you've got to come up that ladder. It's almost a death sentence, unless perhaps you're the Valkyrie.
Ooh, I like these little cheeky angles. Wrap around that rampart wall as UNLIMIT looking to reset, slow heals, but it's okay. He's got the overhealth here, so that's all he needs right now. He already popped that one shield cell before looking to their left. They call it out, though. There's a team up on high ground. Do they want to extend on this fight with Hotdog Mafia? Not really paying attention to this UNLIMIT versus FaZe fight, but really looking behind them. Now Fnatic are looking at this fight, and if it's not a rampart wall you see, it's a Newcastle walls as they take to the skies of the Valkyrie.
Oh, the Valkyries are coming in. It is Falcons and T-Law. It's a race to hit the ground. Who gets the higher ground? It's actually Falcons. They're looking down on Team Liquid right now. 5 Fears taking a few hits here, and we do see Hal get knocked. Guild down as well. It's the Sheila from Sykes coming out, and that's 1 to Team Liquid.
Team Liquid come out on top with some help of pressure. Hotdog Mafia with only Skittle cannot clutch it up. Hotdog Mafia get taken out by UNLIMIT, who brute forced their way up onto the high ground. They saw the opportunity. They took it when everybody else took to the skies with the Valkyrie ultimate. Yuka, though, gets pinged from the distance. It's going to be the triple take that sends him down. And Limo Ace gets to back him up as they're looking for the res.
Hotdog Mafia are going to be so unhappy about having that position taken away from them, but everyone is just clustered here on the low ground. Nades are raining in. They're really trying to make something happen, but we've got Rig.
Due to the fact that they had Sheila on Sheila action, TSM with Bandit trying to stay alive. He has a car, he has a triple take, but it's not going to be enough. It's up to Jet, and he cannot clutch when they had all the weapons in their arsenal. TSM fall, Liquid Alienware, meet them in the spawn, and now Qadsiah are still alive. They're looking to get this res. None of these squads are in this next zone. This is the bloodbath that we were expecting, but it is also littered with rampart walls everywhere.
Qadsiah in a good spot now. They need 50 points in this series to go forward. They know they need a big day, and this could be where they get a brace of those points. But Gen.G on the opposite side to them, they've actually got a lot of space above them. However, we know Gen.G, one of the only teams not playing Valkyrie. In fact, I think the only team left in this lobby right now that doesn't have access to a skyward dive.
And that's off the respawn. The clutch MVP respawn from Dexter, who stayed alive. No one's looking at Gen.G, by the way. Riddle Order, though, desperately trying to fly on the other side of Gen.G. This is going to force out a fight. As Gen.G aren't looking to their left, they're looking to take this fight instead against REIGNITE. But this leaves her back open for Riddle Order to take them apart.
The smoke goes out. I think it might have been removed by a grenade there, so not providing the cover that they were hoping that it would. UNLIMIT, they move out from the platform. They are aggressively trying to defend their space. Good knock. Gen.G go down. Now it's Riddle Order they have to worry about next.
And good makeshift cover with the Moby Beacon right here. Laurie Man is going to be able to get that next knock. Riddle Order get eliminated. 5 squads left. They have to deviate their attention to the team to the right side that is hugging the wall.
Oh my, but Ulari Man is hugging this mobile respawn beacon like it's his grandma right now. That is all the cover that UNLIMIT have to work with. They don't have the Bangalore. The only one of those is gone down. Oh, sorry, they do. They are playing the Valkyrie Maggie Bangalore. So they are one of the only teams that can survive on this side of the hill with those smokes.
It's going to come in clutch here when you have little to no cover. They're literally diverting their attention in every direction. VP, who's the next victim? Lou was at least able to get that re-knock here, but it's only up to Ulari Man. The Sheilas, though, having to play around 2 knockdown shields of Moby. In our last 3 squads, VP take the most space looking at UNLIMIT, and Rock are not getting involved.
I mean, we talked about how late VP's rotate was, and you're telling me they're a top 2 team in this lobby? They've got the high ground over Rock right now. This is an incredibly played game from VP. But Rock Esports huddling behind their walls. This is going to be one of the longest top 2 fights I think we'll see for quite a while. MT, if he can stun some here with the missile swarm, it could be the go button.
Even more important when you have VP looking to find the dub as Slayers gets the knock. One left for Rock, who want to stay up as 2 squads left. Saucer take it to the skies. It was a Valkyrie ult just to stay alive, but good luck in a 1v3 situation. This is VP for the win to clean up what is left of Rock.
Big finish from Virtus.pro. Rocket all the way out from the pylon. Somehow, they wend their way through the massive teams ahead of them. That, I mean, I am going to love going back and watching that replay from Virtus.pro's point of view from start to finish, because they were, I don't know, what, like 16th, 18th team to have priority in that particular zone, and somehow they have molded it into a win. They have just bent that game to their will. That is fantastic play, and MT is exactly the kind of guy you expect to pull off a miracle like that.
It's so crazy to dissect all the late rotating teams. Gen.G being another one, being one of the last teams too to try to enter into that zone, right? I mean, we talk about where they were able to push right in front of Riddle order, but from a full reset, they had to slow rotate, and it was a lot of the teams that collapsed on one another over by wall, where we saw a lot of them fall because you're so open into the line of sight of the teams that already have height, but they're also fixated in their own personal fights.
So it was 23 points in the end for VP. UNLIMIT pick up a few there, 14 points, Rock 16. We'll be happy with that, but it's, yeah, very much clustered up the top for this one. Our Qadsiah get 8. That's not too bad. They are on probably behind track, right? Because they need roughly 8 to 10 points per game. It's a tough ask if they want to make top 20, but you know, they made their bet, and now they got to sleep in it.
But it's a dub necessary here for VP, Gino, because right before this, VP we're sitting at 27th in the overall group standings. Now we get to see Lou pop off 7 KP to his name. Great comms from this team to take this fight slow, but also being able to maintain the KP right when they knew that they wanted to take the fight uphill. Then all they had to do was look at Rock, who wanted to inch forward. They didn't want to even show their face when they heard the fighting going down, because they were looking to try to reset from the low ground before they, VP specifically, was able to find those 2 first initial knocks.
So 32 points sitting at the top of this lobby after that win. Will be followed up by Gen.G, of course, victors in game 1, whereas Rock have been a little more consistent than that. Team Falcons, however, I think they got all 17 of their points in game 1, if I'm not totally mistaken. So sure, they're sitting in 4th place right now, but a little bit of a loss of momentum there. And other teams sitting behind them. As we said, our Qadsiah need about 50 points, 8 per team. Sorry, 8 per game. May not actually even get them there, Vicky. That, imagine that, pulling out like a 48-point series and still falling short. That would be heartbreaking from Qadsiah.
I mean, that's what happens when we're in the last day of group stages, right? This is where the heat really turns up for a lot of these teams. It's the pressure that is on. And you're right, Gino. Falcons didn't get a single point that game despite being able to obtain the 17 points from the first game alone. So the gap is closing in for the teams that desperately need to perform.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you know, for Falcons at least, they're going to make it through. They'll be fine as far as getting into that winners bracket is concerned. I guess for them, it's always just, they're kind of like their own worst critic, right? They're always thinking about, we need to be #1. Some of these other squads just think like, please give me top 20. But for Falcons, you know, if they come anything lower than that top spot, you know, they're going to be flagellating themselves on that.
Yeah, and then you take a look at VP and what Rock was able to do at the very end right there. Rock being able to survive, that's been their goal, right? You're taking a look at Rock participating in these end zones more and more consistently, changing their game plan on the fly. And it's incredible because you see that and you take that away from scrims where they feel very confident, trying to see the back roll as Vax, you know, allows them to just really shine, but then without trying to overextend when they were originally in the wall building. Now moving forward though, but we still have more action on Storm Point Genome. We got more action coming up here on the ALGS Championship. Don't go anywhere. We got game number 3.
How we doing it, boys?
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back in the beautiful city of Sapporo here in Japan. It's snowy, but the competition is just heating up. Look at that, being able to run on a sleigh with the horse. It's been beautiful out here. I've been seeing snowmen everywhere. I've been seeing a crazy crowd out here in Sapporo, and it's only going to get better as the tournament goes on, Gino.
Maybe if your Trident gets blown up, we could go for the horse-drawn cart?
Oh, I'm kind of down, actually. We're going to frame one, get on top of that, but you know what? While you guys are here attending, for those of you guys in Sapporo, don't forget Google Play is powering a premium fan experience here in Sapporo for the ALGS Year 5 champs. So make sure you go over to the Google Play booth to check out what they have to offer.
All right, well, we got 2 games in now, Vicky. We've had a Gen.G win. We've had a Virtus.pro win. I'm happy. Both of those teams have Apex South players in them. You know, just a little bit of bias. But look, it was a fantastic game from both those teams. Actually, neither of them in God spots early on, right? Like, they really had to work for those victories.
Yeah, it was really chaotic when you had a lot of the teams trying to force their way from the south side of the hill. But then, you know, TSM had the right idea. But then they drop from the high ground. They try to take what they think is going to be an isolated fight over to the side with the cliff hugging their backs, for them to fall in my opinion, uncharacteristic way. I mean, they had all the tools, right? They literally had the Mythic Min, Panic at the car, he slid down, but you know what was a problem? We heard Sheilas everywhere. And Sheilas were breaking rampart walls like it was free, like they were just cutting through paper. Then you had another team looking at you from the back end, and then they ended up losing out on that fight with the repositioning too of the other enemy rampart.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure how Hotdog Mafia got caught off guard, right? Because if I'm not entirely mistaken, they had a Sheila as well. Let me just double check on that. Alb was on the altar. Yeah, Skittle was playing Rampart, right? So, as we said, their eyes would have been glued to the sky. They knew that a Valk Slam is the only way they're going to get caught off guard. But yeah, I mean, UNLIMIT pulled it off, and you know when you are the team who has Godspot from, like, Zone 1, it's so frustrating to sit on the death cams, because remember, they are watching UNLIMIT's POV for the rest of the game, thinking these are KP that we should have had. These are placement points that we should have been getting. And it's just really frustrating for Hotdog Mafia in that situation when, yeah, I mean, we didn't see the first 5 seconds of the fight. So you just where was the Sheila to just absolutely burn people out of the sky as they were slamming?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They were looking at 2 different directions too. They heard 2 different teams fighting on each side, and maybe a lack of consistent decision-making there. As we take a look at VP, talk about the Hail Marys from this team. Well, VP coming out of that dub in game number 2 after securing, what, 9 points or so in that first game. Now set them up for success, sitting in first place in the series thus far, and they need it here too.
We got a big boy.
Oh,
we got a big boy on the screen. Hello, Gibraltar. Bubble. Well, I was about to say Bubble rotates, but they don't have the Trident down here, unfortunately.
No, but they have the Valkyrie, though. And remember, we don't have Newcastle, so it's kind of like, look, if you don't have a Newcastle because it's been banned out, the other option is Gibby. But the reason why you don't see as many teams opting for that is because we've been seeing an influx of these Mad Maggies.
Yes. Yep, that's very true. The other thing to note about that composition, of course, is that just like you get the Rampart wall set up and then you place the amp cover behind it, that's what Gibraltar is for. Dome goes down, it's impenetrable. It gives you that 3 or 4 seconds for the amped cover to set up, and then you're all good from there. Meanwhile, Men of Culture have just gotten a little sneaky pick here onto 5 Fears, but I'll tell you what, Cupid Esports, Rock Esports, and Virtus.pro are on all 3 sides of Jurassic right now.
I mean, I see the Wingman with the gold mag as well as the R9, and I know that floating is definitely a Man of Culture himself. Oh my God, floating with the 3 KP, but here comes another team. It is Vaxlon who wants in on the action onto this duo who's just trying to stay alive.
Oh my God, that is one of the most stylish Red Bull first strikes I think we have seen so far. There are not many players right now who are picking up the Wingman. Effect is one of them. He'll sit on the Maggie and use her perk to go R9 Wingman and have full movement speed at any time with the pistols and the SMGs, but apparently floating is now part of that exclusive club.
And managed to stay alive, by the way, and now more teams are moving up. VP have heard the action and want in on the invite, have found themselves in this building. And what's crazy is the commitment for these fights, because the zone's not pulling here, by the way, Rob. No. Trying to back away, but it's the fact that we see teams flying in just to participate in this fight, because you have to imagine the teams in the area, right? Like Pylon, where VP's going to exit out of.
I mean, I was wondering if it was a one of the situations where you don't have ring console, so you see a bunch of other teams fly in, and you're like, well, I'll just assume the zone is there. But I think what VP are trying to do is grab this ring console you can see in front of them. They just want to get this info on the way through. But yeah, they might get stuck here for a little while in this fight versus Rock Esports.
And they're going to fight for it. They have confidence right now. They just came out of a dub, and they're looking at the team that they sent down in 2nd place, Rock Esports, that were scattered. They lost out on 2 very early in the fight. As you can see in the feed, TSM also cleaning up some KP themselves. I like this position from Lou, though. I'm feeling like I'm getting a little bit of deja vu, seeing him on the Gibby, wrapping up on the other side of this tree, trying to harass Rock as TSM get the following knock onto Red Sea. Reignite, get eliminated. TSM feeling themselves after that one.
Nice little pick up for Fnatic there. And go back to Jurassic, where this fight is still ongoing, apparently. Mastiff is out for Lou, of course. Jibby, he wants the shotguns.
Where was MT there? He was separated over to the other side, maybe trying to take a different off angle, but now his teammates need help. Playing off the knockdown now as MT has the high ground. He has the advantage. He has the alternator, as well as the blue mag. Sky nades hurtled in his direction. He needs to play this safely before he tries to go in for the reposition. It's a 1v1.
Yep.
Nice
play. Oh my, get the res off here. Do they hear it? Do they think he's going to stick
He's doing it too. He's doing it too. They're also trying to get the res reset right now as well. They want to get Lou because he's the Gibby, so he's going to be able to get the fast res. Beautiful shot from MT to get the triple take, and he's got the gold extended energy mag.
All 3 back up now.
Rock don't have this reset. Right here, they lost out on the Valkyrie earlier on. Now they lose out on the Rampart. It was only up to the Bangalore. That is the difference of having a support character on your team with VP having Gibby, or a team like Rock that had the Valkyrie, Rampart, as well as the Bangalore. They don't have the opportunity for those same types of resets. Now VP take the skies, and it's on to the next one. As they move back, they're chasing after their food as they see the rats. And they've called in the exterminators, but they have to be careful because they scanned another team in the vicinity, and it is Liquid Alienware who saw them fly in, so they know that Liquid has been caught out.
Yeah, Liquid are going to be very confused by this, by the way. I mean, if you if you ever listened into the Zero comms, you will know what he's going to be saying right now. Why on earth is someone still around Pylon? We know where the ring is going. Get a move on, guys. So, VP, they do, in fact, finish off Vaxlon and the rest of Rock Esports. So, sure, it got delayed for them. I believe they may have got the scan in the meantime, so now they can make their way up to the zone, which is pulling, looks like north of Cascade Falls. Now look, we know they can come in late and still make it work. They did it last game. Is there another dub in their future from Storm Point?
Let's find out with Team Falcons. Not a great game number 2, but still 17 points. Their progress in game number 1. They have the Trident ready to go before backing away here, and it's Waltzy being on that crypto. You highlighted that earlier, how flexible Waltzy is as a player before moving around with the Trident.
Having a look at this next map pool, Vicky, look at this. It goes north. I was about to say no one's expecting this. I'm not sure if Fnatic and, you know, maybe FaZe or S8 are actually reading this, but certainly no one's sitting in the buildings in Wall. No one's expecting it to pull that far and playing for an easy walk-in from the north side. Any Valkyrie team still in the lobby could have an excellent way to make this next move. And hey, Gen.G are doing it, coming up from north of Wall now.
That's why the teams who have the circle information have already posted up on the outskirts of Command Center. Look where Shopify just came from. Stormcaster has that ring console. They've already moved up through Command Center. Fnatic, who lands in Cascade Falls, rotated to prio that ring console too. So they saw where they were going, and now they're in the mouth of Command Center, up on the high ground, already posted up. Qadsiah though, Price is just trying to back away. The EMP now over to the south side. While Falcons are within the vicinity, looking to get the survey beacon over by checkpoint, they probably hear this fight going down, and it is UNLIMIT versus Qadsiah, while Qadsiah is trying to stop UNLIMIT from rotating into that next zone.
Yeah, we didn't check in with Qadsiah at the start of this game to see if they did get caught off guard. I mean, obviously there was no, I don't think there was any kills in the kill feed, so perhaps they even changed up the way that they were looting those connected POIs. Either way, it may have slowed down their rotation because obviously they do have relative priority to this zone. However, they do not... sorry, they did get a ring console over at North Pad. So they should have known this. It's just been a slow mover here for Qadsiah. Now, we said they got 16 points in the first 2 games. That's close, but maybe not enough. They really need to push themselves up. Got to redline it. We need 6th gear from you guys if you need to get that 50 points and make the top 20.
It's the fact that S8UL from Mill were able to get ahead of them and hold that choke, right? Like, even with a Trident, I mean, Qadsiah, the fact that they land here in this north outpost, they had the opportunity to do something very similar, but it was about taking those fights that costed them that extra time. Now looking at where that zone is pulling, S8UL, they called that amazingly, but they have to still look to their south and hopefully cover their backs if Qadsiah want to commit to that rotate. Then you take a look at teams like Gen.G, who have no contention on the northeast side of this zone.
Plenty of loot. We saw a power amp on Asia there. That means those drills are coming out, what is it, like 25% faster, as if this guy wasn't scary enough already? All right, Liquid Alienware. They'll pop the survey beacon. 31 enemies scanned. They have information on half the lobby. In fact, well, we've had actually 12 players eliminated. It's been a fairly bloodthirsty start of the game here. So in fact, it's 2/3 of the lobby that is remaining that they have the information on here. From there, they need to make their way up north past the ski lift to potentially Fire Strays and TSM, who are holding the southern side of Command Center. I think the other way, going through the spiders, through Cascade Falls, probably too deadly. I think there's going to be too many teams sitting in the buildings there who can snipe them out on the way in.
And little to no cover, right? You're playing up the low ground, expecting teams to already have slight height advantage here too. TSM trying to stop Fire Strays on this rotate, and it still comes to question to see how many ultras are in the lobby to try to get more aggressive, so that way you have a backup plan to retreat to. There's also the Evo Harvester that's right next to TSM. They're trying to deny that away from Fire Strays if they desperately need it. And now they're going to be able to get even more information to see who's within the vicinity for the teams that are also rocking crypto.
Yeah, I do wonder if teams like UNLIMIT, I mean, I'm looking on their mini-map, it doesn't look like they've got this next ring information, but you know, they were probably hoping for it to be a pull down towards Cascade Falls. It is anything but that. It goes on Gen.G's head. Your number 2 team in the lobby right now, 5 points behind VP, but with 30 in the bag, they are looking to push that even further. It was I'm not going to say a bad, but like a below par day for Gen.G yesterday, and they are looking to push this and get a good seed going into winners bracket and see, you know, maybe even a better performance than they had at EWC, which is what, like a 5th?
Yeah, exactly. That's why Gen.G has been on everyone's minds. When will it be Gen.G's time? Always getting so close to it. Love seeing their support from their fans. They're giving them all the energy, but Panic! What's going on here? Zainu moved up and he said, what did you say, New Blood? Where? As Panic gets taken out and dirty, TSM getting taken apart when they were trying to hold the mouth of Command Center. They even had the retreating option of the altar portal, as TSM were one of the teams with the altar, but they lost it on the altar player. They're looking at Shopify Rebellion, who's holding the edge of the zone closer to Command Center, but not even Shopify could get out of this safely, because meeting them on the outskirts of Command Center through those bunker doors is still Fnatic.
My mistake was actually 4th in the mid-season playoffs, but here we go. We're going to have a Falcons listening right now.
He said, I killed him with Bengal.
Okay, make sure we don't get married. We gotta make sure we don't get married. That's all we gotta do right now.
Yeah, I need to get drone in the spot here.
I have an ultic cell. I'm dropping it. Pop ultic cells. Pop ultic cells. We need to have ultimates in the next fight.
Okay.
All right.
Where are they?
You grab it. All right. You pop that.
Any more?
Is there anyone behind us?
I don't think so.
I have no idea.
The pop boost here.
I'm gonna grab that.
Waiting shot from the choke. I'm coming across to you. I'm not gonna have EMP. I don't have any more ultic cells.
Okay. There's a team playing on our right. Oh my god. We need to go left. We need to go left. Like play.
Yeah, they're holding
that guy in the corner. I'm smoking this corner. I'm batting. I don't have Bengal.
Batting.
Okay, we just need. You gotta join the EMP for us.
I don't have EMP. I said that.
They're Bengal.
Yeah, no.
No smoke for 7 seconds.
Save on me.
Yeah, healing on you.
Just take that.
I got 100 fingers. I'm dead.
Like, this game is just retarded.
Yeah, insanely cursed. Bad fucking luck.
Hal, disheveled with a sigh before moving back on his chair. Qadsiah take them out in a difficult rotate from the south side of zone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we didn't hear a crash out there because, frankly, there wasn't a lot they could do. Nades raining in. It was basically an unplayable entry and rotation there for the Falcons. Sometimes things just go that way in the BR. 13 squads left. Now we also see UNLIMIT getting picked off. Most teams have actually had to shuffle up through the north of Cascades. Liquid had to go that way. They were held out by Fnatic, TSM, Shopify Rebellion. Now they're finally getting into it with Fire Strays as both teams ended up going left.
Don't get too comfortable with the Sheilas and Ramparts, by the way, because Rampart will be banned for the next game as we have more Ramparts in this lobby than any other Legends. Fire Strays backing away. Enemy trying to call in the portal, wanting to reset. They don't like their position. They got burned a good amount before Fire Strays find a different position to go into this next zone, because I know TSM is still within the vicinity and so is Liquid Alienware closer to the Prowler Den.
Yeah, somehow after being in such a close position, there's so many teams around them that you would have thought maybe would force them into each other. I guess there's the big rock to the left of the Spiders that is actually providing just enough cover for them to stay right now. It looks like Liquid Alienware is actually moving in towards Fnatic though. Here we go, Live Ace trying to duck around here, but no amount of movement is going to save you.
Oh my god, TSM's a roach here. By the way, Fnatic though, Colonel Garcia, it's up to him. Oh no, the jump, the horror movie. Fnatic can't keep them away as Liquid get thirded. It's finally the green button for Shopify to take advantage of the opportunity.
Oh, but they disappear. A void passage, the one that allowed them to take out Fnatic, is maybe an exit. No, Liquid Alienware go down.
The two rats that are TSM are in two opposite sides of the southern side of this lobby. You had Gent playing like a bird in the trees, and then there's still that one member of TSM coming in from behind Shopify. They hear him, they're looking behind them, but it's just a matter of time before he's the next one to go out.
RIDDLE desperately trying to set up amped cover in the middle here. They are in the zone, but they've got TSM, Fire Stray, SYRALE, and Shopify Rebellion coming for them right now. Shopify Rebellion, only 8 points. They can use the KB here. Coinful, he's on top of them, but they can't win out.
Shopify get eliminated. Fire Strays now. Cersei goes down. He was one shot originally. They're looking for the reset. They got to build these walls. Gent, who's staying alive in the tree. It's looking to clutch. Oh no, one shot. He can't get the KP that TSM needed, but Shopify get the respawn originally before finally getting collapsed on originally there from the original fight.
Well, you know who's been in the building for a very, very long time. They were originally occupying that position, Vicky, is Gen.G. They are looking over the entire lobby right now. We've got Virtus.pro a little bit below them. And then FaZe Clan is just finishing off SAUL right now. I think one of the members may have managed to get across the wall. Just a solo rat right now. And then we've got Fire Strays and SYRALE playing near each other. Looks like they're in bunkered up positions. Wall-to-wall neighbors down on the south side. Now this is, again, just Gen.G's game. We saw them win that game at Cascades yesterday, Vicky, where, you know, Asia was just every single place that you could think of to hide. He had a drill on you. He was using Maggie to its fullest abilities. And as we've said, with the power amp here, he is going to be throwing those drills out on repeat to make you uncomfortable, to waste your resources, to push you out of good spots.
It's hard to not be a Gen.G fan when they're rocking out on a comp like this and making it work with the Mad Maggie, the Crypto, the Bangalore. Charlie, no, is going to be able to try to hide out from down below here as well as Fire as they're trying to reset. FaZe moving up though. FaZe, the silent but deadly killers in this lobby as they move up. You take a look at their composition, one of the few teams rocking the Watson, and there's too many Cryptos to be a little comfortable here with those fences.
Gen.G with a bit of a focus, I believe that's on Virtus.pro, who should still have position inside the wall. Fire Strays, they lose out. Now we've got FaZe Clan looking to take Legacy, who's just trying to dance around any cover that he can find. It was a futile effort in the end. Kraber car set up there for FaZe.
We're dropping down. FaZe have been able to obtain 7 KP to their name. Kraber ready to go. As he pointed out, Genome with Zane having that, but it looks like he's trying to swap it out here. Gives him all the ammo. It's going to be a swap up in terms of weapons before Nags tries to climb up, see if he can take a different angle, because a Valkyrie is looking at them.
Yeah, well, no Valkyrie on FaZe's side, importantly, right? They do have the altar, so maybe a Void Passage gets them there. I think Virtus.pro surely are playing for a late game skyward dive, so Gen.G just need to keep on top of everyone below them.
But if Gen.G takes too long with this fight, this is just going to allow VP to evac tower on top of their heads for free. A-jump, he fights two. They got to finish this fight, because VP is on the prowl. FaZe tries to survive with the Ultra TP though. They may be able to reset, and now VP have height.
They slam Vicky with the missile swarm. Virtus.pro come in empty. He gets one with that utility, but can they get the rest? I don't think so. Gen.G take out Virtus.pro, and now it is 2 members of FaZe Clan who have just jumped up the evac against the 3 of Gen.G.
Dexter is just him. They stopped the evac push with a Gibby Bubble opportunity in their face, and now it's FaZe down to a duo, but can the Kraber make it sing?
Oh! He doesn't know the He hits the headshot! Dexter's down! All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2, the surprise attack!
Can he get it again, though? It's up to him. He's the last one alive. He has to land these shots in this 1v2. Can they get the rest? He tries to go in, but no EMP available for him. It's just about the information to see where are they positioned behind the pillboxes.
Oh my god, Fnatic. He's got the one weapon that can make crazy things happen here, but it's a 1 versus 2. He sees the silhouette, but they get the slide on him, and Gen.G will win 2 out of 3 games on Storm Point.
Gen.G's like, you can hold that. That was kind of nice, but the dub is even nicer. Gen.G showing why Lightning Rod is so favored, by the way. We love to see 2 Northern Soulfuls. Even better when Gen.G is looking beyond the horizon, uncontested on top of the hill.
And you know what? You're up there at Lightning Rod. It just feels like you're sliding downhill, doesn't it? It's just easy. It's easier on the legs. It's easier on the M&K for these guys who, of course, no aim assist over here, my friends. That was 2 wins, all natural.
Eesh. Show them what you got. Gen.G. They know what's at stake here, Genome. They know where they have to sit in the top 20 to feel comfy. And with 2 dubs on Storm Point, the question comes, can they continue on with Olympus when we make that transition?
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, of course, the #1 seed coming into this. We talked a little bit before about how, you know, Falcons had lost some of their points with the reduction of 0 leaving the team. And that has enabled Gen.G's draft in basically the whole group stage. They've had whatever they wanted. Of course, we will be moving on to, is it Olympus with BBC? Yes, in the next 3 games. And over there, you'll see them get Oasis, right? So it's another first pick for them. Gen.G, 22 points in that game. I mean, we saw them set it up from the longest time. Zone pulled directly to them. They were just reeling it in like it was a fishing line, frankly. And FaZe comes out with 16. Virtus.pro again chipping in with 12. And now we look at the series results to see that Gen.G have already put up 52 points on a single map.
That's crazy. Like, getting that many points, what it does when you have a sponge team in the group stages. We saw what happened yesterday, right? When Falcons had played their first series. Now seeing this right here, when this is the last day to secure the points that you need in the beginning of today, I believe Gen.G was like, what, 26, 27, although everyone was very close together with points.
Yep.
Now they come with an exploding performance, and they elevate themselves to 11th in the overall standings of all teams with that performance alone.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of others we can mention there. Seoul Esports, SAUL, I should say. I think with 17 points already, that means they're basically through. They've done enough already, and now they are trying to push that further and further, go up the rankings and get a good seed going into winner's bracket. Love how SAUL are playing so far in Sapporo.
Hi, man. Oh, these last 3 games have been crazy. I need to hear from the desk right now because we're about to shimmy our way over to Olympus, and the competition's going to get even hotter.
I love it. Thanks, Vicky. And Gino, great job on the cast there. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day, joined by Snipedown, Graceful, and Jayhawk to break down what was a scintillating start here from our first matchup of the day. We saw Gen.G lead the way with 52 points, gentlemen. That is not just a performance. That's a dominant one. And I'm looking at you, Snipe, but I feel like I have to go to Grace because he's the one in the back in the green room talking about how impressed he is with what Gen.G is doing, and also maybe how they're getting a little fortunate, I would say, with some of the plays.
Incredibly fortunate. That first game could have been a 1-2 point game. Instead, they get 21, all because they got saved from that first game specifically. And then, but the most important part when we're looking at it as well is that they're able to close games out. 2 of the games they closed out. The third one, they could have almost even here. As we can see here, Gen.G came from the river side, swinging up top after, waiting for this 3P essentially to get that full-on wipe as the other teams were forced to fight. But when you have this opportunity to pinch teams, they're able to close it out. And when you run Maggie specifically with Crypto, so smooth.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I take away from this Gen.G is that to start the tournament, they won the very first match of the tournament, then dropped 7 points the remainder of the 5 games. Now they win the very first game of this round, keep the momentum rolling. They must have learned something from their past to not just play passive or whatever it was, and then winning another game to cement themselves. I mean, they were one of the bottom 10 teams heading into this. They needed massive days. This has to do wonders for their confidence and just wonders for that team in general.
And I love the point you brought up on making adjustments. That was kind of the storyline of day one, coming in with a strong start, then finishing with 30 or 27 points on the day. But another team who we have to highlight here, you get their win in game 2, and they're in the matchup in the final circle for game 3. It's Virtus.pro.
Absolutely. I'm not surprised at all that Virtus.pro has figured it out. MT, I mean, when you look at the guy's resume, he has maybe more top 10s than anybody. Now, he's never been able to get that win, but he is consistently in finals. He's consistently performing. So them struggling a little bit yesterday, they weren't bad, but they weren't necessarily great. It's not surprising that they went back to the drawing board. They said, okay, what have we done wrong? How can we adjust? And now he's getting them every single endgame.
I think the thing, too, about it is he's a little bit of what Phony was a few seasons ago. Yeah. Getting kicked away from that Zainu Koiful roster, saying it just didn't really work out with MT. He's got something to prove as well.
Absolutely he does. I mean, coming to this roster, this was one that I don't think a lot of people expected to be that great because of the situation where he was removed from his former team. And Virtus.pro, I mean, they were always like a relevant team, but never truly a contender to win it all. And so I think all 3 of those players are hungry.
Rock Esports, FaZe Clan, Qadsiah line out our top 5 alongside Gen.G and Virtus.pro, who we've been mentioning. And right beneath them is Team Falcons alongside UNLIMIT, SAUL, Fnatic, and SYRALE. I want to go back to Falcons, though, Snipe. We led the storylines of today with them. How do you feel they performed thus far, right after we take a look at this graphic here with just the 2 top performers, MT, Slayer, and Lou on Virtus.pro, and Dexter Ziki, and Asia for Gen.G. Just phenomenal. But compare all three of these teams, really, and where do you think Falcons might be lacking versus these teams who are really dominating?
Yeah, I mean, for us, Falcons kind of went into this knowing that they were already going to be qualified going into the next day. So I think for them, I think it's just a consistency thing. It's them trying to find their footing. Maybe Storm Point's not their strong point. I mean, they dominated on it yesterday. Well. Yeah, they dominated on Storm Point yesterday. So now we're going to see what it's like going into Olympus, which is going to be very exciting for them because it's going to be our real first time seeing it out on the main stage. So like I said, going into this, we have another new map. We had E-District last year. We have Olympus now. So it's going to be very interesting to see for the first time on the main stage who are the best teams on this map, because this could be the deciding factor going into the finals.
Now, there were changes for Olympus, but the reason this is interesting for those maybe coming in having not seen Apex Legends for a long time is because this map was notoriously one that pro players went against. They said, it's not ready. We don't want to play this map. After some of the iterations earlier on this year, we've got a chance to finally see it in action. In fact, we have some specifics of where these teams will be dropping, and I want to lean this conversation out towards Graceful and Jayhawk to kind of talk about, from the perspective of a pro, now approaching this new challenge, how do you feel Olympus is, Grace, I'll start with you, ready for pro play, but also what are the new challenges like E-District, like Storm Point, which are distinct to each map that Olympus is going to present to them?
I mean, I feel like they've done so much to the map now, because back in the day when it came out, there was not really a lot of, how should I say, like obstacles in between areas. Like the open areas were just, you were crushed immediately. We see Scout played a lot now, Peter, and also Triple Take, to the degree that if you were even crossing anywhere and you didn't run Jibby, which is why Jibby also became so strong in that specifically, is that you just couldn't cross any open areas. Now, however, with the remake of it, there's so many boxes, so many small nooks and crooks and crannies, small buildings that you can hide behind, and you can actually relocate position to position and make it more, because there's plenty of more areas to play overall in general.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing map. It was obviously one of the fan favorites, and you can see some of the updates here, Jayhawk, but getting it pro ready took some work, and it finally has been accepted here into our ALGS circuit. I think these players are ready. What are you expecting heading into the next three?
I think this is going to be a very chaotic map, obviously, with some of the bans, a lot of the more stabilizing characters like a Caustic or a Newcastle, they're off the board, and so now, you know, a team like Gen.G who's running Mad Maggie, they could be going crazy on Storm Point. Well, the defensive characters are gone, so they could do even more so. There's a lot more open lines of sight here, so I think the Scout is going to be a very oppressive weapon on this map. And I do also want to point out that the most probably overpowered POI on this map, Summers University, unfortunately, Men of Culture are duo. They have that POI, so maybe they're set up for greatness, but right next to them is UNLIMIT at Icarus. I am very worried that UNLIMIT is going to sprint at them immediately and say, you know what, forget about the Icarus loot. Let's go get the Summers University loot instead. So we could be getting some fireworks really early in these games.
I love this conversation, especially with the fact that UNLIMIT is one of our hometown teams. We highlighted it was Fnatic and UNLIMIT. I think both teams have played well. UNLIMIT and Fnatic in the top 10 right now. Could Olympus be the thing to push them up into greatness? A win in this group would certainly secure winners finals, but not only that, it would do wonders for their confidence heading into tomorrow's elimination bracket day. For those who want to watch all of the action, however, your own options expand when you check out Face It Watch. That's right, multi-view in a whole new level. You get a chance to see every rotation from your favorite teams. Keep track of Fnatic and UNLIMIT's journey trying to rise to the top of APAC North with the home crowd behind them. Or pay attention to Team Liquid Alienware. How do they bounce back? What's Gen.G saying? Catch every 1v1, every rotation, and watch the ALGS your way. Check out faceit.com/watch. All right, also, if you want to keep tabs with everything that we're doing on Play Apex, make sure to lock in and connect with all of our socials. We're everywhere now. We've got Play Apex Esports on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, and on TikTok, and twitch.tv/PlayApex for here. All right, let's get some predictions, guys. You know, I've been going for UNLIMIT. I've liked some of their end games. I feel like they still have a chance here. I like the home crowd vibe. Snipe, who do you think is going to come out on top, King of Olympus, for the first time?
Not Alliance.
Not Alliance. That was a little, you know, mistake.
Yeah, I thought hilarious enough. Still picking. No, I do think Falcons is going to bounce back here. I really do expect them to go up the leaderboards.
Okay.
Honestly, I really want to see Liquid. They're still in that bottom 10 right now of this bracket, and they need to step it up big time. I do want to see them just for the storylines itself. I don't want to see them have to go through the elimination bracket.
Right.
I want to see some pickup here going into these final few rounds. Otherwise, I am going to be nervous for them.
You know, and sometimes the elimination bracket, it does revive you.
Yes,
you know, it does put you in that trial by fire, and you come out stronger. Grace, who do you have for Olympus coming up?
Yeah, I think I'll go with my gut feeling of Falcons for sure.
Falcons,
Because,
okay.
I think that it's not to the point where Stormpoint is kind of the way where a lot of people play the same way. When we saw the macro on the minimap specifically, everybody had the same macro, which is why the same teams ran into each other over and over. I think this one people haven't figured out to the same degree. No way they have. So it's the debut.
Yeah.
So now I think that Falcons, however, I remember competing against Hal on this map when he had Fuel Depot and everything. He knows the macro. I would like to believe better than most teams, and I think he can use that to his advantage.
Always hard to doubt Imperial Hal. Jay, last one for you. Who do you think's got Olympus after 3?
Listen, I agree with Falcons, but I feel like it'd be boring if we all go with Falcons. So they're going to do good, but I brought up UNLIMIT there. I really do think that that loot advantage for them, having Icarus, if they go after Men of Culture, getting Summers University and Elysium, I mean, that means you have 3 chances at ring consoles, multiple survey beacons, multiple tridents, every gun arsenal, and all the loot you want in the game. If they get that in a chaotic map and they're a team that thrives in chaos, I think UNLIMIT could drop a big set.
All the resources, all the macro there, maybe just setting them up to do what they do best, which is win those 3v3 fights. All right, we've got our predictions here. What do you think in the chat? The debut of Olympus at the Year 5 ALGS Championship is underway as we kick it to our casters who are ready to bring home some fun and exciting action for the very first time. We've got SpiderTiff and, of course, Dia.
Guys, thank you so much. It's been crazy to think about the fact that we have Olympus here in competitive ALGS. And of course, why not make it live here in Sapporo, right? So let's just rip off the Band-Aid, get into the chaos, Dia, because I don't even know what to expect.
This is some of my favorite stuff in all the video games that I've played ever. It is all about how you solve a problem, a new problem, and for our professional players, that problem is Olympus today. It's the first time that it is being played not just on the world stage, but certainly within this tournament. They haven't had the chance to play Olympus just yet, outside of the scrims that I know they've been practicing, but as any professional on that stage will tell you, scrims have played out totally differently than what we have seen over the last now 2 days.
Well, that's very like what we were to expect. Coming in, it's so hard to bank what we've seen over the past few weeks, even months in scrims. But as we look at the map rotation, this is kind of the story that we're getting as we move into Olympus. Gen.G taking home 2 nice wins, sets them up for perfection. But not only that, we've got Caustic, we've got Newcastle, we have Rampart Band. If scrims are to be told, Bangalore is the next legend that usually goes out.
And I want to really hammer this home here. We're going into Olympus with Newcastle and Rampart both banned. No sorts of mobile cover, which on Olympus is arguably the thing you need most. I love that you bring up Bangalore because the smoke is arguably the most cover you can get out of a legend right now, and even that will likely not last us all 3 games. We do have a lot to focus on, especially as we go to different areas of Olympus that do tend to play out really differently. So as we get our first taste in competitive of these different sections of Olympus, we'll get to experience exactly how that looks when you put the best players in the world on a completely new map.
I know we got a good brief look there at the POI draft and a couple heavy hitting. I love that they highlighted Men of Culture there, but we do have the estimated top 20 points, right? We are all fighting out in the group stage to get that better seeding. 90 points. It's pretty low, Dia, and a lot of teams are still looking to make their mark at that score line. A couple heavy hitters, they were situated about 30, 35 points outside that margin, and I'm like, that's a good series. That's a normal series.
Yeah.
So you should, in theory, be able to do it. But when you turn around, you look at the score lines and things, you know, just aren't working for some of our teams here. So turn it around.
So yeah, some of our squads certainly haven't been able to make it click, whatever it may be for them this tournament. Not everybody's going to find that at the right time. Some teams may not find it at all, but that's what we test here. When we get the best players in the world. And Tiff, it's time for Olympus.
It's so beautiful. I remember the first time that I dropped into Olympus years ago. It was so colorful. Hydroponics was actually one of my favorite drop spots when it came through. I believe the Falcons have actually locked that one in. It's going to be a great starting point for them. You have a ton of areas to loot. You've got the whole entire underground, and then you can really move out quickly, and it mirrors kind of how they played on Stormpoint from Cenote Cave. Unfortunately, they didn't get Lightning Rod. They had a ton of zones that pulled up to the north, which quite frankly probably was bad for them. But this is where you start. The first time, baby, onto Olympus for Apex Comp. Oh my God, Dia, let's get it.
You can hear the excitement in the Sapporo Dome as our players hit Olympus for that very first time. Gen.G, the team that we'll be keeping our eyes on to begin. They dominated Stormpoint. Can they do the same starting from Oasis here?
I mean, look, Oasis is juiced. I gotta say, there's a lot of loot there in the bottom of high caliber. Plus, you do have the ability to grab the nearby Trident. You can hit quick rotates. You're already feeling confident after the fights that you've been taking. And plus, you know, we saw moments of brilliance out of them in day number 1 from the groups. We thought, hey, you called them a group stage team. You're like, they are gonna pop off here. Sure, it's slowly tapered, but this is the Gen.G we were expecting yesterday, and hopefully they maintain this form.
Absolutely. Like this is the exact style that you need to be playing as Gen.G. This is your strength, and especially last game, we really saw that strength play out. The fact that they were able to take such a fantastic building on Stormpoint with no ring console at all was absolutely wild and completely threw that game in their favor. It will be a little bit of a different run for them this time, as our very first Olympus zone is going to be pulling us up towards Rift.
Well, I've got some bad news for you. Fnatic up in Rift don't have a ring console. And that is not what you want. Anytime you have an influx of so many teams trying to carve their path into Rift, you're going to see a lot of congestion, especially over towards the Garden area. Shopify Rebellion, Liquid Alienware, who have Grow Towers, and SAUL TSM, they're already getting into it. I hear the res in the back corner. Sharky's down. Jesco in Legacy. Where do you go from here? Do you try to recover? Do you take that fight onto Gen? Panic's already low.
This is a 2v2. Legacy could do this. White shields, though, doesn't mean that he's got to play that much more carefully. And backing off, does have Jesco on the high ground with him. Jesco and Legacy, I mean, this duo has been together for longer than some people's competitive Apex careers, and they know when it's time to cut and run.
I was gonna say, well, you know, that's not hard to do. We still got some teams that take a lot of roster changes pretty quickly, but I do think that it's smart for them to run. The issue is you can't go 3 or down a player into Rift. You're already there.
SAUL, TSM, and now REIGNITE all have the right idea, especially in Rift zones. Playing the wall between Power Grid and Rift, especially as you move up further north, gives you a lot of longevity, can likely get you into a top 10, certainly top 5 maybe situation. But the further north you go, and specifically on the line between Power Grid and Rift itself, the safer you are. I like where Rock are at, and I'm liking where SYRALE are at.
These buildings are so critical to have. I prefer kind of the one that reignites in. However, when people do tend to rotate into this, it is the one that they're going to go for first. So Rock's brilliant, but I do think that when I'm looking at this map POV, we're going to wait for that pop to come through. I don't think Bangalore's leaving us.
No, that's entirely possible. I kind of want to count right now, and I also
don't
I'm not looking at everything else.
We don't do math on broadcast.
Men of Culture walking up on Unlimited. We did talk about that fight perhaps going down. It was Jayhawk that pointed that out on the desk, and UNLIMIT rocketing towards Icarus right now, so we're likely going to see that clash soon. Outside of that, Fnatic seem pretty solid up in Rift, and FaZe Clan RIDDLE could be an interesting fight in Power Grid.
The best part is if you have all these teams so quickly rotating to Rift, you make that mental call. You say, hey, they're all coming here. We stay, we cement our spot, and we chow anyone that looks to take it from us because they're confident in that regards. For Men of Culture, they've got nothing to lose. They're a duo. Aveki missed his flight by, what, 5 minutes yesterday? Someone's got a voodoo doll of that kid, and he just wants to play Apex, okay? So he'll be here tomorrow for the bracket stages, and his team is just trying to hold on. Yulari, man, that's a key player here for UNLIMIT. Takes a significant amount of damage. And they're kind of doing a diversion here, dropping down 3 of these balloons and be like, I'm not sure which one I'm going to take, but distracting Men of Culture will keep them alive, hopefully, because they have been so difficult to fight against.
Honestly, even the fact that UNLIMIT haven't been able to do this is wild. And SAUL, so unluckily, went through Stabilizer to try and find a respawn and ultimately run into Gen.G, who are running at the zone, this time from the western side of the map.
Okay, well, I don't know. Doesn't look too good for Men of Culture. Especially when you're able to take that high ground. You control this and you keep them out here into that. There we go. Nice little knock. My question is, where did Floating go? Was he able to disappear? No, not going to get out. Peace had his name and took it. Men of Culture, your team out.
Yeah, the fact that we now have 2 teams out and Men of Culture were once again not the first team to fall. And the duo continues to impress, but we'll have to see what they do next game. Gen.G were the ones to draw first blood. They hit us with the Red Bull first strike, and now we'll see what they're able to do as their next move does have to be into Power Grid. It can take as long as they like. They've still got about a ring and a half to do it.
Well, if you missed that first strike, let's go ahead and run it back. There is a nice replay of the first team exiting. Olympus, your first time in camp on LAN, and it's Gen.G rolling up on a Trident play. Catwall's down, vision impaired, and SAUL gets deleted.
Through the Valk ult as well. Catwall plus Valk ult and Trident beats it all. That was our Red Bull first strike, and a look back at it was wonderful context to have for a Gen.G that, as we said, dominated Storm Point, seems to be taking that very same energy onto Olympus. They are very far from everyone else, though, and the real focus does have to be on the teams in Rift, because as much as Olympus has a lot of space around it, a lot of open space, little cover, Power Grid, that's not true of. There's so many spaces to sit in buildings in Power Grid that getting through there for Gen.G actually could be quite difficult.
Yeah, but honestly, they've got the Ash pick. No one else is running that, so you pop the ultimate and you just kind of cover a lot of ground quickly. That's kind of how they've been fighting, just really using these off-meta, off-lobby picks and just taking it to the end. It's kind of like the Aurora of old. I'm talking like 3 years ago when we first saw Mad Maggie in comp. Things got wild.
It was, I mean, any team that can run at people and run at them successfully is definitely a team to be afraid of. And group stage is often when we find those squads, but it is very few of them that actually make it into our match point finals. So keep your eyes on those squads for now, and then they'll be really tested during the elimination phase. 5 Fears are one of the squads that, as we talked about, have chosen to bunker up in Power Grid. This building, honestly, not fantastic for them. It likely has them leaving around the mid game unless they get very lucky with some fights, because when you're not so far north in Power Grid, you've got too many teams to go through to make it a sure thing.
You're not wrong. I'm looking kind of at the economy that the players have. I saw 5 frags on 1. Aflo has 3. But the difficulty surrounding this is you have Riddle ordered towards your north, but enough about that. You said Rock. You're like, I love this building for them. Sauce is down. It can be difficult to defend, especially when you don't have the Rampart amped covers to throw down. Vax was a moment where he had to defend the team trying to escape just a couple maps prior. What is he going to do here on the Crypto? Get the drone up, get that information. But VP is still waiting to make this happen.
Exxon almost got double swung there, but it is a nice reset from Rock. It's difficult to defend these buildings, but by the same token, it's difficult to push them. Virtus.pro might really want to pick a fight with Rock, but REIGNITE and SYRALE are both right there.
Oh, but Gen.G elsewhere. You see the EMP go down, but Asia is as well. Dexter and Zicky through the door, the fire, the flames. He grabs a knock on to Johnner and still gets traded out. The chaos, the start they go. Cupid Esports, get out of here, Zicky. We need a reset, but not gonna get it here. Falcons on a Trident play, pull up and send Gen.G packing.
A little bit of taste of their own medicine for Gen.G as the Trident roll up really does end them quickly. Cupid, though, getting a big turnaround on there through the Bangalore ult does at least leave Gen.G with 6 KP as they exit this lobby. No, 5 KP since there was a duo.
A lot of kills. Looking for more, but they'll have to get it in the next match. For now, back to more Trident gameplay as we cruise through Fight Night, which is so lovely to see here on the main stage. And guys, we're gonna keep on moving forward. This is where you see all of those teams, but I think we're getting thrown up, we're getting blown up, and we're just trying to survive, okay?
Falcons are dealing with the same problem that Gen.G were earlier, where yes, you may have won this skirmish for the western side of zone, and now what do you get for it? You have to walk through power grid. That's the unfortunate reality for these squads, but it's great that we look up north here again. Remember TSM who fought SAUL earlier? Well, that fight has resulted in them having the northernmost buildings. Maybe difficult to win a game from here, but placing top 3 and having the chance to win, absolutely tenable from TSM's spot that gets even better.
Oh, this pull, oh my gosh. My heart.
I mean, this is TSM's dream scenario, and it all of a sudden makes that early 50-50 against SAUL so worth it.
Well, if I'm Qadsiah and I'm in 5th place overall in the series thus far, I am just ecstatic. For SYRALE, of course, they're going to have to guard through the entire lobby at this point, with 16 total teams trying to fight into such a small space. 5 Fears and Fnatic, they're going to say, we're hitting the road first.
Fnatic have a difficult spot. They can actually play this wall. It's difficult for the TSM to unseat them, but Fnatic choose not to play the western side of the wall and instead commit hard into power grid.
Oh.
I don't know if they had a read on whether this building was empty or not, but Valkyrie certainly helped them out there, and they're lucky to have rotated so quickly as to avoid a real crowding of power grid that would have denied them that position. Now, Fnatic have placed themselves directly in front of Falcons, and, I mean, there's going to be a fight here in at least the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, so start thinking about what that opening is going to look like for you. Imperial, how they're connecting a couple of those triple takes allows them a moment to walk up. You've got the bang smokes for cover thanks to Guild over there, but the fact that we've gotten this in an EMP2 invest, the armor disparity is in favor of Falcons, and Yuka goes down. The stairway fight is the nastiest thing I've seen, but as that goes through, you have to thank Waltzy there for staying healthy as Fnatic fall. Waltzy actually leads the team in kills thus far on this series for the Falcons.
I mean, amazing play out of Waltzy and Hal, and great portal out of Hal. Right off the EMP, it was one Ultra Q to take them directly into the building. They finished the fight so fast that Falcons don't even really get pushed or punished for this in any way, and don't have to worry about the third party coming in from Qadsiah, their next door neighbors.
I was curious where that loot was getting slurped off to, and I think Qadsiah is getting the altar moving and trying to be like, yeah, we'll take some of that. Thank you so much for doing the work over there. Hotdog Mafia, not the best start for them here in this series, and that's okay. It's always room for improvement. You've made it over to Rift. Everyone has kind of decided we've left already. So when you've got Fire Strays down there on the low ground, how do you tackle that? I've got to hear the comms.
It's on.
We need to just play to kill this team under us.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Give me an ult, Excel. Let me get my TP back. I'll put a new one down, and then and then I'm gonna jump off and angle them from the wide right. I don't think that they're altar.
No, it's Watson something. They're just tucked, bro. They're just hard tucked.
They're watching crypto, but I haven't seen their altar. Putting my
TP
TP
here.
They're getting putting my TP here, and I'm jumping off wide.
I'm gonna EMP this. I'm gonna EMP this. One died.
Wait.
One died.
Not necessary.
They're fighting.
Peek on me, guys. Peek on me.
I'm getting shot across the map. I have to bat. I can't help. Cannot help batting.
Ping. Can we come to you? Can we come to you?
Yes.
I'm signed down. Can't mimic it.
On my back, bro. On the ledge. On the ledge. You can
TP back. Rezzing.
We cannot let this team reset.
Yeah, I know. We just need to queue down and
They're
wipe
right
them.
here.
We need to just queue down and wipe them.
He's playing double knockdown here.
Jump, bro.
Okay.
They're gonna die. They should just die. Don't die on your back.
Right. Just care.
Breaking that.
I'm dead.
Get up. Give us Q. Take Q. Yeah. Keep it.
There's a guy up here.
Rock have the right idea, and fortunately they have a backup plan. But moving on up to the high ground, Shopify Rebellion know exactly where they have gone and are coming up to punish this. FYR Strays have gone down in the meantime, as have Rock during the course of that listening. Shopify are not able to punish on the high ground, but the problem still remains the same problem that Hotdog Mafia were dealing with just now. How do you get through this rotation with TSM just ahead of you? Hotdog Mafia, no chance, no choice. They're gonna fall.
Well, as round 4 continues to close, a lot more are going to join them. You see T-Law having difficulty because VP's reaping the south side of this lobby. They're the ones that took down Rock, and they have actually set Liquid Alienware in their sights. Hotdog Mafia, hopefully Skittle survives, but now we've got a new challenger emerging. It's UNLIMIT. They said, TSM, you've been the ruler of the North for too long on Olympus. We want some of that. But tucking themselves down on the low ground, we need some critical Sky nades.
Yeah, Valculting onto this low ground actually
potentially could be the thing that saves UNLIMIT's game, but they do need enough teams in the area. Currently, you have TSM and Qadsiah both keeping each other honest. TSM can't commit to UNLIMIT, and that is the very thing that UNLIMIT want. The unfortunate part of this is that the next ring does mean that UNLIMIT have very little space to play on the low ground, and TSM are still in a fantastic position.
But they're in the north, and this is great for them. We saw so many teams just fall. SYRALE is actually going to be the team that has survived the longest. They've stopped VP in their tracks, and FaZe towards the west. 5 Fears in their sights, Nags down, and, well, let's go ahead. Hit a little brief there on the melee, and maybe alter Void Passage throughout. Can we survive Zane?
Apex Legends is a horror game. Apex Legends is a horror game. FaZe Clan are gone. 5 years, take them out.
Yeah, that's not what I was expecting to happen, but that's okay. Down to 8 teams left. Someone's got a Kraber. It's going to be Tida from RIDDLE, and they're just ahead of 5 Fears.
Falcons suffering a loss as well. You do wonder whether RIDDLE end up pushing that. Alter still available means that these early pushes can just really rip. I say it early. We're basically at the end of the game. We are coming up on the last couple of zones. RIDDLE still have the chance to deal some serious damage. 9 bullets left in this Kraber for Tida.
Oh, we're going the distance with this. This is going to carry us through the end game because that essentially the wall that is separating the Rift side from the Power Grid side is disgusting to contend with, but a Gibby bubble to open things up. Get into this building. Void Passage to the roof. The hipfire doesn't connect, but we got the double Mozams for a clutch moment. Back on down to hit a moment of retrieval, but it's this goose egg chase, and Walsey will be found. Move on down. Melstera and Tida trying to unseat the Falcons, and goodbye NA.
Well, Falcons go out. RIDDLE, they don't win this fight, and unfortunately it is mutually assured destruction for these squads as 5 Fears are going to collect the kills, likely being that last squad, as unlikely as we said it was, left. Nice shot out of Tida. Can't finish the kill though. The Bangalore smoke providing important cover.
It really is, but now we've just got the knockdown shield. Only a few more seconds until we're forced to move into the firing squad of 5 Fears. The nade, the ult, it's denied, and unfortunately we're not getting through this. 5 Fears, the only team to survive from the west, straight into Qadsiah. No kills on the board. No kills on the board. They need these.
And they get aggressive on it too. Qadsiah really want to finish this fight, but remember, TSM are right next door to them. EMP going to be thrown out. And Shopify Rebellion, who are playing from so far away, now have the only spot on this. Never mind, it's 5 Fears.
Oh, we've got kills. We've got points. Let's keep it moving, Shopify. We need a good game out of this. And Koiful, Zainu working to perfection alongside the leadership of Zap here.
Everybody wants Shopify Rebellion spot.
What's UNLIMIT going to do here? We got to get to the high ground. Do we have ult?
They actually should have Valk ult. I don't think they want to use it. But
no, but he's going up. He's setting the information. We're climbing. We're working. Little mountain goats.
I really would not hate Valk ulting rather than trying to fight TSM, but if you get a knock, Shopify Rebellion end up helping with that, and that is huge, opening things up for UNLIMIT.
Oh my gosh. We're just kind of peeking through. The Whip has to grab another panic. I'm panicking.
Great patience from Exuvi as well. Ularamens, Maggie Ball should finish off TSM in here. There has been a small reset. Maggie Drill going to do a lot of damage though. Subi taking the other side again, and TSM, who have long reigned in the north, will go down. UNLIMIT reset inside this building. We've got Qadsiah, we've got Shopify Rebellion, and remember, with Alter still in this game, this wall basically doesn't exist to these two squads.
No, it really doesn't, but we're going to pretend it does for now. As we turn to Shopify Rebellion, they're going to likely swing onto Qadsiah. Thank God for the G7 scout for the mid-range, and pricey. I see the Kraber, we get it. This is what it looks like to be absolutely juiced on loot, and UNLIMIT full send onto Qadsiah. They get evicted, and we turn to the last draw.
It has to come down to that very same P2020 Kraber combination that we just saw, because Shopify Rebellion, they have all the space in the world. And in Apex, space means everything. Qadsiah try and get aggressive. It just does not work. Shopify Rebellion, they've got all the space in the world. They've got all the time in the world, and they have our first ever win on Olympus.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, welcome to the group stage. A weight that was massive, sitting on the shoulders, has been lifted. Sometimes we just wait for the first win of the group series that just unlocks everything. The celebration coming through. Zainu's like, yes, we freaking did that. And honestly, that's a stat to tout.
12 kills with the win as well. So this is not a win they casually walked into. I really got to applaud Shopify Rebellion, especially because we took the early listen-in with Hotdog Mafia as they were attempting to punish a Shopify Rebellion that really had very little options. Once TSM started contributing, though, Shopify Rebellion took that inch and they expanded it into a mile, helping take out Hotdog Mafia and then slowly, systematically wiping out every other squad left in Rift.
And look at that. 12 KP, 12 placement points, a 24-point game. That was much needed. Honestly, solid performance out of Qadsiah Esports and UNLIMIT there with, I think, is a stellar game, 12 and 14 points. And you look at the rest of the lobby, right? We have 9, 8, 6 Riddle Order Falcons. That could have been a nice game for them as they were looking to work up the western side of things. It's just that pull towards TSM, it's tough, right? Because TSM finds themselves 4th overall with 6 points, but they only got 1 KP there. That's a costly. Anytime the zone comes to you, you've got to find opportunities to get kills, and they just couldn't do it.
I think it's a fantastic spot physically that they were in, but you can see how Shopify Rebellion, who did not have that blessing, had to work through a lot in order to get here, and that came with kills. So when you are in a bit of a safer spot, like you say, taking those extensions, taking up a lot of space, not letting Qadsiah coexist with you as an example, can really be the difference between a Shopify Rebellion-like win and where TSM ultimately sat, which is not bad, still 6 points, but could have been a whole lot better given their position.
They were trying. We constantly saw on the map they were moving, looking for opportunities. It didn't come through. That's okay. 2 more on Olympus to make that happen. But the series results as they stand, Gen.G Esports banking off the 2 wins, 57 points. Qadsiah still remaining top 5. Shopify Rebellion, after a 24-point game, leaps up the leaderboard. And UNLIMIT, a lot of us talent team did protect them as a team to watch before this gameplay for ALGS Year 5 champs even started. And yeah, you know Don feeling good. Don feeling good about that. He's like, yeah, buddy, we did it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic feeling for Shopify Rebellion, especially because they were one of the wonky teams yesterday. Onset and Gaskin were talking about this at the very end of the day, and it was an important thing to note that when we have an underperformance like this from Shopify Rebellion, the question doesn't become, like, what do we expect from this team? We're expecting the same thing. It's just about whether they can get there or not. That's the new challenge that they've set for themselves, and it is nice to see them achieving it, especially on Olympus, where so many variables come into play, especially around how teams are going to deal with the new map. We really see the Shopify Rebellion, they've got one standard strategy locked down, and if it didn't work for them yesterday, it is working today.
Plus the volatile map Olympus is, so it's just going to keep on moving, and I can't be more excited. Qadsiah, they're falling a team. Falcons, kind of crazy, guys, but we still have 2 more maps on Olympus. Let's get into it after this break.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Inside the premise dome. New dreams in the dome.
Yeah. Rookie. Yeah. 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスターピンじゃなくてマスターヨーダえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対遠く聞いてよかったね俺がレなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ち慣れましがた街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で道の猛作パタヤでも忙しその後父さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるニルランド俺たちのビーフピースタンド
Razer, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Swing left, swing right. Yeah, right. Watch your team. One HP in the bang, They're gonna get through, Wait, guys, wait.
I need team 4.
Come back. No, you guys need team 4.
Bring it back,
As soon as you get it, use it, okay? Just throw it out, don't go and drop.
I'm getting drone. Ready?
Yeah. Go down.
You through.
We're gonna get them.
Put the left.
Go.
Welcome back, Legends, to Day 2 of the Year 5 Apex Legends Global Series Championship, live from Sapporo, Japan. And my God, must I say, it's beautiful out there on the streets. I don't know about you, Dia, but I've been walking around every day. I've stumbled. I think my 7-month-old just went to the aquarium today.
Oh, amazing. I haven't gotten a chance to go to the aquarium yet, although I am planning to go after the event. Sapporo has so many wonderful things to offer. Of course, among them, the Apex Legends World Championship. But we've had a lot of support from the city. We've been very fortunate in the last year, and we will be next year to continue our partnership with the city of Sapporo in bringing some fantastic Apex Legends to this wonderful city and this wonderful country of Japan. But I got the chance to talk to some of the representatives that came out from the city of Sapporo to the event today about what they're doing outside of just the Apex Legends World Championship and in supporting local game development and passion. And it was really wonderful. I didn't know that they ran this, but they've got a whole game camp set up here. It's called the Sapporo Game Camp, where they partner with local universities, local high schools, in order to provide training on how to design, create games, so that one day you might not just play in the next Apex Legends World Championship, you might end up helping develop the next Apex Legends World Championship. And it's really wonderful that we're seeing that span not just from hosting the event, but across the entire city, helping support their youth to get onto this stage.
Who would have thought? I absolutely love that. Now, my age here is going to date me, but this would have never happened like 10 years ago. And to see how much gaming has grown and become wildly accepted, it's very widespread. And you've got all of these teams that, you know, their ages are variety, like a 16 to some north of 30, and it's just so cool. You got so many fans out here, the growth of the families, all to witness greatness, the potential to hoist that trophy on Sunday and cement your dynasty in Sapporo.
We're getting that much closer with every match. We talked about the 90-point cutoff that is coming up at us, and even though it is the second day of group stages, I think we really should emphasize this is functionally a much shorter day. Yesterday, we had 2 matches on main stage, and we had 2 matches on B stream. Today, we've just got 2 matches. We're playing the last third of the group stage today, and so while you said 90 points doesn't seem that far away from some teams, it's because for all the teams on stage right now, this is the last group stage match that they're going to play in the entire tournament.
Ooh, that's scary. I don't like thinking about that, because then that means we're that much closer to the bracket stages, that much closer to sending some of these players home who have spent the last year of their life putting everything into this. You know how many times we talk to players and they talk about the mental fortitude that it requires, the hours of scrims, the hours in the gym. I'm looking at Sykes right here. Dude's been grinding in the gym, working on not only that, because once you have your mental and your physical fitness in check, usually that translates into game, because you feel good, you play good.
It genuinely translates really well. I mean, talk about things that you wouldn't have seen a couple of years ago. You wouldn't have seen people correlating in-game performance with fitness outside the game. But it's really been helpful for a lot of these players, and you notice that as players continue to improve, as they continue to reach higher heights on the world stage, they start getting into the gym. And hey, if you do end up going home tomorrow, maybe go to the aquarium.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not
oh,
you.
Oh, I was like, wow.
Not you.
Wow, bro. I just got banned from the caster booth. Evicting me out of here. Doesn't like what I'm doing anymore. You know what? Where's Graceful? Where's Graceful? I hear he's available.
Lock in tip. We got Game 2 of Olympus coming up. I need you.
Okay, we got this. I did see that the Legend ban was actually going to be Alter. So you think about the historical scrims performance, that usually who's going to be banned. It was typically Bangalore. Alter usually goes out after Game 6, which really wouldn't matter for this 6-game series. So seeing Alter come through here, no more of those Void Passage building plays. So you're going to feel slightly safer in some of your homes, but this is very dependent on where we're going. A power grid, that's going to be really important for Alter. But let's say we go over to the east. We go back onto that Grow Towers-esque ending, similar to where Liquid Alienware starts. You got Gardens, that Shopify Rebellion. A lot of those squads run into each other early on, but that's only if we stay maybe in that vicinity.
Yeah, the value of Alter was really evident in the last game, especially with us talking about how the wall between Power Grid and Rift basically became a formality. We saw Qadsiah make their push off that. We saw Falcons make their push with Alter into Power Grid as well. The other legend that, of course, was super impactful last game was Valkyrie, completely changing the game, and that, at the very least, is going to stay with us. So the truth that you can rapidly relocate in a mid-game scenario that does not favor you, still going to be arguably the most important tool for these teams coming into Game 5.
Well, as we start with Shopify, wait, Men of Culture, we're not starting with Shopify, we're going back to the Men of Culture, who are the Men of Violence, floating on Horizon, and you've got Sparrow in the mix. The niche picks not gonna start here. Yulari Man said, bro, get out of here. We don't even want to see you nearby us. You know, I almost said something. After watching so many hours of Wigs scrims, we gotta lock it in, baby. UNLIMIT sent Men of Culture packing, not gonna give them another first strike. Instead, they take one for their own.
Yeah, this was a nice way for UNLIMIT to change the game. We talked about, rather, as I said, Jayhawk talked about the chance that UNLIMIT would just go for these kills, and quite rightly so did they do that in our second game. You get that much more aggressive early when the 3v2 is much more apparent. Once you let people pick up attachments and things like that, suddenly a 2v3 becomes very feasible, especially for a roster like Men of Culture, and a partial roster at that. Our next zone, however, going to be a little bit different. We are heading back to the home of Gen.G in Oasis, which will unfortunately deny them the ability to play Edge.
Yo, this is actually gonna be crazy. Qadsiah moving really quickly. They play on the buildings out behind Oasis, and they just get jumped on. They sense that. Gen.G says, we cannot let a team live back here because it can be difficult to push, right? You leave out Alter, but Crypto's still in play. We're going to have EMPs that are gonna change the tides of fights. Similarly, we saw it happen with this 5 Years Cupid Esports environment, but that Spitfire, it just keeps going.
Havoc in hand as well. Fifth could do some work.
Oh.
Being right outside here, though, I wouldn't really take this fight to its conclusion. Cupid Esports already got what they would have liked, which is the singular kill, and now a little bit of safety for both 5 Fears and them. Could go a much longer way. They're going to get some important data around where the 2 remaining members of 5 Fears are, but they'll also know that REIGNITE is in the area, so it may be better not to push your luck.
It's tough because for Cupid Esports, they need as many points as they can get. But when you get into a desperate situation, sometimes, like you said, you can take fights that you don't need, and then other teams will say, we are pushing in on this. Falcons, who grab that Trident and immediately start sensing. You've got Waltzy dropping the EMP straight onto Hotdog Mafia's face, and this opens the door for Hal, who said, kills 2,000, that's the number he's seeking. It's just a number. We want the win.
Oh, it's going to go down. Do we get another knock here? Likely so. They've actually taken the Trident for themselves, and Falcons can use that to chase down the duo. That really nice set him up, knock him down combination for the Falcons as Waltzy's walking right over Skittle as well. Will they end up finding him? Gen.G in yet another engagement, this time not going nearly as well for them, and Gen.G will go down. S8UL being the ones to supplant them.
I'm okay with that push from Sharky. It's a dangerous situation to be back here in these open areas, but with Bangalore not getting banned, you've got the smokes, the ferrofluid coming down, and with Jesco, you've got Lou at the helm of this, and they have been rather tough to contend with in this series. Now, mind you, they're about 10 points shy of taking the leader from Gen.G.
I can't believe FaZe hit that nade and didn't push off of it. It's just, it's incredibly difficult. Like, the low amount of cover.
Wait, Cupid took down REIGNITE. REIGNITE was gaping even them. Falcons finish off Hotdog Mafia, but I'm going to check on that one later.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Cupid and REIGNITE clashing. I know that Cupid saw this coming. Perhaps REIGNITE didn't have the necessary scouting. Virtus.pro going to be playing the south side right now. And honestly, it's not a terrible spot in Oasis. There aren't too many sightlines onto Virtus.pro right now. The real concern does have to be what SAUL do, how aggressive they get in the mid game. And Falcons will be approaching from the south as well, so maybe Virtus.pro will eventually think about that.
Yeah, historically, when it comes to Olympus in scrims, Falcons had really strong performances on the Storm Point side of this series. That actually didn't happen here when it came to the main stage, so they're having to make up for it on the back half in Olympus. So knowing that I've seen wins come from them on Olympus, I was nervous for that first match, match number 4, but match number 5 can be the game changer. So pop into the drone, look for the information. We're going to have to deal with fire strays before we can focus on the move. And as they roll up a whole buffet on a Trident, let's go Waltzy, crack those shields. Here comes the Bangalore ult, and we are expending all of the ultimates for this.
Catwall, once again going to be used defensively, but Falcons use it offensively, cutting the line for Fire Strays. So many nades raining down. It's like a pocket Gibby ult in here, but with Fire Strays playing the low ground, they will double swing up onto the height, holding hands, as Graceful would say, and moving up onto Falcons. They've done enough damage. The mechanics are there. Fire Strays could win this fight.
Well, take me back to 2023, and Fallout once said that enemy was the young gun prodigy, and now reunited alongside Crook. You throw them in there with Cersei, and they've got to hold tight because the Falcons are formidable. Team Liquid Alienware, we've been waiting for a power series out of them, and right now they're turtled up in the middle of a Gibby ult, and I'm not feeling safe.
Pretty nice pylon to help them for now. Fire Strays end up getting a respawn, but it's unfortunate with Crook having gone down earlier. The numbers just aren't there, and Falcons are able to take the fight finish. Liquid Alienware perhaps about to win a fight as well.
That's a happy fence. That's a happy fence. Sauce down throughout. And Sykes just off the back of the 2 knockdown shields. Just a mere half a second gets it. They know if they come through this, but Vaxlon says, I accept the challenge, and Sykes denies it.
How many times are we going to swing Sykes right now? Gets the shield swap, goes
Try
for the res again. He should get 0 up. Surely Rock don't come back for this.
There it is. Oh my God, we're just hanging in there. We can't let them reset. I mean, it's going to be tough to get Funk back into it when you've got so many teams looking at you. And despite that, Rock does get the resets. They're safe inside the building, but not for long. Look at where we've got to go. I'm waiting for this circle to collapse because for the majority of our teams that are inside that next circle, Dia, we are all on top of each other.
Yeah, and the outside's so sparse as well. UNLIMIT over at Hammond. 5 Fears and Cupid could run into each other at Terminal. 5 Fears have actually been playing pretty aggressively in this game. We remember their fight with REIGNITE earlier. Falcons going to be coming from the south side as well. So the whole estates crossing is almost certainly going to result in some engagements. I'd like to see Falcons continue to play the south side over here, not commit all the way into Oasis until they absolutely have to. But when it comes to the center, I mean, I like Rock's position, Virtus.pro, SAUL, they've all got good spots.
Ooh, there's a reset. Welcome back, Funk. So here's the deal. I hate where Team Falcons are rotating in from. You have to drop on down. You've got the zip, the open grass. It's just going to be difficult because you do have Rock Esports on that high ground, VP out in the back, and they're all going to be staring at them.
I'm really surprised Liquid Alienware got this Valk ult off to get them to the outside. I mean, it does free up a little bit of space inside of Oasis that Rock should be able to make use of, especially with the amount of pressure they were applying to Liquid earlier. But it gives us another question, right? With all the teams that we saw approaching from the south side, that seems to be where we're going to get the most action. Liquid Alienware now have to rotate in from the north, and that's where Fnatic are gatekeeping.
This is interesting. Do you hate fighting in these buildings as much as I do? Because now it's isolated, and Shopify Rebellion taking on TSM. A couple nades to start investing some of that brunt damage. But Shopify, they feel confident after that end game. And Cupid Esports, this is back towards the south. UNLIMIT on the other side, and they are just burning through and through. Yulari, man, great for getting that bat off. This is what Valk allows you to do. You can be so evasive and hard to track down, and you just keep popping from different angles. And with Peace really using the bang ult to section things off, you could almost turn this fight around, which they have.
Yulariman's Maggie drills have been really clutch for the team today, applying crazy pressure, especially in their game on Storm Point over at Wall, and now bringing them into what is currently a 4th place in the lobby on Olympus. I'm going to call it 1.5 games left to go, so we'll see how far they can push this. UNLIMIT do have the high ground here. Not a bad spot, but unfortunately they've just got a lot of pressure on them. Cupid Esports and 5 Fears both in the area. Sometimes when you're on the high ground in the middle, you draw a little too much attention to yourself.
I have the high ground. Do not look at me, but they will, especially when you've got a couple of different people that still have frag grenades in their back pocket. Ooh, and they're hunting. They're like, oh, do you see him? He literally just popped up for a brief second, and they immediately attack him. They don't get the knock, but we're trying to line up the Riot Drill if we possibly can.
Not going to end up canceling that, instead just letting the Riot Drill fly loose. I will note real quickly, we saw it in the map in the upper left corner, Liquid Alienware have rolled a Mythic crate, so we'll see what that looks like for them. TSM and Shopify Rebellion hate coexisting in these buildings, and Panic has something to say about it. We'll see how this drop down on the other side goes. Do Shopify Rebellion see it coming? It looks like they did, but Panic calls it off just in time.
Okay, make sure that you go in as healthy as possible. He dive on down, the chow from Zap, and we have to dive into the void to get out of there. Take too much damage on this dupe. Oh, dupe, the Gent. We fall through that angle.
Shopify just too locked in.
Who just snapped that? Koi with a single alternator bullet.
It's a really difficult fight, and TSM, unfortunately, being the aggressors here, not able to enter the building, had a lot to deal with in terms of pressure from the outside, limited angles they could play, and it doesn't go well for them. UNLIMIT, however, unleashed onto Cupid Esports, will take their aggression from Estates and move it on over here to the nice road that they've found. A good rotation in if they want to try and challenge Shopify Rebellion, but not everybody wants to challenge Shopify Rebellion.
Not after last game, especially when they were in the final 3 with Qadsiah. They saw what happened. Instead, they chose Qadsiah. So we kind of keep on moving through this. Falcons, though, what have they been up to? Let's hit a quick replay with them. Yeah, we saw that. 5 Fears, they just got eviscerated. Another reset coming in. TSM, they're down in the corner. You can see Panic has already tried to rotate through. They were nearby Shopify Rebellion, who had just taken them down, causing them pain and suffering, and Koi doesn't even have to do anything. The ring does enough.
Unfortunately, we are late enough in the game that this ring is unforgiving. Shopify Rebellion have effectively won the fight for this side of the zone, and TSM's death is more of an eventuality than anything else. Gent's gonna go down, and TSM will fall, even as they hit an unfortunately timed respawn. 11 squads left. Liquid Alienware want to move us down to 10, fighting up against Rock. P2020's in hand. Zero looks for the last couple of shots. We've seen a clutch from Rock before. Will they end up pulling it off once again? It looks like no, as they will at least escape with their lives. Liquid Alienware get this building and pick up a little bit of KP, but have to play very carefully. Oh my god, Zero!
Zero is looking. He's out for blood. Too bad Rock Esports has already been taken out, but he's just making sure that they are not surviving here. And congrats to your new building. And Shopify, let's get in there.
We're fine. Yeah, I know. Come. We want to hold the spot. We want to hold the spot we can. Zap, you get in Vizier. Go in Vizier and drone behind us. Go in Vizier, drone behind us. We'll start walking up. We have to look at this. We're going to hold this team far. Go for my ping on the bottom left, and we're going to get Gen down there, okay?
I got the team here. They might wrap us.
Zap, give me V.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm loading. One guy.
I got team northeast here.
Yeah, listen, we need to hold the team that was shooting the Falcons, okay? That's it. That's all we need to worry about.
Team, back bonus.
Okay. Fine. I don't think there's anyone up here anymore. Okay, can we walk up together?
The team went in back left corner. They went
walk up together, look to get a spot. We're not in there. I mean, we have to kill them, guys. Come to me now.
I bingo.
Let me set drone. Let me get close to
Okay, come here. Get a drone here. Koi's gonna bang out them, and we have to kill them. Okay, bro, get up. Try to like smoke up to that coin, bang out them from there, okay? Smoke across there. Step, gonna have DMP, okay? Okay. Koi, bang out soon. It's gonna be
And with the ring at their back, they have to keep barricading forward straight into UNLIMIT. They were inching closer to VP. They were chasing that power position that they had, and instead now have the prior match winners at their back. Koifel down, Zainu down. We're just looking for the remaining member. And they're so healthy doing it.
Yeah,
VP's gonna come look at this.
UNLIMIT's defensive game is so good, and like you talk about, with VP so close, it's important that UNLIMIT are able to watch their angles, keep an eye on the most pressing threats, because right now it's the thing that is keeping UNLIMIT in the game and moving them even further up. Just taking a little bit of poke at the remaining members of now RIDDLE Order. Shopify Rebellion going to be in that corner as well. FaZe fall in the meantime, and there is still crazy pressure being put out by UNLIMIT.
Well, for now, UNLIMIT's going to live there. VP will be just ahead of them on that north. Zap does look to rat for those placement points if we can make it happen. RIDDLE will likely suss them out, but Fnatic, they chow the north side. They go down. Colonel Qadsiah, Yuka, and Libelace, they're going to have to hold on. And sometimes, when your back's against the wall, you try to stick a res. You already have the fences down, but SAUL in a 3v1 position. The standoff is real. They're just going to hop on Yuka.
If there is one thing everyone should learn from yesterday, you do not push a defensively placed SAUL. This team is so good at locking down an area. It is what brought them success in APAC South, and it is what is bringing them success here in the World Championship. Right now, helping escort Fnatic out. It's a tough end for Fnatic. Still got pretty far in the lobby, up to top 7, but now we are approaching the end game, and everyone in Oasis is going to have to exit Stage West. That was a weird way to say that. UNLIMIT are going to be the only team still in there. Virtus.pro can actually share space with them, and I'm really curious to see whether UNLIMIT and Virtus.pro choose to coexist with each other.
Who are they going to full send? RIDDLE's already popped an ult as well. Everyone's getting the information of what's going to be available for them. And are they dropping? Where are we heading?
I don't think you can land on RIDDLE.
Don't know how many brain cells we have on that, because you get the information, but there's not a lot of playable space. It's all in the open. You need the smokes, you've got the pylons, you need a lot of that.
That's SAUL in the sky right now, trying to find a landing spot. RIDDLE Order keeping their building safe right now. The roof, all theirs. Liquid Alienware's landing did not go well. SYRALE punished them immediately. And that's SYRALE playing out of the center of Bonsai. Not a squad in a safe spot either.
Well, I mean, Sykes is going to be a tough little journey here. You have to destroy the fences. You've got the stairs. You have a team below you, a team across from you, and the ring is pushing you forward straight back to the lobby. And look at the receipt of the kill feed. SYRALE joined them as well. For VP and UNLIMIT, they've been here, they've taken their power position, and SAUL, they have the other side.
SAUL did really well there. However, they used a Catalyst ult to keep Virtus.pro and UNLIMIT from looking at them, meaning they don't have that key cooldown for the next few minutes. UNLIMIT choose to take this time to move on to Lou, weakening Virtus.pro. Do SAUL take the bait? Do they end up committing to the fight?
But you need to stay healthy here, and I love that we have the Valk in the back with the bow check. VP's down, but SAUL, they are healthy, they are poised, and they have the time to pounce on this. They're not finding a weak UNLIMIT. They're strengthened, and they're looking for the top of the leaderboard.
3v3 right now, and UNLIMIT have really prepared themselves, and unfortunately, SAUL cannot stay defensive. They need to be popping ultic cells right now. Everything is going to come down to the wall cooldown. If there's a cat wall, they might win. If not, UNLIMIT should have this.
Well, also, does SAUL have their bang ult? That's another question.
Suppose we'll find out. No Valk ult for UNLIMIT. We know that. See what Xuvi's able to do. If he can open something up, that would be great. Remember, Maggie Drill is going to be really important as well, especially for denying angles, ways to swing. For right now, SAUL have this cover, but the zone is very soon going to deny them that little leisure.
Still trying to hold an angle if they can. Maybe weaken with the Riot Drill. There goes the wall. You were asking about it, and immediately the cross comes through. We start investing the G7 straight through. A couple sky grenades. Wait, a couple? Bro had 8.
Ooh, 100 banger! But they can't push through the wall just yet. SAUL have the time to heal up on the other side of this. Nobody from UNLIMIT wants to get too close. UNLIMIT, the one who's going to have to open things up. Watch the ball cool down. Just making sure that SAUL don't play the low ground. They find out they're on height, and UNLIMIT going to swing up, but Atsuvi's already down.
He's down. We're going to have to answer on back. We used the Maggie Ball. There it is, the boink. But can we pop the bat here and stay healthy through their bangle? The pop comes through. We hop onto the high ground. So much fire, and they're holding steady, holding throughout. It's all on the back, UNLIMIT. There goes Jesco, and UNLIMIT, they take the map.
UNLIMIT is a monster!
My God!
Moving UNLIMIT to the win. It seems so doomed. But the heroes of APAC North, here at the World Championship, they stay on top. Incredible clutch in the end game against a very, very high-performing SAUL.
It's interesting when you see the celebrations and then you immediately pan on over to S8UL, who had the time, they had the resources, the abilities, their managing of it. A true 3v3 for the win. And when they do it in style, man. 18 kills, 6,200 damage. Oh my God, a statement.
That is the kind of UNLIMIT that everyone across the world wanted to see here in Sapporo. The kind of UNLIMIT that dominated APAC North in the regular season. This was a fantastic way for our 5th game to come to a close. We still have another one up on Olympus, but to me, this has answered a really important question already, and that was, are UNLIMIT going to be able to be the monsters that they were regionally when we come to international competition of this caliber? And the answer, resoundingly off of this game, is yes. 30-point game is a fantastic place to be.
Yes. Yes, but the fact that S8UL grab a 20 bomb across the board as well, so I'm still loving what I'm seeing. We know how close the top of the leaderboard was. I'd imagine we're seeing a switch up after a 30-point game from UNLIMIT. However, VP, who's been very strong, walk away with 10. Now, this kind of numbers at the top leads no one else to make any moves, really. Liquid Alienware, Shopify Rebellion, and even SYRALE there, they're going to be your next highest point totals.
I got unfortunately no points for everybody at the bottom.
We got nothing. We got nothing for you.
I gave too many of them away. I mean, again, incredible performance. ULIMIT 9 kills in this match. Really clutched things up. We saw an incredible holdout from Liquid Alienware. I really liked the fact that they were able to hold against Rock in the initial fight and then come back, take revenge on them. But there is a reason that you are seeing ULIMIT show up twice, and even Peace showing up with the assists. Even an S8UL, who I would argue was academically performing at the top of their game in this round on Olympus, you can't stand toe-to-toe with the mechanics, with the prowess of UNLIMIT.
Did someone have UNLIMIT predicted for this series? Why do I feel like they did? No? No? They should have.
So. I don't think so.
Because I'm still at the top and I'm going to stay there if not. But regardless, UNLIMIT there, Rain Day did.
I didn't want to know that.
Oh my gosh, production? Okay, we see you, Rain Day. I'm coming for you on the next series. I got you. But regardless, a great performance with that being said. And now ULIMIT and Exuvie, they're in the top 5 fraggers of our lobby. However, it's Slayer still at the top with 15, Dia.
Huh.
A true Slayer.
Yeah.
A true
Slayer's been performing. It's impressive.
Slayer doing slaying.
Do you think we get bonus points for having UNLIMIT both as our team to watch coming to this tournament, or do you think that doesn't matter anymore? I guess we didn't predict them today, so it's like we missed the train.
We're just chopped because did you pick Falcons?
I did pick Falcons, yeah.
Yeah, we're shills.
I picked Falcons before it was cool. That's a joke.
I changed my prediction. I won't tell you what the first one was, but I changed within 10 seconds. So kind of tough, all right?
I'm gonna interrogate you about it later.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We got more important questions to answer right now, especially with the final game of Olympus coming up. We've already seen some incredible rounds. I love that we got the UNLIMIT victory here, and now to see. I mean, we saw the first couple of games go Shopify's way. Now UNLIMIT, 2 big games. Maybe Olympus is just the map where we get the biggest wins.
Look, it's my favorite map so far. I'm having a blast casting, and I know Lace is off screen, maybe in the fan zone, also having a blast. So let's check in with her.
It's Lace here, back in the fan zone, and speaking of fans, I am in front of the fan art wall where, you know, you at home could submit your beautiful artwork here and have it showcased to everyone. If we have a look, there's some beautiful, beautiful crafted things behind me here, but I think one of my favorite ones has to be the pixel art. Look, I'm not the biggest fan of Caustic, and a lot of you guys would know that as well, but it is absolutely gorgeous. So, of course, if you are here for the ALGS Sapporo, make sure you come down to the fan zone and check it out.
Thank you so much, Lace. I know Dia and we like to walk around the stadium before it's open to the public and just kind of soak in the ambience. And honestly, we checked out that area in the fan zone with all the artwork. We pass over the ballistic with the ducky float and go straight to Caustic?
Yeah. I know. I was surprised. I thought she was heading in the correct direction.
I thought so too.
You know, for me, Katie Secret's ballistic with the floaty, that is some top tier Apex Legends content.
I think we should throw it in the Louvre.
In the Louvre?
Yeah. Did I say that right? Oh my god, I took like
No,
10 years of French and I was like, did I just botch that live? Because that would totally happen to me.
You nailed it. I mean, if we go to France, I'm sure that they'd have problems with it, but for right now, it's okay. And
They probably would, but good thing we're in Japan, and good thing we're having a great time. A couple other things over there in the fan zone. They've got the Nessie origami. There's a ton of food that we can smell from here. I know Glitter was talking about some of the street food style of things. I just need to take a ton of money over there and sit by myself and just eat.
I have to take my half-finished origami Nessie and ask somebody to teach me how to finish it, because right now I have 3 triangles and no idea what to do with them.
That's okay, because maybe we see that finish. I know another thing that we're looking on finishing is the series on Olympus. Our first time seeing it here in a competitive environment. And I don't know, chat, those of you at home watching, I know the hours are a little crazy, but I'd be so curious to hear your thoughts on what Olympus has been like. Of course, you've probably seen it in scrims, but it does not matter. Scrims, at the end of the day, are just a way to practice some of those rotations and see what legend compositions that you're feeling the most comfortable when it comes to Olympus. Now, I didn't catch which legend would be banned after match number 5. Did you?
I'll check.
Oh, yes, Dia. Thank you so much for providing me the information that I so desperately like.
Crypto.
Ooh, okay. I like this because how many of our pushes have been off the back of an EMP? Looking at Falcons in particular, Walty likes to open it up, but you dive back to match number 4 with Shopify, Rebellion, Koi. We got the comms of their end game fight. He says we want to take space, we pull back, but he's waiting for Zap to drop the EMP straight onto their face, and they immediately tear them up.
I mean, it's another cooldown that just becomes really important. We were talking so much about the Catalyst wall in last game, but for 99% of teams in 80% of scenarios, these are just numbers that I'm making up. It is the most important cooldown in your fight, is whether you have crypto EMP or not, whether you have the ability to win a fight basically instantly.
Well, you know what's going to be ended in an instant is the fact that we have a battle at the top. Gen.G currently situated 1 point away from UNLIMIT, who's in first place. Think of how massive this would be for them. They've had nice moments through the group stages, but to get here on the main stage, take that win with, we know what the cutoff is, at 90 points, you know, give or take, we think that's kind of a nice number that would be safe to grab yourself in the winner's bracket for our bracket stage tomorrow. And then we have Virtus.pro. Now, I'm looking at Slayer, I'm looking at Lou, and I'm looking at MT. I had a chance to work the Red Bull Legends in just, I believe, what, a month and a half ago in Chicago, back in the States. MT was there competing, and I got to speak, dude, he locks in. That guy is stone cold. Sometimes he scares me. I don't know if that's the Australian in him, but that just goes to show you he comes in here and he's honestly one of the nicest people. But knowing there is no room for niceness when it comes to this game, you have to be aggressive in your pushes, you have to get locked in, and you have to decimate all of the competitors, especially in the final match of your series.
Now that we have crypto eliminated, I am noticing a lot of Seer showing up, a lot more than we had before. Another very punishing legend to go up against, especially when he's able to hit his tactical with the slow and the stun that comes in. It may not be the all-purpose crypto EMP that can AoE win you a fight, but it certainly can shut down and isolate one member, and that snowballs pretty darn quickly. Keep your eyes out for Seer, and especially if they are running it, as I expect they are, Shopify Rebellion, who have actually been playing a very good game of Seer so far. Once again, UNLIMIT are going to drop on top of the Men of Culture. See how this fight turns out, although it is a 2v3, so there are limited options.
The limits do not exist to the high ground with peace. We got an Ironside R301, and I'm feeling comfy with it, especially after that massive performance. So use what you've got. Oh, okay.
Got a good angle. But Floating, TMC are playing well, just holding hands right now.
Across the door, underneath, they took down Peace. But now with a riot drill, he's gonna let it burn, force them to maneuver, and we take it to the sky because Men of Culture still rocking the horizon. We find Floating. We just did the last one, but wait, whoa. This is a big deal because the top of the leaderboard is all riding on 1 point. It's riding on Yulari, man, in this moment, and you would think it would be clean. What?
Not even close.
Why was that close? Yeah, not even. Oh, sir, I am panicking.
Our Red Bull first strike, I think, maybe a little bit more iffy. Yeah, than UNLIMIT would have expected. But that is what you get when going up against Men of Culture. Not a squad to roll over by any means. And again, going to be really terrifying when they have all 3 players.
And I look at the circle too, and I'm like, do you know how costly that is if they lose that and you see that it's really just across the way where Men of Culture starts, Summers University, Hotdog Mafia in a power position, Qadsiah moving in relatively quickly, Liquid Alienware getting gifted this, but also Shopify Rebellion. Gen.G at Oasis, they got a long haul.
It's really a really good thing that UNLIMIT didn't lose that fight, because then the top of the leaderboard would be gone. SYRALE for the finish. Nice job.
It's VP though. They're the ones at the top of the leaderboard. They're in second with 60 points, tied with Gen.G. We can't afford to lose MT here. Now, I didn't see necessarily what led to that, but I know that they're still looking for the remnants of Virtus.pro. Slayer and Lou. Well, you know, Lou's just taking a nice little stroll.
Now here's the really nice thing if you are Virtus.pro, and that is that we don't have a lot of cryptos in the lobby.
True.
So most people are going to struggle a little bit more to hit a survey beacon from distance. The exception is going to be teams like TSM. Running Sparrow, you do have the ability to sort of remotely hit the survey beacons and get information on where everyone is. But even that, with the 50-50 that we're seeing between Sparrow and Seer, is going to give you a lot more breathing room as Virtus.pro, who is hoping to make their reset in Gravity Engine.
We'll also see a lot of those Valcolts come through to give them information more towards the late game. Is very similar to what we had when we had that back Oasis end game. And it's going to be exceptionally powerful when you have the teams moving from the west, from Power Grid like TSM, that are going to be trying to get on out. But they actually don't have Valk. You're right. They have Sparrow. I do love that, though.
Yeah. Sparrow really, really good in endgame scenarios. And honestly, even like mid to late game, if you're taking triple ult, you can go really crazy.
Gotta bring the exhibit
on
out.
Display right now.
Reignite, tanking what they can, but they're staying healthy through it. Now, of course, the G7 scout for the mid-range to cover on through. The Falcons, they would like to get in on this. It's Waltzy that's going to be credited with some of the KP from this fight, which forces the pacing of them here.
As Reignite finish Cupid, Falcons are actually pretty safe. We know that there were 3 squads involved in this engagement, but Falcons have their backs to the edge of the map. And so they know that nobody can come up behind them. The fear of a third party is really assuaged, and they just have to hold off Reignite for the moment. The problem is that for both these squads, they do need to move significantly further east as we're going towards Summers University and Grow Towers.
And as I look at it, of course, with the crypto ban, you think, what is Waltzy going to do, right? They lock in, they've got the Gibby, and we keep on seeing all of our teams on the northern side. TSM moved, Fnatic moved, and they moved straight into Shopify.
Virtus.pro have made their recovery. We did wonder how that would go earlier. Now they are back up as a full 3-person squad down in Bonsai Plaza. Well, Fnatic still have to deal with Shopify Rebellion, who unfortunately are not making this crossing easy. Gravity Engine kind of a maze, but Fnatic are navigating it well to at least not go down. There are a couple squads in this area that we talked about. Shopify Rebellion, TSM are showing up at the same time. So Fnatic, I think would like to get out of this POI as soon as possible. Their exit into Gardens could not have come any sooner.
No, this is going to be really nice for them because you can kind of keep on moving. I'm sure Shopify is going to look to try and cut them off if they can, but it should be safe into Grow Towers if we can make that happen. For Fire Strays, 9 points on the series. This is a do-or-die scenario when it comes to salvaging points for this, knowing that we need about 90 points to solidify ourselves into that winner's bracket. They've had some nice performances in other grouping matchups, but to feel confident and make sure that you hit the 90, I want at least 30.
I would imagine that's their comfort zone as well. I don't know how FYR Strays are going to continue dealing with this, as already group stage has been very swingy for them. This is a roster that, I mean, when they're on, much like Gen.G, when they're on, they are going to slay every single team in the lobby. And when they can't quite get the momentum going, you see that it nets them a little bit lower on the leaderboard.
Oh.
Now, Hotdog Mafia being right under them could be exactly what Fire Strays are looking for. Although, I wouldn't be too confident going up against Hotdog Mafia if you don't get the drop on them. If you don't get a 1-clip, they've been a very good fighting squad.
And honestly, I saw Rambo this morning, and he said he was feeling really good. So, you come in.
You know what Rambo has changed today? I was listening to their comms earlier. Rambo's being really good about letting Alberlele know exactly when he needs to look at the map. He's calling out ring pops, which is an underrated thing, is just keeping your IGL on top of the next task that they have to do. It's a small thing, but I really appreciated it when I popped into their comp this morning.
Do you know why I think that they're doing that? I feel like Alb was talking about specifically when he has to manage not only IGLing, but also like the mechanical ability of fighting, and sometimes it can be a lot, and if Rambo is doing that, hey, maybe that's working. But as we look towards where that next circle is, of course, Hotdog Mafia, a team that we're talking about right there in the center, just kind of off Stray. Team Falcons still carving their path through the south, straight into Fire Strays, which we were talking about that cutoff. Guess where they lay? 21st. So this is very important for them.
Yeah, this game is massive. The last game of these teams' group stage. Everything that they need for seeding. We'll see how Fire Strays are able to do right now, as ultimately they are going to be kind of at the mercy of the other squads that play later today as well. It's funny looking at this map though, I go, oh, who else would be in dead center of zone but SAUL?
Yeah, actually, that's not bad. Fnatic, though, we saw them kind of dealing with Shopify Rebellion, and they ran off through Gardens. They've nestled into that next circle. But when you have the Falcons, who just jettisoned themselves into the circle, in between multiple teams, we saw them take a ton of damage. The reset comes through. We'll check in with them in a bit, because there's still so many teams on the outskirts, and REIGNITE over by Terminal have some of the heavy-hitting teams fighting for the top of the leaderboard, like Gen.G across the way, and UNLIMIT ahead of them.
Shopify Rebellion and Riddle Order perhaps about to clash over at Gardens as well. As you mentioned, UNLIMIT going up against FaZe. Started that fight off really well.
Yeah, they've already got nags. We have a moment. They're waving the white flag. They're grabbing evac tower, get some more nades. How many times does UNLIMIT go into an endgame situation with at least 12 nades? This is why Yllari, man, looking for a couple hundred bangers if he can get them. Smokes for the cover, and now you look towards VP in the back. They're going to be the third party you don't want to that engagement.
VP pretty silent about this as well. Fnatic, they already took down one of the members of Hotdog Mafia earlier. Hotdog Mafia sitting center zone, do have the ability to recover, but Fnatic are really trying as much as they can to put out poke. Not so much so they get kills, but more so that they get Evo. They're currently at blues, but when the zone is coming to you, you need the extra Evo to unlock perks that ultimately will win you the end game.
Well, we talked about the importance of this series for Fire Strays. Qadsiah as well. They're situated 23rd on the group stage leaderboard coming into this, and they want to get into the top 20. So a powerful performance here will give them that. For RIDDLE, who have still been working to maneuver their way through the north, have found TSM.
Good defensive setup for RIDDLE. They actually have the advantage in this fight, weird as it may seem, because they're on low ground, because RIDDLE have the head peak and not a whole lot of other teams that can look at them. The one team that you saw firing at them from afar is 5 Fears. 5 Fears who are just outside of Humbert Labs and have rolled themselves a mythic crate right now. If that is a Kraber, things could go poorly for Riddle Order. But outside of that, I actually really like Riddle Order's spot.
You know, a Kraber on Olympus is effectively a cheat code for the end game with how wide open things can be. Now I'm curious, does TSM decide to peek RIDDLE? No, the patience is there. Panic, gonna hide behind some of these boulders. You see that we've already had Dupe kind of fence some things off in the background. But one of these teams, both of them actually, have to move. Time is of the essence, and there's a couple of teams that are looking to make a power play onto this if they can.
Taking a look at the map right now, we're just going to identify some of the areas that, of course, like Riddle Order and TSM, could explode into action. Noticing SAUL will realize they are not inside the zone during the next ring pop. The south side, around where FYR Strays are, and UNLIMIT is going to be a really noisy area of the map. And of course, REIGNITE and Gen.G almost certainly going to fight. In fact, it looks like they might be fighting right now.
Get me into it. We'll check in with them in just a second, because SAUL, who are basically the gatekeepers of this area in the north, we go. It's unleashing. It's for the win for Gen.G and Asia. A little power boost across the way, and he goes down. The trades come through, and Rezi still trying to take a different angle. A little right drill. He's got the high ground, and Zicky can't make it happen, and Gen.G have fallen to REIGNITE. That is going to make the top of the leaderboard look all that much better for UNLIMIT and VP.
And we get the res off just in time, but Rohai hasn't had time to heal up just yet, and we are moving into the solo from FaZe Clan, who actually could take somebody with him. Firing away. It actually takes someone down. REIGNITE have two very weak members right now, but a shield bat will save them. Fnatic trying to get away, has already lost Nags, and is moving right, unfortunately, into SAUL. 5 Fears and FaZe will go down almost at exactly the same time, moving us to the top 15 squads. Placement points starting to be accumulated right now, and REIGNITE have managed to hold on to theirs, although they do still lose a member.
Look at Zero. Look at Zero as he wraps around, and Virtus.pro. We're here. We've got an angle. Let's get in on the comms.
Watch out, defenses so we can't get swung. Watch out, we can't get swung. Kill him! No, Maggie was one, Maggie was one. It's one guy. Can we kill him? Guys, can we kill him? He was 1 HP, it's one guy. Knockdown. I can't see him. I gotta kill him. I got him. Go back.
Our Gen is still up.
I got purple. Nice,
We can Valkyrie here.
Yeah, we might want to, honestly.
I'm going forward to our Gen, okay? Hell of people are fighting right now.
Talk about spots. I want to look this game drop.
Remember when I DC'd that one time under the staircase here?
Yes, that's what's good. That's what's
really good.
Flying. Falc.
They're fighting on the right too, bro. They're fighting in deep summers.
I'm grabbing this. Is there a team here that I'm not seeing any picking?
They might have went up to Virgin or something. We still need to hold our back though, kinda.
Not really.
Bro, they're hard fighting deep summers.
Yeah, can we walk up? Can we walk up?
Everything.
Yeah. Is this team down here?
Team in here still. I don't know.
I'm walking up here. I don't know if there's anybody in here.
Okay.
They are. I can't tell though.
Yeah, they're in there. Here. Come back up to us. Team in here. We have a really good rap.
We can Valko and land down here. This spot's really good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The low ground here? Yeah. Really good.
They're just fighting me back in the map right now. God spot.
Can we walk up on it? Is there a team just sitting here though?
Yeah, Virtus.pro have noticed it. UNLIMIT and Fire are fighting at exactly the same time. They do not know that it is those two squads, but we see him showing up at the kill feed right now. UNLIMIT staying on top of the fight, but just at the nick of time, Shopify Rebellion come in and take out the first place squad.
Well, now if you're VP, this is looking really nice because you're just a point shy of the top of the leaderboard, and they identified the fight. They're pacing themselves to make sure that when they move into this, they are healthy, because Shopify Rebellion, they're not. They need a reset, but they don't need Team Liquid Alienware and Falcons moving straight in.
Shopify Rebellion were very close to first place in the group as well. Right outside the group of those 3 squads, UNLIMIT, Virtus.pro, and Gen.G that dominated the top of the leaderboard. Liquid Alienware, Falcons still looking for their spot in zone, where Hotdog Mafia are currently in the center of. We still got Virtus.pro in here as well, and RIDDLE on the roof.
RIDDLE on the roof is going to be difficult for these teams, especially if they're trying to rotate in, but good thing they're not. We all have to move. It's Hotdog Mafia at the zone. It's VP who don't commit to Summers University deep will be able to poke the prod and take the KP from these teams.
Deeds going down. Bad news for Rock. Meltstera low on the high ground as well. RIDDLE struggling to stabilize. Rock are going to do the wise thing and get the heck out of Dodge, but with UNLIMIT having fallen right now, with Gen.G having fallen, Virtus.pro are just 1 point off of surpassing UNLIMIT.
Got to keep tabs on them. For Rock, this is a nice series. You're situated around that 30-point mark. You're pretty much guaranteed bracket stage for the winner's bracket. So you're learning Olympus at this point for the next time that you see it against a lot of these same teams. We talked about RIDDLE on the roof. They drop down. They start to contend with Team Liquid Alienware, but Taida takes a brunt of that damage. Thankfully, we popped the bat. We work on the healing because Team Liquid Alienware, they still have to deal with Falcons. They still have to deal with Shopify.
Almost surely RIDDLE are Valculting right now. Unless they don't have it, that has to be the answer. And it's not a great answer. It's not a fun answer. But unfortunately, sometimes you just got to Valcult, because otherwise you know you're meeting the same fate as Rock, who have just gone down. We are in the top half of our lobby right now. RIDDLE have got to play things extremely carefully.
I feel like they wanted to hold on to that Gibby ult just a bit longer. We extend it straight forward onto them, and now 8% away from Valcult.
This is going to be crucial timing as the zone's already starting to close. RIDDLE don't have the cooldown immediately available to them. They're going to have to fight somebody. They're going to have to drop down onto Shopify Rebellion. Bubble goes out to buy them a little bit of time. Belko still not ready. Shopify Rebellion watched them go over, but that is a weak Riddle on the high ground.
Oh, and it's Tida, and he jumps on over. We get a brunt of that. We take the cover. We've got Melstera trying to hold steady. But with the Falcons on this side, you've just got no good option. Shopify at the right, Falcons on the left. You are the sandwich you don't want. You jump on in, you try to get KP,
Falcons,
and there's nowhere to go.
Immediately, third party comes in from Falcons. Even that,
oh my God,
a risky proposition. Whoa. Falcons are down. Shopify Rebellion turn it around, and Liquid Alienware will go out as well. Top 7 squads is Virtus.pro, third party. That is one knock. Shopify Rebellion are down, and that is the point Virtus.pro needed to get on top of the lobby.
They're currently at 68 points, but job's not done. They want a win here, and for Hotdog Mafia, who have been situated with a Kraber on Alb, this angle. Anyone that tries to go for that care package is going to eat a Kraber bullet.
Qadsiah out really,
do it.
Really
there
spooky.
It is. Dupe down. Not out, but down.
Spooky news for Hotdog Mafia. They've still largely got blues. Yes, Aberlately's got a Kraber. Yes, they are terrifying, but they need the additional shields and, more importantly, the additional perks for their members to really have a chance of winning this.
It's going to be difficult. It really is, especially when you have S8UL and TSM kind of coexisting with you in this space. Think of how this is going to look once this circle starts to collapse. And S8UL, they've got angles onto TSM. You can hear the nades basically tearing up the shields.
S8UL could look for a win here. Right next to Virtus.pro, really is going to come down to these two rosters who have the high ground. Fnatic and TSM, even Hotdog Mafia are all trapped on the low ground, and S8UL going down to a combination of Hotdog Mafia and Virtus.pro. It's going to be tough for them. TSM will fall. A nice nade from Yuka F to finish them off as S8UL get pushed out of the lobby by the Hotdog Mafia.
There is a good chance that Fnatic convert this to a win. They hold the space.
Ooh.
They've got a pylon down. They have a triple take to keep that pressure, but they have to deal with VP, who is also on the height.
In the last game of their group stage, in their last game on Olympus, will Fnatic convert into a win? With Virtus.pro losing Lou, they very much could. A huge break from Yuka and a takedown. Fnatic are fighting for the high ground.
Fnatic will control the end game if they've got VP down. They've almost got VP out, and Hotdog Mafia are going to have to make a play to get up here. We're trying to work around the knockdown shield, and instead, we can see through the air, Rambo's up top.
We've still got 3 squads in this. Fnatic haven't actually finished off VP just yet. So as Hotdog Mafia land, they've got a 2-squad fight to contend with.
Oh my God, Alb is down. Fnatic are just reaping this lobby, looking for every bit. They take what they can get. They take the win. They get that onto Olympus.
To finish their group stage, Fnatic win their final game, securing themselves a fantastic spot in the elimination rounds. I hope you can hear it at home, because the crowd exploded as Fnatic managed to win this game. A very well-deserved game, and as we talked about, Tiff, a bit of a turnaround, especially considering that Virtus.pro was on the high ground. We saw what Yuka was able to do, opening up that fight with the R99, letting the rest of the team have some breathing room on high ground and convert into a win.
He just sits down. He's like, we did it. They were 16th overall on the group stage series, which is very much on the bubble. It's on the cusp. Let's hear you, Sapporo. Let's get those cheers out for Fnatic.
That win for them moves them up really significantly in the standings for today's games as well. For this group, Fnatic moved themselves all the way up to 7th off of a 25-point win.
They're situated right behind us, so we can see the fans and all of their signage and the lighting up there just ahead of us. All the pictures being taken. The support is crazy here for Fnatic, and they grabbed 25 points. Like you said, Dia, it is going to shoot them up the leaderboard. It was very well needed to cement themselves into a winner's bracket run there tomorrow. But Hotdog Mafia, they were inside that circle since the very beginning, right? To grab, what, 3 kills? A little tough, but still, I'll take 12 points all day.
Yeah, Hotdog Mafia and S8UL 2nd and 4th were the real hard zone teams there, but Virtus.pro performed out of their minds. They may not have won, Fnatic outplaying them a little bit in the end, but that pushes them all the way to first place. The incredible performance they were able to have, not just in this final game, but throughout the series. One more kill point than placement point. Fun little stat for Virtus.pro, who have maintained things about 50-50.
That's what I love about that. So thank you so much for highlighting it. It's showing the consistency on both. Not only can you place high, but you can get the frags as well. So 73 on that. UNLIMIT right behind them. And as you move into the group standing, can we talk about the top three here? You have UNLIMIT, Enterforce 36, Falcons kind of holding steady right there by just a few points. But I'm looking at Citadel, VP after that performance, those 70 points, you said they're going to shoot them up the leaderboard, and it definitely did.
And it looks like our magic number is going to be a little bit higher than 90, if I'm honest, because with so many teams yet to play, right now our top 20 cutoff is just 82. With a whole nother round, a whole nother 6 games, I think we may be going into the low 90s. I don't want to say mid 90s, but at least we know that off that last game, Fnatic is safe.
You've never said better words to me. Okay, Dia? At one point in time, I was waiting for the Yuka F supremacy to grab that trophy and hoist it. And what better place to make it happen in Sapporo? But we've had a couple of those roster changes throughout the past couple of years. And honestly, with Libel Ace and Colonel Qadsiah, I think that could be a fun team to make that happen. But I can't believe we just witnessed Olympus here.
Yeah, it was really incredible. And again, huge props to Virtus.pro, who ended up winning this group. We watched their play. We heard their comms. They are really locked in on identifying threats and calming exactly what the steps that they need to take to overcome them are. You could really notice it, especially when they were planning that rotation, identifying what fights were going on. And that means that they have space to move. That means that they have basically time to make their position that much better. Apex Legends really is a game of seconds, and you can tell Virtus.pro are locked in on that in the group stage.
It's true, but I really haven't heard too much from Virtus.pro in general. They've been floating under the radar in day number 1. So to kind of make that standout performance here, it's the best time to get things moving as we jump ahead straight into the bracket stages tomorrow. And when you think about it, I actually haven't seen any of them in the hotel rooms either, in the lobby. I always want to hear from the players, okay? So let's kick it back to the desk, boys. You got to break down that VP gameplay.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dia. Great cast to close out our day and our first ever ALGS Olympus action. Exciting stuff here as we welcome you back to the desk. And Snipe and Grace, you know, I just got to say, Virtus.pro not being heard from, maybe we could solve that problem in a second. But I think for you, Snipe, looking back at these 3 teams, there's a different eye you might take on it. Who is performing in a way where you feel comfortable moving into tomorrow? After what we've seen with these groups, they're going to sit back and watch the rest of it. You've got teams like Gen.G are starting off strong, clearly winning, but they're not necessarily finishing out the days the way you would like. UNLIMIT, they're doing well, and then they have a pop-off game. Every single time they have that game that could win or put them there. Who are you feeling confident about moving forward with how they're playing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gen.G, they started off strong. I know I mentioned them before. They got a couple different wins, but they didn't close it strong on the new map with Olympus, so it is a little concerning. They start these matches good, and then they don't close out. They still had a very good performance here, don't get me wrong, but UNLIMIT, we got to just give them so much props here. Yeah. We talked, you know, Jayhawk talked about how he thought they were going to be the team to watch in the second half on Olympus, and for them to come out and perform the way they did, you just have Asia, and you have all these people that have just absolutely dominated. That type of momentum, taking that over into the winner's bracket, is just going to be a very good thing going forward for them.
And Graceful, taking a look at consistency, I know this is something you value. It's really hard to look at these numbers from Virtus.pro. 8th, then 2 top 3s in a row. You go back to a 12th, and then another 2 top 3s to end the day. I mean, it's hard not to see what Virtus.pro are doing and be excited about that.
I mean, the thing that you can really showcase here in general is that you have the brain of Empty and the frag power of Lou and Slayer. And when you have that that combination really go off, you see it in their points, literally. Pretty much evenly split down the middle in frags and placement points. They're getting into zones every single time while also getting that KP. And sometimes when you just opt to go for either playstyles, you're kind of missing an area. Yeah. But they've just been popping off like left and right. I feel like you always can never count them out.
Well, you know, I wouldn't want to count them out. I want to count them in. In fact, I think I know exactly how to do that. Let's open up our panel to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lou from Virtus.pro, who's magically joining us. Congratulations on your guys' great end of the day. How are you feeling?
Feel amazing, man. It's been a roller coaster these past couple of days. Our first day, I don't think we really came online just yet, and today was just fantastic.
What was the difference between yesterday and today?
If you were paying attention to us in those last couple games yesterday, I don't know what happened, but we just kind of clicked. And it just happens for teams. It's our first LAN together. I mean, me and Slayer have had a couple LANs, but me, Slayer, and Empty as a whole, it's our first LAN. So I don't know. I guess we just needed to, like I said, just come online and just really, really show out.
Now, speaking to that new team and that new roster you have, what is like the biggest difference? Because Empty is one of the most accomplished, IGLs in the history of this game. He's never gotten that one big win, but his ability to get your teams to the end games, what for you, especially being such a big Slayer and your ability to go out and get those picks and stuff, what has been the biggest difference for him as your IGL? One, to get to the end games, but two, like, is it just a composure thing? Is it when the communication comes around, what helps you out so much?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm very grateful to have an IGL who's just like calm, cool, collective, and you'd think that the best part about getting a fresh IGL that like is one of the smartest players in the game, you'd think the best part will be that he gets us into end game or whatnot, but it's the fact that now me and Slayer are able to focus on one another and we can play as companions in game. We can play as a duo that can just kill everything. So he gets us in these spots, these transition spots, we look behind, oh, we can clear this, we can clear that. So we find ourselves picking up a lot of these KP, but also being a main contender for being in that last final ring. You know what I mean?
I want to talk about this actually replay that we saw, because Graceful and I were going back and forth. He was saying Rock should have won that game. You guys were able to push up onto UNLIMIT, who had that high ground there. How did you navigate that? There was an element of, you said, being able to just focus on the stuff that's important to you and Slayer.
Yeah.
Is it that ability for Empty to kind of give you guys just almost a weight off your shoulders to make those moves, or was there a specific call that made that win happen?
I mean, it's always going to be clearing your side of that zone. Giving yourself as much space as you possibly can to work out the rest of the game, that's the #1 priority. And when Matt says, well, I call Matt Empty. When Empty says,
who the heck is Matt? The heck? We don't know a Matt.
When Empty says, let's clear the side over here, then that is me and Slayer getting kicked into Ignition. We kill that, and then we have all the space. It's always going to be the best thing to do in endgames. Yeah.
It's great to see the way you guys have transformed. I think it's hard to ask a question like this, but I want to get your perspective, because so early on in these first 2 days, you're trying to figure out who you are as a team, how you're meshing, especially in this new environment. But if there's a team that you've noticed in the lobbies that you've played who's doing things really well, who maybe is kind of overperforming or catching your eye, who is that?
I mean, come on. We all know, we know who it is. It's Falcons. They're fantastic. I mean, they're a great team.
I mean, that's pretty straightforward. I do appreciate the candor. There's a lot of squads here who have a lot of pressure on them, especially from APAC North as well. UNLIMIT was a team that you guys were going toe-to-toe here and there, and they have these big pop-off games. What spells success more for you? Obviously, you guys come at the top of the group. Do you like that consistency? Do you want to have more of those pop-off games in these upcoming series just to show that you can? What are you looking for now, if you could put a moment to improve going into the elimination stages tomorrow?
I'd say that the most important thing in these games is that you feel comfortable going into the next game with how many points you just got. And I know that sounds obvious, obvious, but it's like getting consistent points, because you have so many teams who will go 2 games with getting 3 points or so each game, and then they'll have a really crazy pop-off game, and then they'll get 0 points or whatnot. But getting like consistent 8 to 10 points every game, I mean, I look at the scoreboard and I'm like, okay, well, we got 73 points. Okay, where did that come from? But we did win 1 game. We had a 12th, but those consistent thirds, that's what matters.
Yeah.
Getting that consistent 10 around that threshold every single game is super important. So we just look to work on that.
Well, I love it. It's kind of serendipity. Your girlfriend introduced herself to me in the coffee shop the other day at the hotel lobby. We had a nice conversation. Now I'm talking with you here on the desk immediately afterwards. So there must be some good synergy going on here.
That's a good omen. That's a good omen.
It certainly is, man. Congratulations on everything. Good luck tomorrow. Absolutely. We're going to talk to you in a little bit. Maybe back up on the desk if you keep winning like that. Loose Streams from Virtus.pro. And we've also got another big name standing by. It's UNLIMIT with our resident Japanese speaker, Ryan Hart, as well.
The battle for winners, securing seats continues, and I've got UNLIMIT from UNLIMIT here, who is currently 2nd in the leaderboard, with E36 tailing them very closely, and of course Team Falcons at the top. After that great performance from all 3 in the team, I want to just ask them a little bit about how the vibe is in the camp UNLIMIT right now. UNLIMIT 選手、試合終わった後の感想、意気込みについて話したいんですけれども、どんな気持ちなのでしょうか。
そうですね、オフラインで1位を取れて本当に嬉しかったです。
So he's super thrilled to have scored first place. It's one of his dreams. Of course, coming to LAN and performing is definitely one of the things that you want to tick off your checklist as a pro player. And he's really pleased about how things are going so far. そして上は Falcons なので、ちょっと相手としてどんな気持ちでしょうか？
やっぱり相手は本当に世界最強のプレイヤーたちだと思っているので、それに負けないように自分たちも頑張ろうと思います。
So he knows that Team Falcons are the team to beat right now, but they're going to be doing everything they can to try and get the W as the tournament progresses here at the ALGS Year 5 Championship. Hope you enjoyed this interview. We'll see you for the next one. Over and out.
Their performance, they're going to be very happy about their performance. And Limit and UNLIMIT talking about just feeling confident in this environment, and that's exactly what you need. We've got Jayhawk back. I want to hear your thoughts after talking with Lou. Were you able to hear him with your headset off a little bit?
Unfortunately, no.
Not much. So we will talk to you about something in a second, but I do, Grace, you were here. He was talking about consistency. If I look at somebody who says 6 points a game, 4 points a game, that's you. Lou seems to be right on the money with how he's approaching this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can also see the difference in where the cutoff is for how many points you need per game is defined to what the objective is. If it's just to make it to the next round, then you're looking at the 6 average. But if you're looking now, we need to win. Yeah. Now you're looking at a higher average, or you need, because you don't want it to come down to that pop-off game. Because when you get 1 or 2 donuts, all of a sudden you need a 19 kill bomb like Alliance or whatever. Like, not everybody can pull that off either, especially with the playstyle zones. Because I think people tend to think that anybody can drop a 20 bomb. A lot of the time, edge teams do that. Yeah. Not every single circle center team. So you have to be able to balance that a little bit.
I have to now go back to you because at halftime we talked about who you thought was going to be the team that took Olympus, Jayhawk. Virtus.pro did take the series, but you were right on the money with UNLIMIT coming through. They were leading all the way up until that final game 6 and just narrowly got overtaken. But they had a fantastic performance. Their second heading into this next stage.
Yeah, they made me feel really smart. I mean, listen, they did have 6 free points, unfortunately, to Men of Culture. Yeah, they had the free contest off drop, but just the strength of Summers University, Icarus, like you got 3 POIs in one. I'm not surprised. Every single game I was watching them, you would see in the early game, all purple attachments, purple backpack, all the heals you want. They were incredibly equipped for those end games when it came to being able to stave off any other team. Dia highlighted they actually had really good defensive play, which is something that I was looking forward to seeing, because we know that when they're aggressive, they can often win fights. But what happens when other teams like a Falcons are pushing them? They were winning those, so that's a really good indicator for UNLIMIT moving forward into the bracket stage.
A quick note before we switch gears. We did mention Hal and Zero at the top of the show. Where has that landed for you? Obviously, the points tell a story. But what did you see, Snipe?
I believe Hal is in the winner's bracket, and I think Liquid is going to the loser's bracket as far as I saw in those points. And it just really just seemed like, I mean, even going into that last game on Olympus, Liquid was in a phenomenal spot to start that game. I'd really be interested to go back to see what Zero's thought process was. They kind of left where the zone ended, wrapped back through the middle of the map, and ended up having to take multiple fights. I don't know if they felt desperate to get the kills that they needed, or maybe they wanted to use that game as momentum in that sense. But they definitely had some things that are going to need to go back, check the VODs, maybe even rediscuss how they want to approach these games going into the next set. Yeah. And honestly, we've talked about it before. These losers bracket runs are where it's all from. I don't think a team that's ever been first place in groups has won a tournament. Right. And more practice is better. We're on LAN. This is the best place to do it. Not always, but I do think that they're a team that can obviously make a comeback.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Liquid Alienware are going to try to put that to the test here, as of course they'll be facing a bigger and longer day tomorrow, hopefully trying to get themselves into Sunday's finals. But as we switch gears, we've got a new set about to take main stage. B versus C are done. They will end their day now, but it's A versus D who will be coming up. And that is another set of Goliath teams. I think the other part too, Jayhawk, is that we might have been too low on the expectation of the threshold for qualifying, because he's right. 82 points for some of these lower teams right now with still an entire group to play. That feels like it could get pushed 10, 12 points maybe, especially when you have the likes of Alliance, Crazy Thieves, and a lot of teams who have been okay. Mango, teams that are coming in and have played well, but could obviously pop off still.
Absolutely. The threshold is really unpredictable because it just depends on if the heavy hitters do what they're supposed to do. If we go into this next set and Citadel or Enterforce 36 have bad performances, that opens up a lot of points for other teams that could completely change where that threshold is going to be. So it's hard to predict. I mean, we've even seen a threshold go as high as 105, I believe was the highest that we ever saw. So it just depends on ultimately what's going to happen in this last set.
Yeah. Grace, just final thoughts before we head into our break here.
I mean, I was just super happy to see the versatility in weapon meta, and also Olympus debut made me very happy. So I think that we've had a great show so far, and it's only going to get better because I think, like me and many at home, group stages is fun, but we really want to see the winner and the loser bracket.
All right, well, it's going to be an exciting one. A versus B is done. Before we head to our next set on the main stage, we're going to take a quick break. But when you have a chance to maybe explore the floor during it, grab some merch. You can check us out online at theplayapexshop.com. And if you're in Sapporo, grab one of these exclusive items as well. You'll see people rocking it. You got to get the hoodie. It's white this year. Ooh, that is looking fresh. Make sure to grab your ALGS merch and rep the, the way we love to rep here in the ALGS with flyer clothes, as always. All right, guys, it's been a great one. My name's Rainy, that's Snipe Down Graceful Jayhawk. It's been a wonderful start of the day. We've got another one coming up as well. So don't go anywhere. The Year 5 Championship in Sapporo is still getting underway. We've got one more big set determining who's going to go into that elimination bracket, who's going to make it into winners, and where the next storyline of the Year 5 Championship will take us. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this quick break. We've got a full set, a full course menu in day 2.
How are you going to get to the finals?
Oh, it's do or die. Pressure's on. Every day gets more important, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens.
Always come together, my team is so cohesive.
Well, how do you think you're going to keep the momentum after yesterday's performance into today?
One bullet in the Kraber. Make it count. Oh, 150.
Alice is clearly the LeBron of the ALGS. Arguably, I mean, one of the top 50 esports players of all time, I think.
Hal is truly like the Thanos level figure of Apex Legends.
Falcons get eliminated. They go down in third. 2 squads left. Can Fnatic get the reset? Gen.G, walk up for free.
Feel the force of my team, even if you ain't strong. Big dog, you feel the force of the mighty King Kong. Got that old style, you got that slow flow. The bank don't work well, your Wells Fargo.
Kiss him.
I got the heat to the free heat until you see go. The regulation we beat.
Can the Kraber make it sing?
Dexter's down. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. But they get the slide on him, and Gen.G will win 2 out of 3 games on Storm Point.
We're going to see what it's like going into Olympus.
The first time, baby.
Hear the excitement in the Sapporo Dome.
Oh my God, Dia, let's get it. Holding throughout. It's all on the back of Lauren, and there goes. Let's go. And UNLIMIT, they take the looking for every bit. They take what they can get. They take the win.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Razer, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Go for a kidnap, or I can take his armor, whichever one you want.
I mean, I'll tell you. Hang on, I'm just LOSing my drone.
Is there fences on it?
Yeah, but I can EMP them. I can EMP them. It would be worth. He's trying to climb up to break my drone again.
All right, hold on.
Let's go this way. Placing a portal.
Live to get in the like bottom floor door. All right, you can EMP.
Ash is one. EMP.
I can up one, and I got the armor.
Go. Finisher. I got him.
Dude, I'm holding door. And I got his armor, bro.
You got armor?
I got armor.
Punching a tunnel.
Incoming replicator. What a marvel of science.
Traps.
Got one.
Traps. Portal placed.
That's why I play Wraith, baby! That's why I play Wraith! Just keep in mind, there's not really any angle that I can do to help you. I mean, I can play bottom, but I can get 3-2-1 swung on it. Yeah, I can do that.
Portaling for right now.
Three people portaling at 4, cracked one on it. He knocked him off of it. You kidnapped one.
I got it.
And Skittles gets the Graper and the kidnap!
Skittles meant to do that. Let's just
I didn't mean to do it, actually. Yeah. Ooh, fuck the double pick in that.
I'm going for it, okay?
Put Gen? We haven't put Gen down.
Get ready for the kidnap.
Okay, I don't have it yet. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I got one.
100 dead. Just. Nice. Fighting.
ที่นี่ตลก
เฮ้ยชิบหายแล้วนี่หมดนะเฮียกดให้
กูอุตส่าห์เปิดสูงๆแล้วนะ
I'm dropping a layer.
In the fence here.
Yep.
I think we wiped that. If we can.
Careful, over.
I hit one in, I punch one in.
Nice. That,
okay. I'm watching for...
Well played.
Nade again if you have nade.
ZZ gonna be eliminated early here.
Okay, we're good. It's gone.
I mean, dude, he was dancing that portal crazy style. That was actually beautiful.
I'm queuing out here. I'm queuing out here. I kidnapped one. I'm queuing out.
The kidnap on his hero Falcons gonna be going down. What a play by Alb. Are you kidding me? Zero gets called out. No shot. What a job by Alberlelli, man. Great play.
Where? Trying to kill. In the corner. Yeah. Look, you kidnap them. One, on you. Look on you, quick. 2-1. Dead.
Guys, team in our bottom, right?
Yeah.
They're not in our bottom, but they're on the mid.
Shoot that, quick. Coming.
No, in our bottom, guys.
Dead.
Could be bottom or second.
Go to him. Got him.
Inner second. Don't say BG.
Okay, come to me.
Maybe in mid?
Okay, maybe mid.
That's good.
I think that's good.
That's fire. Please get someone Riley. I need loot, bro. Please. Please tell me you got him.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh.
Mas. Odbił się 100. Wrócił. Są 2 tepeki, kurwa.
Jest, kidnap, jest!
Wróć.
Wziąłem!
Kurwa, co tu się dzieje?
Nie róbmy tego, okej? Mi to nie wychodzi.
Ale nie, no wyszło, tylko kurwa druga fratka z tepekiem akurat tu przyszła.
There's a fence on it though, so it's kinda...
I'm going for another kidnap in Waterfall, okay?
Don't know how I survived though. Waterfall? Right.
Waterfall.
Oh, we'll try to queue for you.
Way to go Waterfall.
No, I want to speed up.
Clean up.
Guy come door!
Look.
Nice.
Hackus uses his raid portal to pull off a big kidnap play, grabbing Exorcism's caustic and breaking the linchpin of Exorcism's defense.
Necessarily want to count every point, you know, so if they do banner camp, that's an extra two kills perhaps. It would be a good thing to do. Since they're not rotating so early, they're still in refinery right now.
Yeah, that's true. And the reason you don't see competitive Apex... Oh, actually, I'm going to hold that thought for a second here, because Totem Esports, Timmy Amaz finds himself in a pretty rough spot. He gets taken out.
And did they just make that happen? Oh boy, look at the impact there. They're gonna go ahead and find one, and that's third impact, also finding kills on the other side. So Alliance, meanwhile, having their own battle.
Yeah, well, they don't have ring problems at the very least. They can chill for a while, but where is this Wraith off to? Looking for a kidnap, but that really hasn't worked out their way. Do they dare chase? It looks like they might. This could be a complete disaster. There's a caustic barrel right there. Says hello, cracks, and just goes back. That is very cheeky indeed, but my God, was that a risk.
Same spot. Wait, right there, I'm looking at them.
They're in a bad spot.
If I die, careful, okay, they might just us if I die, okay?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Move a kidnap, watch for it.
Yeah, watching for it.
I got him.
Okay.
And he'll take out, I can get them too.
Here you go.
Crossing a low ground.
I'm gonna kidnap.
I'm gonna EMP the last guy.
I'm kidnapping.
Yeah. I'm pushing him.
What?
Let's get him shot back.
No.
Nice. Go to the beat. Watch out. No way. Are you fine?
I'm fine. No. What the f is happening? Dude, you don't understand how I just kidnapped. That was, I might be the GOAT.
Hold it down. Monsoon gets in with the red, and this is actually a great spot for him. No one has eyes on him, and I think Shiny can make it in there as well. So Complexity, despite all that, we're actually not in a bad spot.
They're going to take advantage of this chaos here. Actually, a kidnap attempt comes through. Look at that. And he actually gets it now. They're going to have to fly through and go ahead and fight through this kidnap. Going to be difficult for Complexity, and what an aggressive attack there.
And oh my God, I can't believe they would have the audacity to do it. Mastiffs in hand. Shiny gets off the bat, and the grenades are flying through. One hit. Will this be the down as Monsoon, and it sends him back into the death trap. Oh no, Monsoon, the grenade of time. It takes out one member of the remaining two of Complexity.
So long. I kidnap this guy. I got him!
Okay, what the
No, oh my God.
I was not ready, bro.
I wasn't ready either. That hit.
In front of me.
Team North. Wait, I can probably kill these guys. Hey, can we pick them? I'm bed-netting. I killed two, there's one more. With you. On the other roof. Yeah, kid on the roof. I'm betting. There's one more there. On the other roof. They draw. I'm betting. I'm up to y'all. Are they rising below us? Yeah, they are. Where's? They're queuing through. Low ground. They're rising here. They're rising here, man. I can have one. Alright. There's one still up there. There's two there.
I'm batting. Any bats? I need bats.
Yeah, I'm dropping.
There's bats. It's lost. It's top 4, by the way.
Yeah, they're still here.
Okay, they're dropping. I'm gonna MP this zone. I'm MP. Yeah. It's last squad. MP them. Dead. Last one.
Sen gonna be inside zone. LG actually kidnapping. Gimme.
They got I kidnapped one. No way, bro. They got him. Oh my god, I just up. No. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. I need to be killed.
Oh my!
You have nades? Can you nade that?
I am in the back. I'm not watching it right now. It's just one guy, I think. It's just two.
Good one.
야, 리벤 떠났어요. 유카샤. 그래도. 야다. 왜 이거. 차고.階段 2階の階段
이게. 왔다. 미팅.
왔어.
I'm batting.
I'm walking up. I'm ready.
I'm taking space. Nice how. They're all on track. Swing left on you. They're swinging. What's a one? Kidnapping rock. Look at rock. Swing. Swing. Dead. Look. I got you. Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion take place center zone of Skyhook on top of that main tower. Really strong position, extremely early on. Okay. You do have to be careful with the altars in play. You can see UNLIMIT trying to go for that spleef. Will not be able to abduct anyone off of Shopify Rebellion, but here comes another one. And I love this. They were scouting it out with the crypto the whole time. So now is able to secure them that kill.
With SBI, our second team that won't be making it into the last chance qualifier, while Shopify Rebellion light up the feed.
100 Thieves started off the day with a huge win.
Wow.
Boney playing all 10 games. Can he bookend this series with another win here on Broken Moon? Not unless rivals have anything to say about it. Try to put a stop to them right now. A lot of utility thrown out onto 100 Thieves, and they've got Sheila ready to go for this. Boney tries to go kidnap. It's not going to quite work. No, it's successful. He gets off of this.
Oh no! Chronicles of the distance of blue Evo shields here too. Everybody eats here for 100 Thieves. Appendix not needed here in this situation with 100 Thieves and their performance thus far. 75 total points as Boney with his momentum.
I'm sorry, I did put a bucket of sweets out there. There just wasn't enough to go around.
Well, they should be watching this, to be honest with you. Here comes the kidnap attack now from Imperial. How did he manage to pick someone up? It looks like he did. And it will be RKN who falls into the trap. They finish off the kill. Great job on the Wraith. And that's good to see how back on Wraith. That's what he can do. And that's what you need to do, Dan.
Blinks is looking for another angle here. He wants to ping. Oh, it's a collat! It's a collat! One of them is a headshot! Blinkser!
Yeah, there is. Wait, maybe I can get a good beam.
Yeah, try to pressure them as much as you can. You and Rambo can probably look for it.
I knocked one up there.
Holy
They bubbled it on height.
There's still this team down here. They're rezzing, bro. I think they're rezzing.
I think they are too. I'll get an angle on the right.
Yeah, get an angle.
I collided them. They're so low up there.
They're rezzing, I think.
I knocked one up there again. They might die.
Try to get the kill.
They jumped on I got him.
This is not a fight you should lose, especially if you can hit this one. He's scoped in. He sees the Caustic. It's a headshot. Oh boy. See you later again. Cover back-to-back. Weigers, without a doubt, will be the champions here in Game 3 Fallout. And what a game it was.
Oh, well, that bow has run out of luck, and maybe their dome will be forced if it hasn't been already. But that's a fantastic Kraber shot, which maybe slows down the push.
That's a freaking heat check. He just pulled a free from half court to make sure he can still
Oh, and they get laid
Oh
on.
my god! And he collaterals! He collaterals with the Kraber no scope, and they're gonna get the wipe on the GW. Oh my god! Yuki with the collateral on the Kraber shot. That was disgusting! Holy shit, dude! That was
Alliance
insane!
has 16 kills.
We're in the zero.
Get your sparks down.
I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Set it!
Dead!
Oh my god!
Go, boy!
Great job by Sweet to stay alive.
140
out of Mandy!
Get him, Mandy! Get him, Mandy!
And they get knocked! They go. Oh! Scars! Mandy with some great. Call the ambulance, but not for Scars. Call the ambulance for Singularity.
Bro.
Mandy with some great shots. That's what I'm talking about, baby. You can touch on a Kraber. I'll navigate the other space. Oh my god!
But can they sign things off with a victory here? There's a Kraber in hand for reps, and it's 210 right to the nutsack. That'll do it, and another one as well.
That's right, here comes the push, and another shot's gonna come through. Zach Mazur's on fire with the Kraber right now. Next for 2, and that opens the door.
Cross, he gets hit, he's out of the fight as well. Will C9 be able to pull this one off from down in the depths up to the top?
And now we're seeing the damage, now we see the swing from Timmy as NRG look for money, it's 150!
To use that util at all. There's the down onto Saku. You can see the ultimate going crazy on the side there as well, but Zainu has been dropped. They're trying to create some space.
So many opportunists around us. We saw Hal had, oh, that's a very good start, isn't it? Hal had 80 bullets in his rampage, and he was really trying to be conservative, and Hal is no more because that Kraber is going to finish him off. He's not going to be happy with that, and there's more damage to be done. A crack, but is there any more than that? Oh my days! Madness, where are you going?
It's a little scary to think how good they could be in day 2 and 3. And guess what? A Kraber in the hands of
Oh,
Zero.
no.
He hits those. Kraber connects for 319 damage.
Caustic is one of the best legends to play when you're defending a building like that. Hitting those shots.
Team Berg are still alive, Kraber in hand. As you said, one of the only teams left in these finals who has not yet got a victory. And a 95 is a good way to start.
Just a little bit of a leg shot. That one's a little bit better. How about the third one? Third time's a charm for Jaro!
Barely holding on, Reignite still happy down the bottom as well as Perry Hellion.
A little bit earlier, all of a sudden we've gone from 80% of teams inside of the circle to around 30% of the teams as we see gentrifying, knocking Sweet out of his shoes.
I see the frag grenade in the hands of Sweet as well, but I still feel like this Kraber shot is one that, if it's hit, is going to ring off. Cross King's Canyon as he takes down Rocker.
Wow, yeah, and that itself is already kind of job done when it comes to getting the points. They could still get the win, though. There's the Kraber knock onto Prize. That could be the opening to the end here for anti-AA. Reignite, although, hang on, Sharky just lost all of his armor instantly as well, so it's not over just yet. Another Kraber shot. Never mind, this is surely Reignite's game. They can't lose it from here. High ground advantage as well. Zero drops down, loses the armor. Not exactly landing all of these massive shots, even runs out of ammo, and may fall for this as well.
Know they're weak, can try to push down on them. Alliance is actually one of the squads above, and this could be huge for Alliance.
And not only did Aurora survive, but they also got their third back in as Alpha Draft gets his face ripped off his shoulders.
That's forcing the wall out from Na'Vi. This catwall's huge, but the knock on Matofi is bigger! Fnatic does open things up, he finds the magic bullet, and again, it's a 2v3 now that has just been created by the Kraber.
Situation, losing a teammate, but they hightailed it and came back when they started reading the kill feed, knowing they can possibly get back in there. Ooh, the no-scope with the Kraber.
Come on, you've lost! Look at you!
I missed my bullet.
In here, Brennan, on this door. Newcastle.
I knocked the caustic.
Almost cracked him. It's cracked him. He's low. He's low.
Kill him! Oh my god!
Good shot.
What have you just done? Oh my god! What the? Drop. One dead.
Nice.
Come on me, guys.
No, come back for us. Come back for us. Come back.
Yeah.
One dead. 1 HP. 1 HP.
Whoa. Is that team?
Alright. Hey, 3v3. Whoa. Last. No, stop, last.
So has Suzuki here as Yuka. Can he hit the Kraber shot? He gets the shield break. The follow-up, and he holds the high ground. Crack after crack with the Kraber Leica, and Suzuki come in to clean up on aisle 3.
Complexity
Thanks,
there,
observers.
still a 2, and there you go, your wish is your command, and Complexity now with Monsoon as he's still connecting, still hitting these shots.
Catwall's blocking to the right.
Does look like it's a 2v2 at this point. Gets the headshot with the Kraber, and they'll push straight through the smoke to try and get this final wipe onto XZ.
NIP though, I'm glad that, you know, just after we had the hot takes that they were able to at least bounce back a little bit there.
Yeah, exactly. And you see right here, a little slow-mo action.
The last 6. And I tell you what, all gamers have got a real chance to deal some damage here. Dropt is going to say, you peek, I teach.
Waiting out for his smoke nades. 5 more seconds, and he's still in the line of sight of a team on the low ground. Oh, Yuka with the Kraber!
Mático aqui agora para a equipe da Gosu, que tá no meio da rotação, fightando diretamente ali. Vamos ver se vai conseguir punir. Bala na cara, mais uma kill pro Renate, que vem fazendo estrago de Crebão por ali, hein? Consegue um espaço primordial agora a equipe da Gosu. Mais uma bala, mais um 140 na peitola, ult na cabeça da Gosu agora. Momento complicado para eles. Olha, agora a Norcal vem muito forte pra esse endgame, hein? Olha, HS, o Kings vai de arrasta pra cima. Renatrix se destacando aí com as kills de Kraber. Mais 140 no peito, ninguém segura o menino. Agora pula pra cima, agora acaba deletado junto. Mas trouxe muito dano e agora é só botar paz de cal. Ainda vem de...
Both teams hesitant to push up because of the Kraber watching them. And that's a double whammy.
Yeah, that'll get it done. That'll get it done.
Here with alongside the rest of Dark Zero, though. He gets the knock with the Kraber.
And 2 bullets with the Kraber, it can do so much, but Peekaboo, Let's go with the Kraber, Amphi's gonna go in and try and finish off the damage as well, and E6 lit for now. Is Swinny gonna be swapped? Gets one shield swap, gets the KP, needs to... Melee does it! E6, they go down, but they've done enough!
Nainus, fight, kill his team. Nade it. Good nade, I think.
75 on. They're going to get stunned. Yeah. Stand two.
140 another. In the back, careful. I'm watching you outside.
All dead.
Don't die.
We've seen this before, Dia. Maybe no trick shot here.
Nice.
Finds a knock on Charmander.
Another one!
Gets the crack afterwards.
Hasn't actually found the rest of the kills yet, but the fadeaway Kraber shot as well.
Playing around that rock are making things so difficult.
Kraber shot could change everything, though. And we've got plenty of bullets. Oh, no, sweet balls! It's just a Koifel left, and as you said, on the other end of this, both very talented controller players. Koifel heralded last champs as perhaps one of the best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom, he's hiding behind the knockdown shield. Koifel's got an angle. Koifel's got the win!
There's one guy
across.
Kraber him. Dead. Crypto one.
Kill that guy enemy. Play knock.
Get spotted. Hostile spotted.
Freely walk in? Nah, they're gonna get poked. They are found out.
Foot woke up. They woke up right now.
KINOTROPE having a very good game as well, but here it is. Senox goes, yo, what up, boys? What up, Rack? Anyone else want some? Boom! 145 to Impulse.
Oh, just imagine.
And Hardeki wants a stick. Will he get it is the question. He's going to be trying to... Oh my god, the blind fire with the Kraber! Hardeki doing Hardeki things right now. Connects for 2. You gotta be kidding me. Hardeki with 2 kills, playing by his lonesome. and playing out of his mind.
本の対してフナティックが打てる位置。決断。前取り切りに行った方がいいかこの位置どうだ。床が来れば見えている見えている。レイジ落とした。
そうだこれノーセポとしたら大丈夫ですよ。
メールとスラがたすき戻して残り1枚になった。 BT が2ダウンで BT 全滅。これでリドルが取り切った。ノーセポして残り1枚。リドルとフナティックのスリーベースになるか。
そうですね、フナティック削られないことですね、とりあえず。
そうですね、あと1枚ですから、はい、スイッチして海ちゃんの口この一人で抑えに行く。海ちゃんが持っていった。宮城を落とす。上から誘拐風クレーバーを持って突っ込んでいく。最後は3対1になるか。この一騎打ちお見事フナティック。
He's literally sitting on it. There's just a trap on it, bro. I'm watching for you. I'm watching for you. I'm watching for you. They might swing me. I kicked it twice. I kicked it twice. Nice. Double kick it with me.
They traded.
50, 100. Dead. One shot on another. In the queue. I can see. Dead. Look left, CJ. Look left, CJ.
I'm with you. Looking left.
Look at that guy. Look left.
Yeah, they're up there.
Go down. Just go on the heady already. I'm holding right.
I'm going.
Dead on the left, dead on the back. That's all. Our game, boys. Grab one. Okay, what's me, look. Yeah. I thought so. Chill. Nice. I'm chilling.
ACP are able to instantly pivot, spot the Unreal Nightmare, or try to take up their spot, and with a shot like that from Mav, and a second one to follow up.
Guys, someone come to me. I need you to get over my stairs. Come to me.
Come here. Come on here.
I come down under. Knock two. 150 bang.
Bang. Up 30. I'm getting him. He's flying away.
He's dead. There's a guy over here.
Get the full kill on that guy. I'm building.
On the box. I'm counting up for taking
So, don't panic.
No time. It's two.
Raid this one.
Kill us.
By the way, the catwalk got stuck. No catwalk.
He went to zone. He's on the wall. He's on He by himself.
I got no catwalk. Right here. Right on my ping. On the other side of the box.
Yeah, see that.
On the box.
Jump behind us.
Jump. One guy top left box.
What's the play here? We have to identify space.
Yeah, kill him.
Last team.
Oh
my god. Yeah, let me trick shot him.
Trick shot. Oh, shit. Back close. Back 40.
I'll say you left.
Right.
Nice. Chill.
Go.
I'll say you left.
Now it's all.
I was correct.
Let me trick shot him. Trick shot. No.
Let's go.
Which is probably a lot more than Moist have in their hands. As Ziprail comes out, a nice Kraber shot. No EMP, follows up.
Oh, beautiful. And then the follow-up here, too, from Tyler. Gets another Kraber shot. Hockeys, 3 for 3. Sends out the nade here to clear up the space. Standing out unlucky to clean up not Moist.
Crazy Kraber shots. He needs to try to get some on a Dreamfire to stop the pressure from the left side. Another great shot from out there, bro. A 120, how you third skis. The little Kraber nerf definitely hit now. Another 140 from Alp. Here we go, baby. He's getting it rocking. He's getting it flowing. He's trying to get the shots down. AD is now rocking. Oh my God! What the f? Alpharelli, inhuman no-scopes there. As Scars
and Naughty
is
gets
dying.
the knock off of it.
Naughty gets the full kill. What am I watching out too? Another shot going down. He misses it though. And that's the damage they needed to open up that fight. Unbelievable job by Alpharelli. What the hell is IG
is eliminated.
And another 140. Give me some more, baby. You got 2 more in there, dog. Let's see what you got. Come on.
There's no way they keep peeking it.
Another one on 119 from Alp. He is putting on a show. It's heat check after heat check. This is crazy from Alp.
Kraber online. Marquez, can he land the shot? Yes, he can.
Gets Kraber in the head, and he's going to get way down as well. This is just Marquez's show right now, okay, man.
Yeah, they are looking so deadly with their sniper rifle in hand, but Wolves, they can't actually rotate out to get any of the picks. They're just getting harassed by so much utility that they go back to the low ground. CrazyCon gets knocked. Can they even get this reset off? I don't think they can, Stoney. They're just going to have to fight as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming right now. Marquez
He's getting so many picks right now, but the people are just dropping down and feeding him kills at the moment, and he's gonna get another one here from Remarkable Team.
He was on 1100 damage before that fight kicked off. He's hit 400 damage with a Peacekeeper, and he's running out of ammunition. That's probably the only thing that's going to stop him, Stoney, I'll be honest. As we can see, Donut is also going to get a knock. Wolves Esports are here. They are dominating. We can see they have got the reset as well. Donut goes aggressive, cleans up Remarkable Team. We have 3 squads left. NML, they're down to a solo, Stoney. I don't know what's happened on the other side of the map, but Rendeg and NML have just taken each other out, and Wolves Esports are here to clean up.
Oh, this is disgusting! He's gonna finish it off with one of the best end games by a single person I've ever seen, and Wolves take game number 2!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. We're going to be closing out day 2 of the competition, day 2 of our group stage right now as the competition continues to heat up. All of our teams have been fighting tooth and nail to get a place in the next stage of the competition, and this last series will determine exactly where they will fall. We have been live from Sapporo, Japan this entire time, and it has been absolutely lovely. The entire experience, not only the weather, the people, but the competition. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host for the last series of the day, and I am joined by these wonderful people here on the desk. We have Graceful, Dia, and Spider Tiff getting us through this next round of games. Graceful, talk to me a little bit about how you're feeling the day's going so far. We got through one series already.
I mean, honestly, we've seen both sides of the coins where the teams that we expected to perform have performed, and other teams that weren't expecting to perform, you know, also did, but some fell short.
Yeah.
And I think that's a trend we'll keep seeing for the next couple of rounds as well today and then also tomorrow. But we'll definitely have to keep our eyes out, because now, as we're kind of shuffling the groups a little bit going into the next stage, people's playstyles will start to mix a little bit.
Absolutely. You know, we talk about that a lot when it comes to group stage. Things are very different from now until we get into that bracket side of things. But Dia, we're almost at that bracket portion of the competition, so talk to me a little bit.
Well, we are. Tiff and I were talking about it just this morning when we were on Olympus, but it's strange to say that half of all of our teams that are at this event right now have already completed their group stage. We have the last half sitting behind us right now. 6 games left for these teams to determine whether they are in the upper or lower bracket, which, while it sounds like a small thing, can actually have very large implications on your tournament livelihood.
And we've been seeing, now that we've gotten to this point of the competition, Tiff, that everyone has started to pick things up across the board regionally. We're seeing some really impressive things out of our players and our teams. So give me your impressions and your thoughts so far.
I've got a lot of them. But I'll keep it brief. The fact that some of these players haven't actually gotten to play on Olympus just yet, I think it's going to be a catalyst for it when it comes to winner's bracket. You're going to have to be able to lock it in, adapt to it, because Dia and I did just get to cast the first 3 games ever. And honestly, it's some of the best gameplay that I've gotten to witness live. And if we're going to see that happen here again today for those teams that are at the top looking to cement themselves in the top seed in the winner's bracket, coveted positions on the POI draft are at stake here. And for those on the bubble, man, I don't want you to go home. I don't want you starting out in the elim rounds. We got to at least get the winner bracket secured.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot on the line for our teams today, and you were just talking about teams at the top. Let's take a look at our overall standings and see exactly who those teams are. We talked about them a lot yesterday. Falcons at the tippy top right now with 166 points. Very comfortable. And for the top 5, Graceful, really very comfortable for these squads, obviously making their way through to that winner side.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen phenomenal gameplay from them all. Not only the fact that they've dominated in specific groups, but also the consistency across the board. When you can put up those numbers, you know, we always like to talk about averages and the cutoffs. They are more than comfortable there. It could have even played, you know, had 2 more donuts each probably and still stayed comfortably up there.
I mean, I think that this is one of the most dominant performances we've also seen out of the other regions, though, Dia, when we're talking about these teams at the top, and I think that's a really nice surprise.
Yeah, this is looking like a very good LAN if you are a fan of APAC North, and I imagine that we have a lot of APAC North fans in the arena right now. The performances that we've seen out of Fnatic and UNLIMIT today were fantastic, and Enterforce 36 yesterday really wowing people with the triple win as well. There is some incredible potential on this stage, and it doesn't feel particularly regionally favored in the sense that I think we're seeing a lot of good out of all of our regions, but it hits especially hard when it's APAC North because it has been such an inconsistent region when it comes to Apex Legends international competition.
I mean, you guys should go back and check the VOD from that last series, because the crowd was popping off when some of those regional favorites were doing well. So definitely has been really exciting here in the Dome. But like everyone's mentioned, earlier series was groups B and C, and now for the last time in group stage, we get to see A and D facing off. So let's take a look at these teams, a reminder for everybody at home. And Tiff, I know we're gonna be diving into these, but just a quick thought overall on who we have in these 2 groups.
Honestly, it's crazy that we have Crazy Thieves here, because it's been a tough journey for them in the group stages. So if this is your last showing on main stage, it has to be one of value. And I'm not saying anything they've done is valuable, but like it really has to be just that much better to show us why we had some of you guys pinned to be the winners of the Year 5 championship. So we need winner potential there as well. Aurora, Hiarka, Uchako, and Slab, former LAN winners. Well, Slab looking for his first. It'd be nice to go into winner bracket with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of heavy hitters in these two groups, so let's start breaking down some of these individual teams because, Graceful, I know that you've got a region specifically you want to highlight.
I mean, you know, I'm always, I'll say it, I'm always been biased, always have been, but I love EMEA as always, where I'm from, where I competed at as well. And when we're looking at the leaderboard specifically, we have to talk about both Alliance and also Citadel Gaming. Alliance is one of the teams that we all know and love, and we know their potential. We've seen their ceilings. They are a champion, and they can take home any tournament that they participate in. Citadel Gaming, however, currently leading over them and are in the same group, but have shown that potential that a lot of teams, I assure you, have underestimated them. And they have such a good potential. And the reason why I say that as well, leading, I think, consistently going into the tournaments and future tournaments because of their play style. When we look at these two teams are completely different in play styles, and that's why they both, despite being in the same group, can have good results for both of them, because Alliance, mostly known to be hunting and scavenging teams and then moving in on mid-speed to late speed, whereas as Citadel Gaming specifically are just going straight into the zone, playing for that placement and also opting in for those. And even then, we can also compare player size. You know, we're looking at Unlucky as an example, roller, fragger, but also play support characters. And then when we look on the Citadel Gaming side, we have Suni, who's been known to frag properly as well. But they're kind of not really the same way and the way they play. But when we're looking at it, kills-wise, they are the same. Damage, Suni is actually taking the lead. You could argue now, is it due to the meta and, you know, weapons like Scout and Long Reach being a little bit more prevalent? But when we're looking at it across the board, both of them phenomenal players, really good to come out of our region specifically.
Absolutely, and we'll get an opportunity here to see some of these highlight moments from Citadel Gaming. And I love the story that we're getting out of this squad because, like you mentioned, when we come to LAN and it comes to EMEA as a whole, people are always going to be looking at Alliance. That is a burden that they carry, having been at the top for as long as they have been. But now coming into this international LAN, Citadel has absolutely crushed it and almost matched that level of competition. Like you're saying, specifically looking at Zuni versus Unlucky, and it's like we're seeing the same reflected back. So I think they've really brought a lot to the table. But if we are going to be giving a little bit of love to Alliance here, specifically Unlucky, we also have a birthday boy in the house. Those birthday boy push-ups?
Getting birthday gains.
Birthday gains. Birthday gains. You have to, I don't know how old you, oh, the clap? I can do that. I just want to let you know, I could probably do that.
He's just showing off now. Now he's just showing off. Happy 21st birthday to Unlucky. I mean, what a way to spend your birthday.
What, doing push-ups?
Yeah, it was definitely the push-ups. 100% the push-ups. Listen, that's got to be one of the more active ways we've seen people getting ready to dive into these matches.
Tiff equivalated, that's a word, physical fitness to in-game performance earlier. He's warming up, you know? He's got to beat Zuni.
I love it. I love it. And if we're talking about this region, we might as well keep things going here, Dia. Give me another team you want to highlight.
Well, okay, well, funnily enough, Graceful, I have recently relocated to EMEA myself, and as such, I have to pick another EMEA team to look at, and so I've selected GoNext, because GoNext, of course, very exciting team. Really fun fact about them, although it shouldn't inform how you think of them at home. They have 1 win, 1 top 1, 2 top 2s, 3 top threes, and then they have like 6 top 5s. So but it goes on for a little while, which actually made me really happy. GoNext, with their win, have actually been really, really impressive. I'm remembering specifically this game with Hotdog Mafia that were right next door to them. GoNext ended up taking the game both away from Fnatic and HTD earlier by basically refusing to die. That's something this team has done really well. I got the chance to listen to their comms earlier. Specifically, Kinda has crazy passion in his comms, and Graceful, I know you always like to talk about Light as a beacon of the roster.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that we see their proactiveness right there in that highlight, actually. The fact that they were initially hiding and decided to let them recoup for a second. They said, no, we're going to be proactive. Swung that immediately and cleaned up the fight and won that game. But the thing that I like to say about them as well is that if you just look at the total points, they kind of fly under the radar, where people aren't really expecting them to be performing like, oh, because we're seeing these high numbers so far. They are absolutely exploding on certain games, as we see second, first, and fourth. If they can just clean up that donut, specifically the donuts, not too big fan of those. However, when you can clean up some of those games that are a little bit lackluster, their average like skyrockets.
Yeah, and I appreciated that pun. You snuck in there, D. I caught that. All right, love that.
I didn't.
It was good. You have to go back and check the vibe for that. But if we're talking about regions, we highlighted it a little bit before. Another region that's been absolutely popping off TIFF is APAC North. So tell me a little bit about who you want to highlight.
Yeah, it's been really fun, right? Of course, UNLIMIT had a really strong performance in our prior series that D&I cast, but when you think about who else has been one of the top contenders, I do want to give a huge shout out to the Apex podcast. They put together a massive list, and Enterforce 36 was one of the teams that they highlighted as the best contender from APAC North to take the win here in the Year 5 ALGS champs. And so far in the group stages, they've done every bit of proving Dawn correct, right? They were at the top of the leaderboard, aside from the performance in the top, because, well, they weren't in it. So this is their last showing. They're looking to grab the top slot from the Falcons. They're just 33 points away from being able to grab that. So Snap, ILY, Juzna, look, we're going to get to see what they can do on Olympus. We know they're already having an insane amount of prowess on the maps that we have the most confident from, but they have the highest average placement of any team that has played in the group stages. 5.9. Dia was talking about how many touted first places his team had. Well, you know, they've won 4 games. They've gotten second 4 times. They have 7 top 5 finishes, and it is just an insane amount because in terms of kills, they've got 63. Their placement points are 70. They're consistent across the board. They're going to do great things here if they can continue that momentum.
Just a fun little thing specifically with that series to really put it into perspective. This did happen over on the B stream, but the 3 out of 6 wins is crazy for Enterforce 36. In the regular season, we give out bonus points for that. We obviously don't on LAN, but it is in a balanced game. If you are playing, you know, one opponent versus another, you should be getting about a 50% win rate if you're both equally skilled. In Apex, you should have a 5% win rate if everyone is equally skilled, and they're 10xing that by incredible margins. So really keep your eyes on Enterforce 36 if you haven't already.
Yeah, that consistency is something we are constantly talking about when it comes to Apex Legends, so it's definitely something to be keeping your eyes on. But we also want to see who's consistent when it comes to our talent predictions, because that's where we're going to be looking at next. Let's see how everyone is doing when it comes to points, where I feel like there was a little bit of a lull with some of our selections based off of the performances of maybe some of the squads that people were hoping were doing well. And I have noticed that we've all started picking some similar choices, which also means that we're not going to be getting some big differences in the points at the end. I can see that you're a little bit disappointed in that.
I am, and I mentioned this on broadcast earlier today. I picked Falcons before it was cool. I did all of my predictions before we started, and I said, okay, here's what's going to happen. First day, Falcons, they're not going to have a good day. And then everyone's going to pick Falcons that day, and they're not going to do it the second day because they're going to go, oh, Falcons, they're not that good anymore. So I thought it was going to happen, and I was going to be alone, but I wasn't alone. Everybody picked Falcons because they dropped like 100 banger on the first day, and now I'm out of luck.
That's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles as we get to see where everybody is. Vicky doing really well, and she decided to go with the legacy pick for this next series of matches. Quite a bit of us choosing Alliance. Dan with the Citadel Gaming after we just got a lot of love from them out of Graceful as well. And Dia, you have a Sentinels.
I think Sentinels are going to do really well in this LAN. I know that we haven't seen a top performance from them just yet. We haven't even talked about them on broadcast just yet because of that very same thing. They haven't really been performing very highly, but I think the roster should be hitting their peak right around now. Crossing my fingers. Maybe it's Elim stage. We'll see.
I love that. We got some more Alliance love on here as well. Lace coming through with that Enterforce 36. She was following your footsteps from yesterday, Tiff.
I mean, look, that's how I took the lead yesterday, and I'm sure she's looking to make a crazy pull. Snipe down, though. If this is the day we talked about at the very top, if Crazy Thieves pop off, he could take the lead.
Yeah, well, right now, Tiff is crushing everybody. Okay, so Tiff is up top because of Enterforce 36 and the faith you have in them. Yeah. So shout out to Tiff and, of course, Enterforce as well. I think it's actually pretty close across the board, so we'll have to see what this next series does for everybody's points, because we are about ready to dive into the last games of our group stage. So it's time to get our casters in here. I know they're excited to dive into the action as well. On set, Gaskin, let's get into it.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. There's more games to come, and these are big ones, Dan, because we get to decide, of course, who is going to be going into that winner side of the bracket and who's going to be going down to the elimination bracket for tomorrow, where we start sending some teams home. Now, something to keep in mind, we're kind of doing the estimates on where we think that cutoff's going to be. We reckon around 90 to 95 points. If you can land somewhere around that, you should, and that's a big should, of course, because we never know what's going to happen in these games, be good enough to go into that winning side of the bracket.
Yeah, currently I think the cutoff is around 82, but that's going to change very quickly in these first few games. And whilst we've set the pace in the previous lobby, now we get to really see people try and catch up and try and push themselves and elevate themselves into a position where they will feel comfortable to be in that winner's bracket. And yes, the prediction around 90 to 95, but that can change. It could be higher, could be lower. We will learn more as it goes on.
And of course, we are going to be playing on Storm Point for the first couple of games here. So this is the POI draft. This is where our teams will be dropping. And when you're looking at the picks as well, I always love looking at Alliance, because Alliance just get the north side of the map every single time, even though they had the 21st pick here in the POI draft. Everyone knows they're going to pick it regardless, so they're like, you know what, I don't care where you are, you can have it.
It's not worth taking the fight, but maybe Team Mango will have a little look-see every now and then if there's any sort of contesting that happens up there from any rotations on that northern side. But otherwise, VK Gaming at Mill, NIP at Lightning Rod, Crazy Thieves at Cenote. Will this be the day we see Crazy Thieves actually show up? Because they haven't really showed their potential thus far. They need a big day here today if they want to get into that winner's bracket.
They certainly do need to show something like the form we saw in the international scrims in the build-up to this. A lot of hype about Crazy Thieves and their performance, but it's been lackluster so far. We'll have to see if they can find their way back to form, back to what their potential can be in this series, and really establish themselves as a team to watch going into the bracket stage tomorrow. Big games ahead of us here. Let's go into match number 1 on Storm Point.
And we're kicking things off with Enterforce 36. They are the best performing Storm Point team in this lobby from the 3 games that have been played on this map. So if they can find any sort of form, like they have done previously, we might see big points once more from this team just to elevate themselves even more. They don't really need them, to be honest, because they are going to be a team that is already comfortably in that winner's bracket, but now it's about trying to get a better POI draft position, solidify yourself at the top. Here's the lay of the land, though. We're going to be heading up to the northwest, up towards Down Beast for our first game. And of course, plenty of caustics, as you would expect, here in game number 1.
Yeah, we mentioned Alliance at the start of things, landing over at North Pad and Trident. That is their home. That is what they claimed, and that will be a pretty simple rotation for them to have to make towards where this zone is going to be. They have a ring console to play with as well over at North Pad. Grow Gaming, who had some really good games yesterday. I think we'll be a little bit disappointed how they ended up in the final standings with 2 wins in that series that we did see right at the end of the day. But for VK Gaming as well, a little bit of a slow day for them yesterday as well. A really good opportunity here, landing over at Mill to get some good prio to where that zone's to be going.
I do think VK Gaming are going to get better as the tournament goes on, but it's whether they will be fighting through that elimination bracket or whether they are able to force themselves into the winner's side here in this lobby. I think we'll learn a lot in these initial games. Now, I did say there's a lot of caustic. Actually, more Newcastle. Newcastle is going to get banned for match 2, which we did see yesterday as well. There was a tie between Newcastle and caustic, but this time Newcastle outright is picked more than caustic. So we're going to at least have caustic for 2, then I'd imagine he'll be gone for 3.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency across compositions is pretty impressive, actually. Like, pretty much everyone, I would say, outside of Aurora, who are running Bangalore, Crypto, and Alta in game number 1, probably looking for a little bit more consistency with the composition across multiple games. But everyone else, I mean, Valk, Newcastle, Caustic, it is a strong comp for a reason, and that's why you're seeing it being played so frequently here.
So Grow Gaming with a fantastic chance here at Down Beast. They will be learning shortly that teams will probably join them on their rotations over to try and find a little bit of a position to work for that late game. So it's whether they can find their favorite spot dropping here. Is it going to be down low? Are they going to try and get up high? Do they even have the weapons to try and fight from the high ground as well? I mean, the 30-30 would do a fantastic job from Keon's side. And on average, they are getting 5.7 points per match on Storm Point, Grow Gaming. So it hasn't been amazing for them. It's been pretty bang average. They'll probably be looking to try and find a little bit more points here and there, averaging on each game if they want to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, looking across the games yesterday for Grow Gaming, it felt like it was either a win or a little bit of a dud game. There was no kind of in-between. The consistency in the so-called bad games was a little bit worrying where they weren't able to put a few points on the board. But elsewhere, as we take our attention away from Grow Gaming and where they're set up, where that end game is going to be, we've got SBI Esports on our screen, and they're taking a little bit of a fight. EMP's going in, and Egoist is taking some damage.
It's going to be Aurora on the other side. Yushaku's taking a lot as well, and now it's going to be actually advantage SBI. real question is, can you actually capitalize on this one? Because Aurora were in and they were out very quickly.
Certainly were indeed. No knocks as yet. Looks like Aurora at a disadvantage when it comes to the armors for sure. E36 also hovering here, looking for a potential third party. SBI going to get that first knock onto Aurora, and you can see the difference that we're seeing in these armors. Mike has to survive here and just about manages to do so, but we're at E36 in all of this. Surely they've heard this commotion taking place with multiple knocks on both sides. You would expect E36 to arrive to the party pretty soon. Here they are.
Yeah, here they are. They should be able to clean things up. There's the squad wipe. SBI down. Aurora maybe a straggler can survive and get away at this point. And it looks like that answer is going to be yes. One person has survived, but he's been spotted. Esports 36 will not want to allow him to get away here.
Might have an opportunity just to pop a battery. Does deny the LOS just by disappearing around that corner, and Aurora will survive for now. How long for is a different thing altogether, though, but Aurora do survive. And the real casualty in that is going to be SBI, who will be eliminated first in this lobby. End of first 36, excuse me, will grab that loot and be able to continue their way now towards where that zone is going to be pulling. Now, elsewhere, looking at teams that are outside of the zone, down a long way away from where we're going to be taking part in our end game. You've got Ninjas in Pyjamas. They dropped over a Lightning Rod. They've got a long way to go. Supernova still at Command Center. GoNext and KINOTROPE all on that eastern side of the zone. They've got a lot of ground to traverse before they think about getting to that end game.
Yeah, there's a few teams who are not going to be finding a place to call home in this end game anytime soon. So they might just start to lurk around the edges a little bit, maybe pick up some scraps, maybe get their ear to the ground, see if there is any fights happening they could potentially third party as well. Because otherwise you get into this situation where you force yourself into what will be, you assume, the final circle, and then you have to fight for it.
Fantastic shots coming in from Verholst here. One thing about this position, very difficult to hold. There's a lot of different LOSs from different sight lines that can really just chip away when you're trying to focus on one team. One great advantage that you have playing this position is game one, no legend ban. So you have Newcastle, you have Caustic, you have your bunkered down characters to help you survive. One team who isn't surviving, by the way, is Aurora. They were just eliminated, and maybe Oblivion are going to be next as Effect is moving in, trying to stop this res. He'll get the final knocks. Now be Oblivion eliminated, or as I like to say, obliviated. It works.
It does work. I think that's
in some way.
Maybe a spell in Harry Potter as well. Unsure, but we are going to see at least aggression coming out from Alliance, and that's the crazy thing about Alliance. You can just send Effect on his own and he can do a job. He can find damage, whilst the other two are happy to watch from the wings. And in this case, it's the wings of the down beast. They have found the high ground. They have found arguably one of the most powerful positions that you can have for this end zone, and I'm excited to see what Alliance can do with this.
Yeah, you can see that they did have the ult port down here, the Void Nexus, so that if Effect got in a little bit of trouble, even if he got knocked, they were in position to immediately recall him to try and keep him alive. So commanding space in different ways here, Alliance, not letting any KP slip through their fingers, and that's points on the board. And dropping over at Northpad, you have to say this is probably one of the strongest positions, full stop, that you could possibly have for Down Beast.
I will say the zone has moved a little bit further south, away from the Down Beast a little bit. Traditionally, you sometimes see it go to the back of Down Beast, but instead it's between Mill and Down Beast. There's going to be a lot of open area to play, but also great news for the likes of E36, who are currently held up in Mill. They can stay there for quite some time and maybe pick up a lot of kills of teams trying to rotate through on that southwest side.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? Because you're looking at this zone now, and a lot of people who would have seen this zone before know it finishes like between the two POIs, like you rightly point out here, in the kind of rocky open areas. No buildings to play. It is completely open, this space. There's, like I say, some big rocks that you can kind of use to bunker down, but with Valkyrie so prevalent, and Caustic and Newcastle so prevalent in this game number one, you can play a little bit later on this zone than maybe some others if you don't have Valkyrie, because you can get that purple perk you can take to the skies. You can try and slam a little bit later on with the Newcastle wall, get some Caustic barrels down, and you can play very late to this zone, which, if this is a game 2 or game 3, might be very difficult to enter if you're not here early.
And not any ramparts to worry about as well. So that Newcastle wall is going to be far more protected than it would be if there were any ramparts in Sheila to try and deal some extra damage, but it's always shoulda, woulda, coulda. You get into that position where you're like, well, should I have done this? Should we have put the Newcastle wall here? It's very minute decisions that can be the difference maker when you do slam in those areas. Like, if you leave just the slightest gap that's opening for some other team to put damage at you from a certain angle, you can be very much punished. So there's a lot of trust going into your Newcastle player when you are relying on a late push like that.
Yeah, maybe we are pulling a little bit more towards where Boogie borders find themselves right now. This little compound just to the west of Mill. Something that has been popping up a few times in international scrims in the build-up, and those patterns will be recognized by some of our best teams, of course. These buildings are not the easiest to hold. especially that broken one that you can see just the right-hand side of where Boogie Boarders find themselves in the POV we were watching. Elsewhere, away from the zone, we're going to take a look over at Checkpoint now. We've got Legacy and Gaimin Gladiators taking a little look at each other, and GG are having to retreat here.
Yeah, retreat they shall. Legacy just looking to try and get some information, a little bit of ring console to see where actually they'll be going, and they'll have that extra info that some of those teams who rotated very fast towards down beast won't actually have. So they might be able to find themselves in a better position than some of those squads. But they'll also learn when they probably Valk in, a lot of those better positions have already been taken as well, just because other people had to go for those spots. And the building you were talking about is being held up by Wolves Esports, and they've been having down after down after down. They're struggling to stay on their feet at the moment. And I think that just speaks volumes about what you were talking about. You know, you really struggle with some of those angles you're vulnerable to. But we'll see what Legacy go for here.
To the skies they go. The ring console is left behind, but they do have the information on where that zone will be pulling and where they need to try and land. Another ring console is going to be in front of Citadel Gaming here, and this one's over at Down Beast. And if they can hit this one, they might have the info that they're going to have to move before a lot of other teams at Down Beast at the moment. So that could be really vital for them to get that information. But Citadel Gaming trying to deal with Effect and Alliance right now. They need to get this finished because we do know that that Void Nexus is down. And they're not going to be able to pull Effect back through the Void Nexus. So that'll be finished. That'll be Alliance down to 2.
And what a tournament it's been so far for Citadel Gaming as well. To be up there in the conversation with the likes of Falcons, UNLIMIT, Force 36, Virtus.pro, who are all in the top 5 right now, but Citadel haven't played their games. We could be looking at the squad who is #1 going into the POI draft if they play anything, maybe even 50% as well as they did yesterday, which I think is fantastic, not just for EMEA, but also for the United Kingdom, because 2 UK players who have been performing very well.
Well, Legacy, this is where they ended up, just playing behind this tree. Newcastle wall down, the queue down as well to give them a little bit of time to reset here, and you can see that they're going to need it as medkits need to be popped. GoNext to playing under the bridge here, kind of looking back at the buildings outside of Mill. Like trying to get some angles onto this position of Legacy, just shooting that wall out. Missile Swarm will go in, just do a little bit more damage to it. There's always the risk in these open areas, these open fields, that you have to play for this endgame. If you land too early and teams have positions to fire in on you, it's pretty difficult to survive. It's almost the later you do it, the better.
Let's go next, looking at Supernova at the moment, who are valking in relatively late here, but Supernova are being targeted by several teams at the moment. There's a crack as well, so when they land, going to be very weak. So the real question is, has anyone else got eyes on them to maybe take them down? Legacy have found a spot to play as well, just outside of where that zone's going to be going. Supernova finding the tiniest little nook or cranny to work with at the moment, but you can see they are being bombarded right now by everyone in the lobby saying, actually, we don't want you to have this position.
Well, Hardeki is down. You would imagine that Qadsiah should be able to drag him back to his feet in a few moments' time.
He's down. Have to try and go for a respawn.
You are quite right. And Effect is back in the game, so Alliance had a respawn. They got him back in.
And then you get a mythic.
And then you get yourself a mythic bin. So all working out for Alliance here, but they've still got a lot of work to do. And oh my.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
I have a feeling that might be delivered.
Wait. Oh, I tell you what. That was a very well-timed little twist and a turn on the top of the Valkyrie, because it felt like Effect was lining up to do some big damage there.
One of those where you just feel something, a little tingling that someone's looking at you, as now you're going to see these buildings we were talking about earlier starting to get a little bit overpopulated. E36 trying to close in to find a spot, but it is not looking good for them. VK Gaming will be eliminated.
Synap Blast alive, he's gone as well, so E36 trying to force their way, no pun intended, into the bottom of that building, not going to be allowed to do so. As you can see, Supernova still just trying to exist, trying to survive, and trying to get Hardeki back in the game with the res here. Qadsiah's going to get a Newcastle wall down on the Newcastle, and it looks like they are going to be able to stick and get Hardeki back into the game. So they'll be able to play this one out as a 3, just outside of the zone, but able to walk in a few moments' time.
And the thing is, Supernova might be able to pick people off approaching them if they can survive, because suddenly all the eyes that were trained on them will be focusing on making their own rotations rather than trying to take them down. They just need to survive for the next 30 seconds as people start to approach them. As we see, GoNext have also found their way into this building. It is becoming very populated right now. If you turn a corner, there will be another player staring at you.
Supernova just trying to survive, still firing back and forth with Legacy. It's a little bit of a shooting range between the two. Alliance and Citadel Gaming over at Down B, so they're having a fight, and what a fight this might be. Two of the teams who have been stacking up points on day number 1 here in Sapporo, now going hammer and tong in this fight. The swing comes out. Effect will go down. Hackis and Unlucky looking to clean up this damage, and Citadel Gaming will not be able to take down Alliance. The res will come in from Unlucky, And that'll be Alliance picking up the KP and sending Citadel Gaming back to the lobby.
GG also under fire from KINOTROPE Gaming at the moment, and KINOTROPE are on top. Blast and Lufka have gone down, so GG looks like they will fall. Still one player just about scraping his life alive at the moment, and Legacy now getting involved in it as well.
Yeah, I like this from Legacy, just overextending. They realized maybe they didn't have the best position for the long game here, so an opportunity to third party and clear space is one they know that they need to take. It is Yanya up on height, looking for the final player down low. Got to be a little bit careful here. KINOTROPE Gaming will go down though, and Legacy will stay healthy enough now to reset.
Interestingly, GG still alive. Aku was able to escape and get away from things, so if there's a respawn beacon, potentially a chance for GG to reset here, but it's going to be difficult because Zone is going to start to close now and force some of these teams into this western side of the map. You can see Sentinels are just kind of waiting and biding their time because Grow Gaming are ahead of them, and they have to really go up and over them potentially, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I was just trying to check there if Valkyrie player had purple shields to have the purple perk to get up into the skies as quickly as possible. It's always a risk if you don't. Alliance now looking to force their way, and let's jump into the comms here with Alliance and see how they try and fight through the carnage in front of them.
Look left, my Q.
I'm sorry, well, watch your back.
This as well.
Watch out, you good?
Back to the middle.
Right to the
kill in front.
Need close left, guys.
Yeah, we need to kill right side. Kill right side.
Yeah, no, but there's some close
Take
left.
the rocks. Take the rock right side. We're good.
Okay, go.
Let's see what it is.
Chuck is.
Yeah, I might be fucked. I died. You can pull me. Jump on me, maybe. Very good. Just pull. Just get the rock up there. Get the rock and we fight.
Push it. Right side.
Good. There's COT.
Come on the right side. Full team right side, by the way.
Yeah, wall if need to. I got knocked.
I can't run now. Might push left door.
Hey, good. You're gonna COT.
Buddy.
I'm with you guys.
Buddy.
I think we still have to fight this.
We have the rock though. Can we play rock?
I'm on them. I'm behind them.
I'm going now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, now.
I'm dead.
Come on, John.
I go up 3 bomb. Last one.
I'm on B.
We just...
That's fine.
Nice try there.
Alliance are down, and Supernova, who reset a few minutes ago, take them down. And now we'll have to reset once again, but they are healthy, they are on edge of zone, and Alliance will not be able to fight their way in this time around.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. If Supernova just survived those extra 30 seconds, they were able to get into a position where they can ruin everyone's day on the north. But now it becomes a bigger problem. How do you actually go in yourself? Grow Gaming just been eliminated. Also, meanwhile, we were in the listening, Crazy Thieves also got taken out as well. Another big heavy hitter going out here in match 1. So we check on in with Supernova. They do have plenty to work with here.
Kraber
P2020. Yeah, not the worst loadout.
I was gonna say, if you said not the best there, we would have had a very serious conversation about your weapon choices. I mean, whatever you're comfortable with, but I'll take Kraber P2020 any day of the week. The Supernova, with all of the weaponry they need to walk in, but they still do have a long way to go. The carnage, though, is going to happen in front of Boogie Borders because they have RRQ inside of their building. They have GoNext inside of their building, and no one really is going to be safe. Team Mango and Ninjas in Pyjamas on the building just next to them as well. They all have to leave. Everyone has to leave to get to this zone.
And I think, 10 teams now approaching the final circle. Supernova, the benefit they have is everyone else is on the south. As long as they can just stray away from the attention of Sentinels and Wolves or deal enough damage just to push them back, they might be able to survive here and wrap the north side a little bit, but they have such little coverage. A lot of it's going to come down to Qadsiah getting that Newcastle wall down in zone sooner rather than later.
I wonder if they're going to Valkyrie as well. They might have the opportunity to do so. They got the purple part. They can get up into the skies, and that's exactly what they are going to do here. They take to the skies as everybody else tries to do the same. Everybody is trying to slam a spot in zone here, and teams are just stacking up on top of each other, Dan.
Keep an eye on that kill feed. It's about to explode, as are all of the utility grenades that are going to be thrown at these teams that are arriving in the moment. Sentinels don't really know where to look, and at the moment they're focusing north up towards Supernova. Legacy will be eliminated in 10th.
So into single digits when it comes to teams remaining in this game. Sentinels not healthy but alive, and at this point in the game, when you're approaching the end game, you will take that. They're able to reset here. They're having to play both sides of that castle wall. Sentinels now just trying to spread themselves a little bit across the lay of the land in order to survive a little bit longer. Ninjas in Pyjamas eliminated. They will go down as well. Boogie Borders still trying to get things to work here inside the zone as well. A couple of kills going their way up from this high ground. They're probably thinking, can we play this one late? Can we wait for teams to expose themselves, pick up those KP, and then try and move in. Team Mango will be the next to fall. 7 squads remain.
7 squads left in the final circle. Make it 6. I was going to say, the dust has to settle at some point. You really need to kind of weed out the weaker teams who are not in a position to actually play this final zone. Now I think we finally got there with 6 remaining, with Sentinels being the next to fall. So 11 seconds until this zone does begin to close. GG are on the furthest edge, as are all of these teams on the building like GoNext, and you're going to see Boogie boarders there as well that have to move. But Wolves and Supernova, they're the most central at the moment. They will be the ones who have to move the last here.
I mean, GG are in a really good spot here just because everyone else has to move towards them. Yeah. They can bide their time a little bit here as we take a look at the split screen to see where everybody is. There's Valcolt's up into the skies. It's Boogie boarders who are going to be landing first, and they're landing on the roof, top left-hand side of your screen. Metro with the double tap on the alternate, and the only problem is he's got 2 bullets left. He's trying to find more ammo. Finally does, but it isn't going to be too late for Boogie boarders to survive here. RRQ will go out next. 5 squads now remain.
Well, GG just a 2 though. Even though they're in a good position, can they get a job done just as Aku and Lufka? And remember, GG almost eliminated earlier, just about stayed on their feet. But now they're going to be a real threat in this final circle just as a duo.
Just got to output damage. Just got to influence fights here, GG. There's going to be a lot of teams that are damaged. One of those is going to be GoNext as Supernova move in. The P20s and the Kraber, we said how it could influence this endgame. Well, you're seeing it right now. That's going to be GoNext, who are next to fall. 4 squads remain.
Wolves Esports in the sky at the moment, but they have to land as GG will place their wall and they will begin to build their fort, hoping they can do this job. And Wolves, they land and they get absolutely obliterated when they do.
GG doing a fantastic job as a duo here, just to survive, just to thrive, and Boogie boarders will be next out. We're into our top 3. It's Supernova, it's GG, and it's Wolves Esports who are left remaining in this lobby, and it looks like GG might be granted an opportunity to win this one as a duo. Wolves are just down to 2.
Down to 2, maybe it could be a chance here for GG.
GG are moving in, the damage is done, and Lufka. 3 bullets in that scout is gonna be enough for GG to be your champions here. In our first game of Storm Point, the duo hold on to get it done.
And Blast celebrates with them, and of course he had to watch from the sidelines for the majority of that game. Just take yourself back about 10 minutes ago when GG should have been eliminated, but they got given the chance to get back on their feet. But only 2 of them. They didn't have the banner, but they still got the job done. And it shows, as long as you can get into a good position, as long as you can output that damage to make yourself big, you can still find those victories. And how huge could that win be for Gaimin Gladiators and their chances of getting into that winner's bracket?
Yeah, very, very impressive call. Just to play what might have felt like a very risky spot to a lot of teams out in the open, having to play around the castle walls with a lot of teams in front of them, but recognizing the traffic was stacked up in the way that it was around those buildings. They were never in a position where they were really going to be focused. Everybody else's focus was going to be on the teams who they were rubbing shoulders with. So GG were just constantly able to output damage as teams were fighting in front of them. And then when it came to the big moment, which is just making sure that you don't make mistakes, GG clutch up in those final moments. Fantastic stuff from them. 7 KP alongside the 12 means 19 points in game 1 for them.
19 points. I mean, that does put Gaimin Gladiators up to 72 in the overalls, which puts them in 26th. So they are starting to climb their way up into those top 20 positions. But that just shows how far GG are off it at the moment. They need to still do more. This is a fantastic baseline for them, but they still need to go further.
Certainly setting the pace here, but like you say, they're going to have to keep that pace up. It's more of a marathon than a sprint for them. There's a lot of teams who are in this lobby who are probably thinking 1 or 2 good games, and we are in a position where we put ourselves into the winner's bracket. Others are going to have to do it the long way, though, and GG get out to a good start here with the 19 points. Certainly going to be good for them. Supernova, 18 points on the board for them as well. More KP than their EMEA colleagues, which gives them a good amount of points in total. Wolves Esports that we saw in that final moment as well. Not quite the KP, but the placement points certainly healthy enough to make them feel pretty good.
And as I was mentioning earlier about Caustic getting not banned, instead Newcastle being banned instead, this is the first time all tournament long Newcastle has outright beaten Caustic in selection to be banned. So 18 people chose Newcastle, 17 teams chose Caustic, and it means Caustic survives 1 more game, probably. I don't think it's going to be more than 1.
Tough scenes for everybody. I love how much I hate Caustic.
It's been like that since season 1.
I've gotten to the point where I'm just open with it now. It is what it is. But Newcastle, like you say, going to be banned here, which makes it always interesting for me. Like, playable spot. Like, think about how GG won that game. They don't win that without Newcastle. Without the castle wall to play with, that position.
Supernova don't survive that long without
Exactly.
it.
They're not attainable positions for them to hold on to have success. So Newcastle gone makes game number 2 very, very interesting. We're coming back to Storm Point in just a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Caught a genie, know this body got you wishing. Love the way I pop it, yeah, I know it got you tripping. Didn't mean to burn you, it get hot up in the kitchen. Hot, 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 hot.
I'm looking. Stop, boy, you should shoot the right team. Focus right team. Yeah. Castle one. Nice, you can win this game. Yeah, we win. Come to me. Come to me. They're gonna fight. It's zone. Just let them walk in. Come in. Lost team. Fighting. That. One more. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Welcome back to beautiful Sapporo in Japan. The only thing more beautiful, of course, than Sapporo is Dan Gaskin, who's alongside me. And let me tell you, he's a good-looking man. But this is where we find ourselves right now, moving towards game number 2 on Stormpoint. Game number 1 belonged to EMEA. Once again, it feels like every time we've been on broadcast, Dan, it's been EMEA who have had success. Gaming Gladiators with a huge win in game number 1, and they're going to have to continue that kind of form and that kind of pace in Sapporo on this main stage if they want to look to move towards that winner's side of the bracket. Of course, the crowd looking beautiful, as always. Dan, speaking of beautiful, you're here. You're still looking... I didn't lie to you, everyone.
Second compliment.
Good-looking man.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It was fun seeing Blast stay warm after the victory, whilst he was dead, by the way. But you did hear in the comms, he was definitely kind of trying to lead the charge as the IGL, just saying, look, you can still win this game, shoot this team on the right. That'll be a massive win for their chances of getting to winners bracket.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from them. And another thing that is wonderfully impressive, of course, is some of our wonderful sponsors that we have. And Galleria provides high-performance PCs tailored for elite-level players and creators, delivering reliability and performance when every frame matters. And shout out to them for being here in Sapporo. Why wouldn't you want to be here in Sapporo? I mean, you saw how beautiful it is. And for the third time, Dan, I'm going to say Sapporo is a beautiful city.
It is, thank you. Hey,
there you go. Yeah. There's some more beautiful people, by the way. Everyone's
a little U-turn.
Everyone looking great. I'm full of compliments today.
And also, the size of the crowd increasing every day here in Sapporo, as it should. And I tell you what, every single time we hear any sort of Japanese team win, whilst we're here in Sapporo, the crowd erupts. The noise is insane. And imagine, just imagine, folks, if we were to see a team like Fnatic get to that grand final on Sunday, and even just get one win.
Tease me like that.
I mean, we don't have to go all out and say they're going to win the whole thing, but just one win of a game, I think this place, the roof would be blown off.
Yeah. And I'd be freezing cold. Everyone in here would be freezing cold, but it would be an event for sure. But I mean, let's talk about EMEA, Dan. We don't get to do this very often. We don't get to do this very often. It feels like every time we've casted so far this event, we have been talking about EMEA. It's been Citadel Gaming, it's now Gen.G, it's been Alliance yesterday. Everyone is GoNext. How dare I forget about them? Supernova in the last game were involved in the end game as well. It feels like EMEA really has turned up here on day one, and it's continuing into day two. But the big question is, of course, can they get to the winners bracket? Can they get to match point finals? And are we going to have that representation when it really matters? Because you don't win anything on day 1 and 2, Dan.
And I think this is a big development from the region, considering there was a time not so long ago.
I would say recently.
Recently, where perhaps outside of the previous GoNext winning Jams and Alliance, the question was, is anyone else going to match that same kind of skill level? Is anyone going to reach that same kind of level as well? And the answer is yes. We are now starting to see teams develop to that point because they have learned, they have grown from watching the other squads in that region. And I think it only makes EMEA bigger and better, but it also will push the other regions as well as now we get onto international competition. And that's one thing. In group stages, everyone's kind of learning how the other regions are playing. But then when we move into the winners bracket and elimination bracket, has that kind of transition differently where everyone has now learned how those other teams are going to be playing? Will your POI draft change a little bit knowing how these games and the pace of them instead?
Well, moving back into the gameplay then as we head towards match number 2 here. We're staying on Storm Point, and like you mentioned at the start of the previous game, the legend that will be banned due to its popularity in the previous game is going to be Newcastle. So that castle wall will not be able to affect spots that team play. I mean, we're not going to see the likes of Gen.G winning games in the style that they did in the previous games, using that castle wall as the biggest tool that they had to survive and play that spot. But rightly so, we need to give them a little bit of love at the start of this game. Gen.G drop it outside a command center. They have, of course, the winners of game number 1 with 19 points on the board. And
I don't even need to look at the stats. I'll know full well Caustiq's going to be banned here in match 2. It's just how it develops here in the meta at the moment. Newcastle, Caustic, usually the first to fall. But it does mean it opens up for a slightly different compositions to come through. We will see some different legends here or there. A few Maggies, a couple of Seers, Catalyst, Gibraltar also coming into the equation, and then some more Cryptos that are starting to be added as well.
Good news for me is that Caustic will be banned.
I told you I didn't even need to look at the number. I already said it was going to happen.
That's where the zone's going, though, everybody. We're going to the north. Looking like it's going to pull just outside of Wall, I would imagine, down to the southern side. Maybe on some of those platforms just outside of Wall. We do see some pulls a little bit more southern. We do see some pulls in towards the Wall as well. Maybe up towards the zipline building at the top.
Yeah, I think we saw
where that circle is.
Very similar zone earlier on in the tournament yesterday where it did pull to the zip building. So I'll have to see if people try and go for, you know, what's happened so far in the tournament and go off what they think they've seen versus what they've actually had in scrims, for example. But Supernova will be one of the teams that can arrive first, that's for sure.
Yeah, Gen.G, one of those teams, is going to be pretty happy with this as well. You can see they're already rotating towards zone, and they might have some really, really strong prio just playing outside of command center, outside towards the Spider Cave. They're also going to have some Evo pretty close to them they can grab, so they're going to be at least on blue shield. So after winning game number 1, Gen.G feeling pretty good about their start to game number 2 as well. On the other side of things, we need to keep our eyes on Crazy Thieves. And I don't want to talk about this in too negative a light. I want to talk about it in a realistic light here, Dan, because game number 1, once again, they fell early, much like we saw them doing numerous times yesterday.
I think it's okay to talk about. They are one of the tournament favorites, whether you like it or not. They have 3 champions on that team, 3 LAN winners on that roster. The expectation is they should at least be getting into the winners bracket. Anyway, Legacy versus NIP is what we're witnessing on our screens. NIP have already lost 1, and McLovin is taken out of the skies by Yanya. And I mean, Legacy, another team that also, I think, goes under the radar a little bit. Maybe the opposite of Crazy Thieves, right? A very different story. Maybe people are underrating them and don't expect them to be doing as well as the team's Crazy Thieves. But I think Legacy should be recognized their roster that should be in the winners bracket, minimum, if not the finals.
I mean, one thing that we have learned about Legacy, by the way, we're watching them currently try and chase down the remaining members of Ninjas in Pyjamas, and one of them disappeared on the Trident. And unfortunately, I think for Kurev, he's going to be chased down by 2 members here and have a very tough time as he hits the cannon. Look at that, very sneaky. Thinking they're going to chase him, and then they double back here. This should be an easy elimination. Kurev's going to do everything he can, but that'll be another KP being picked up. And oh my goodness, did you feel that? That was
the base in that was hit.
That was full laces. That was if that was a football, that would have flown top bins.
Yanya asked him if he feels in control as he was down there crawling around, but now we're going to see Vayne still alive and still escaping at the moment, and respawning, may I add. So it is not the end of the story for NIP just yet.
Yanya actually kicked him so hard that it respawned him. That's what happened.
Kicked him into the
air. You
air.
cannot tell me that anything different happened.
Into the dropship. And I tell you what, these Legacy boys probably know ball as well. I reckon they can kick a football around an arena.
One thing to highlight about Legacy, you are quite right in what you're saying. You know, historically, been a team who have made it to finals, but historically also been a team who's made it to finals in the most difficult ways possible. Last games of last series of last chances, and they somehow pull it out. I think they would like a much more serene route,
which they
this
will
time
have.
around.
They're on 97 points as it stands, and if the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 90, then they should be good already. But of course, they want to get better into that POI draft.
This is all happening on the south of Stormcatcher right now, by the way. There's multiple teams stacked up here. GoNext, KINOTROPE, Gaming, Ninjas in Pyjamas, all around here. And GoNext having to survive for now. Speaking of surviving, Citadel Gaming did manage to get a res. One of their players was knocked a few moments ago. And Remix Powers is going to go down again. Qadsiah trying to hold the line at the moment with his RE45, but it looks like SBI Esports ascending onto them. Got some knocks, and now the flank coming in here from EgoS. This is going to be Citadel Gaming eliminated for all the good work yesterday. Couple of dub games at the start of this series.
That's how quickly you can fall from grace here in the ALGS. You can be on top of the world, you can be playing absolutely fantastic, but as those games come in, you start to scratch your head a little bit saying, what is different? But it is just the first map. Remember, it is Stormpoint, then into Olympus, so there is still plenty of time for Citadel to find their points. Although, realistically, they don't have to find points to get into the winner's bracket. They are already there, judging on the points they've already gained from day one. But they will want to be further up that leaderboard for those POI draft positions, of course.
Yeah, KINOTROPE Gaming finds some knocks. Not sure they're going to be able to convert, however, in this situation. Over to Crazy Thieves, and shout out to Observant Team to giving us a little look at this, because Boogie Boarders are in a position to maybe cause them some problems, but it looks like Crazy Thieves are alive to the situation and got some good initial damage. Bangol's going to go down as well. Metro's going to have to retreat here, using those jets to avoid that missile swarm coming down from the skies. And the Rolling Thunder will not connect for now. Boogie Boarders going to be able to re-establish themselves, get close to each other, and should be able to heal here. But for Crazy Thieves, good damage not turned into kills there, but they're going to have a tough time actually rotating towards this zone. This is completely isolated at the moment, but I think when you don't have confidence, isolation doesn't exactly mean still you want to take the fight. You just feel like there's a chance you're going to die in these situations when your confidence is low.
I think the good thing for Crazy Thieves is you do have the fallback of an elimination bracket run at the moment. And even though the expectation is there that you should be performing, and I'm sure those feelings and thoughts are in the back of your head of, you know, we're not playing up to our standard, we should be doing better, and sometimes that can lead to mistakes, but I'm sure we will see a good game from Crazy Thieves at some point in this series. Now, VK Gaming eliminated. Grow are going to be on the other side as Mango, as they just collapse onto VK, and sadly, it was a sandwich they didn't really want to be a part of.
Yeah, a mango sandwich sounds terrible, to be honest with you.
Well, it's like something you probably would eat in Japan, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
True, it could slap, and I'm not here to doubt. That's where the zone's going, by the way. We are going just outside of Water to the southern side. I did see a picture of a mashed potato sandwich this morning. I think I sent it to you.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing, by the way, that Dan wakes up to. Pictures from me of mashed potato
sandwiches. Yeah, not something you would eat in Japan.
But again, could slap.
Could slap, though, especially if it's the right consistency. Does have to be said. Anyway, Supernova have been able to find their way into the northeast of this zone in quite a powerful position indeed, as the zone has moved a little bit further south, as we were expecting, slightly away from wall and down towards those zip buildings.
Yeah, interesting to see GoNext there, just on the right-hand side of your screen, in zone, moving through Lightning Rod. They're going to be able to hit this survey beacon to get information on where everybody is, and they might actually be able to approach this one a little bit late, maybe look to oob onto the top of that zipline building. I'll have to see what their plan is going to be. Always a little bit risky to play this late into zone when the zone starts to singe a little bit. 45 seconds until we hit zone 3, and then it really does start to influence how long you can stay alive. Ninjas in Pyjamas, though, who were in trouble, remember, at the start of this game, looking less so right now. They've got Legacy behind them, so we might see part 2 of the interaction between these two teams in this game number 2. But Enderforce 36 are looking back on this, holding both of these teams out.
Everyone slowed down a little bit. A couple of poke damage shots coming across from Legacy and NIP, though, as they re-engage once more, but going to be a transition across the map via that altar portal for them. Legacy did see that and were kind of overseeing what was happening as well, but I don't think these two teams need to fight. Instead, NIP focus elsewhere now as they continue their rotation through the map. think it was Aurora they were having a couple of pop shots at.
It was.
Doesn't matter which way you go here for an IP, there is someone waiting for you. Crazy Thieves are around one corner, Enterforce 36 around the other.
Interesting to see this kind of traffic on this side of the zone. We saw it yesterday. A lot of teams building up on their rotations on this eastern side, away from where the zone actually is. Not sure why that is. Maybe it's Evo spawns, maybe it's information being available through survey beacons. I mean, Stormcatcher, of course, had one, but it doesn't seem it's an Evo spawn kind of in the no man's land a little bit on that side of the map, but not really a huge amount of information elsewhere. So just interested to see those teams happen to be thinking about the same rotate.
Sometimes it's avoiding certain squads that are a little bit more aggressive as well. If you know they're in that path, you might not want to take it. Wolves Esports being one of those teams who have typically been quite aggressive with their fights, but Crazy Thieves, speaking of aggression, are they going to be aggressive onto the Boogie Borders here?
Oh, Jem Burton is 1 HP, he is dead. Boogie Borders get that first knock, and even with a huge armor advantage, it's not looking good for those crazy Thieves.
Although,
however, Phony makes it look a little bit better here. 2v2 now for Crazy Thieves to navigate. Verhulst and Phony trying to hold this one down as the Valcol from Phony says, see you later, Verhulst. Good luck, buddy. I'm out of here.
Wow,
he got cracked as well.
Really upped and left his boy there. So really hope he's going to be bringing it back at some point. The Boogie Borders will survive that initial push, but now it means that there is a chance that Wolves Esports could look at that one as well. Enterforce 36 also starting to gravitate towards this, and maybe that's why a couple of these teams did hit that eastern side, because they were worried about the congestion that was about to happen here at Cascade.
I mean, so much traffic on this southern side. Like you say, you've got Aurora trying to hold out Ninjas in Pyjamas at the moment. Slab is going to be able to swing onto this one, and even though he's taking damage, McLovin might be able to take him down, and going to have to be a trade. Now Slab's left to last alive, and with the bottomless bats, he's going to have plenty of time to pop this battery, but where's the final player of Ninjas in Pyjamas here? Have they ported it out? It looks like they might have already got away from this deep into zone, but with zone 3, the zone is going to chip away at their health extremely quickly.
Here he comes.
Main's back. 1v1. Lane with the spray with the R9. Slab with the spray himself, and Slab will win it. Ninjas in Pyjamas eliminated, and Slab has enough time to pop the medkit as well.
Great fight from Aurora.
Does he?
Just about by the skin of your teeth.
Excellent medkit, gentlemen. Excellent medkit.
Crazy Thieves were able to avoid all of that in the end and get a respawn, I believe. They're all three back on the map. So Crazy Thief fans,
don't do it to a spider.
Live to fight another day. But it's not looking comfortable at all for this squad at the moment. It just hasn't, they haven't really synergized so far in Japan. But as I've alluded to, that can change very quickly here. It's not all doom and gloom yet. Still plenty of time here in this series, let alone this tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I think a team that's built on confidence a little bit as well. Just need one big game, just to get them going, just to make them, just to bring that belief back. It's such a silly thing that we talk about so much, but it's such an influence on how fights and teams go. Big nades coming in from Legacy off the back of the EMP as they try and force their way onto E36. Yanya gonna drop, GoNext eliminated in the meantime elsewhere. Nizel with a cheeky little flank here, but looks like the port is gonna go down and they're gonna be able to survive. GoNext, they're on the chase, and they'll find one. But Yanya's left alive will be able to deal with Enterforce 36. They will be eliminated next. By the way, where the zone is going is towards the top of that zip building, like we alluded to very early. Supernova in prime position for it.
Yeah, Supernova are going to be well equipped and should be one of the teams in that final circle. As we jump back on with Crazy Thieves in their move around the map, I wonder if they're going to try and hit a full western rotation. No, it's up into the sky for them. Good. Let's see what they go for. Crazy Thieves, let's jump into a listen and see what they think of this skyward dive.
Deeper. Yeah, one smoke, right?
Yeah, one smoke.
You can smoke here. You can smoke here across.
Let me go first.
Yep.
Wait. Fuck.
Okay.
Yep.
Come on, they're landing here. They kill us.
Okay. I don't have all my way.
Right.
Ulting.
Flying up.
I died to nades. Follow you, bro. Let's go 100 back of the other team.
Okay, guys, the original plan is...
Awkward moments once again for Crazy Thieves. It is just not going right for them. Something has to change as Legacy will also be eliminated here. 13 squads remain here, Dan. Unlucky for some, and you'd have to say it's been extremely unlucky so far for Crazy Thieves. Wolves will be next to go.
It's another aggressive team being eliminated out, though, and there's going to be a lot of teams in the southwest side of the map at the moment. They're all going to have to progress to the northeast, and it's going to be a very difficult rotation from that side. Grow Gaming have been able to get a couple of knocks here as well onto Team Mango. Aurora also eliminated at the same time. And now Grow Gaming, they could hold one of the few buildings in this northern side that'll actually be in the next zone as well. That's a brilliant position to hold.
Yeah, SBI Esports just been eliminated as well, and I kind of want to focus on what's happening on the southern side as well. Gaming Gladiators down to just one. Blast is going to be last alive, and the back-to-back is not on for GG. It is a top 10, though, and they will get a couple of placement points for it. Grow now looking to move on to Team Mango, finishing them off inside of wall. On that southern side, things seem to have calmed down a little bit as well, as two members of Mango are down. The last is still alive somewhere. They haven't been able to quite find that final member.
Confirmation, by the way, Team Liquid Alienware have now dropped out of 20th position and will be playing in the elimination bracket tomorrow, as that cutoff has now moved to 85 points, as 5 Fears now will hold that spot. Team Mango will be confirmed as eliminated in 9th position in this game. It's kind of crazy that we're already sending teams into the elimination bracket after only 2 matches. We haven't even finished the second match yet, by the way.
Well, Lions down to just 1, but 1 is effect, and that's kind of like 2.
Fair. Maybe even 2.5 at sometimes.
I think it's reasonable to say. Oblivion trying to get that bubble down, just about managing to do so. By the way, the difference in that bubble going down and Monsu survival is 1 HP. It is as simple as that. Supernova trying to focus on it. Their job right now is to watch out for the oobs. The team's arriving to take their high, and that's exactly, as their attention is driven away, what someone tries to do. But it looks like Supernova doing a good job of trying to hold here.
Brilliant job to hold, and they should be able to clear this team, and will do so, at least get 2 of them, so they get into a power position and be able to get back up to a 3 once more. Oblivion almost gave RRQ the chance to actually do that job. 1 member has survived from RRQ. Maybe he can play a little bit of a placement game, as elsewhere Alliance also just been taken out of this lobby. We didn't see much of them this game, but they were able to at least get into 8th position.
Yeah, Grow Gaming doing a good job actually of just winning every fight that they had to on that northern side, but the western side of the circle as Lota opens things up with a banger of a nade. KINOTROPE going down. Couple of trades going down between the 2 teams though. This is a 2v2 and both teams are going to play for that res. It looks like Sentinels might have the jump though, and we'll be able to get back up to a 3 first before KINOTROPE can do likewise.
It's worth noting it's very different compositions between this fight. KINOTROPE do have the Maggie available to them, but I think the Wrecking Ball probably already used at this point, so maybe it's going to be a dud in terms of legend abilities for them to actually use. Sentinels trying to press up. Boogie Borders are also going to be on the other side of this now as well. Winner of this fight will have the entirety of the western side, though.
Valko out of nowhere. That purple perk is such a difference maker. The speed at which you get to the skies is absolutely insane. And teams making the most of it. Grow Gaming still looking to clean out the northern side of wall. Nox and Keon will be able to do so. It'll be KINOTROPE who are eliminated. But Sentinels, who are originally now fighting KINOTROPE, are looking to move in and take advantage.
Really getting aggressive as well. A very aggressive portal that comes through, but they were able to get back up and get a shield off before it happened, but dropped as the first to fall.
So Grow down to just 2. And Boogie Borders are having a little look at this themselves as well. Sentinels looking for armor swaps, looking to get healthy. The zone is closing behind them though. There's only 40 seconds left and they need to get safe and healthy. Metro's going to be here from Boogie Borders. He's surviving. Riley Coach with a crazy Kraber shot. I was here for it. But again, not quite connecting for now. Sentinels forced forward by the zone closing behind them. They have the ability to queue through this wall though with the Alta in the composition.
Yeah, thank God Alta hadn't been banned. It would have been a very different situation if he did not have that ability. Sentinels down to just 1. OTR does do plenty of damage here. 1v1 I think in this position, but there's another team that of course will be joining. Grow Gaming are the last to survive.
Sentinels out, Boogie Borders also fall. Grow Gaming do survive as the last team on that northern side, and now it's RRQ who were involved in that endgame previously and are game number 1, who have a chance to do so here by taking out Grow Gaming and controlling the northern side of the zone. But a huge amount of credit has to go to Supernova, Dan. They got here early, they have held this spot down, and they are now in prime position to potentially win this game.
Grow Gaming just got the respawn, by the way. Crypto is still alive. Grow now back up to a 3. RRQ have not been able to find that final player yet, and RRQ are just a duo.
They've got to land on the high ground here. They surely have to land on the high ground here, Grow Gaming, and try and challenge. Otherwise, they're just going to be fishing a barrel, surely.
They can't reach here from the dropship. They have to still play down low. Maybe they can fight against RRQ, though.
They send it, and RRQ are down. It's a combination of teams and players. who contribute to them falling, and Grow Gaming should be able to get a reset here, but the Caustic ult now comes in from distance, and Grow are in a rough spot.
All the meanwhile, Oblivion have been able to just slowly go about their business, go underneath Supernova and find themselves in the center of the building, but the zone is going to move just southwest of the building. You are not going to be able to play inside of it for this final zone. But both teams will want to get rid of Grow Gaming at the moment. That will be their priority, so they can have a straight 3v3.
And Hardeki once again just playing with this smirk on his face.
He's a devious one, isn't he?
He is the definition of devious.
This could be good for Grow Gaming, though. If Supernova and Oblivion have a little bit of a poke and actually maybe get a knock and encourages a push, it would allow Grow Gaming just to step up that extra few inches they need to really have a chance in this final circle.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Usually when we see a 3v3v3 endgame, it's like pretty obvious what team is going to have a massive advantage. This one feels like no one really has a huge advantage. Everyone's got their own advantage in different ways. Grow Gaming, they're the isolated team, but they're being focused by the height, which is the advantage here for Supernova, and then Oblivion have the cover of the low ground. It really is interesting.
And worth noting, very different comps. You've got Gibraltar available for Oblivion, you've got Caustic on the side of SN, and you've got the Altar available on Grow. All very different abilities that could help in these final circles.
You also have the defensive bombardment here for Monsoon, which is ready on the Gibraltar. That could be a game changer. The amount of damage that could do in the final moments if they can get that bubble down and just survive and wait for the ult to do its work. This is a fascinating endgame here between these.
Worth noting as well, Grow Gaming, the only team that doesn't have a Caustic. Could that be to their detriment as well? This Altar is going to be really everything for them. Can you find some sort of angle, some sort of portal to find yourself away? It's now Oblivion start to edge themselves out. There's that defensive bombardment that comes through to distract, and then you find a spot and maybe a bubble comes out afterwards.
They've managed to wrap away. Everyone taking a little bit of damage, but nobody taking game-ending damage as yet. The bubble will go down. Oblivion taking a little bit of damage. The Ring is actually going to take down Dropped it. And Supernova looking to take players out of the sky. Blinkster will be next. Oblivion will be the first to fall. And it looks like Supernova are going to be in position to close out game number 2. They will do it. Supernova, champions here on Storm Point. And it's EMEA again who are at the top of the pile.
They didn't feel like taking off. They were feeling Supernova. And now they put some big points on the board here in match 2. 40 points will be their total just after 2 matches. Again, we'll put them in such a brilliant position going into that winner's bracket scenario situation. And I'm sure they'll be feeling on top of the world right now.
Very, very impressive stuff from the boys from EMEA. Again, impressing here on the main stage. Good amount of kills, considering the fact that they were in that position so early down, reading that zone perfectly, playing the top of that zipline building, and holding off all the pushes that came their way as well. I mean, you look at that game front to back, you would probably argue, you know, historically, that's not the game which we would relate, that style of game we relate to this group of players. Usually they're a little bit more unpredictable, a little bit more kind of turning up in places you wouldn't expect, but getting Godspot in zone, holding it down, playing it perfectly with Caustic. Fantastic stuff from them. 10 KP, 22 points in total. Grow Gaming, by the way, big shout out to them. They actually come out of that lobby with the most points in the tally because they have 23, 14 of them coming from KP.
Now, interestingly, the way this affects the overall leaderboards in terms of thinking about, you know, what is this cutoff going to be? The number earlier we were suggesting somewhere between 90 and 95. With points already accumulated here in the first 2 matches, 94 now is the cutoff point. Wolves Esports find themselves in that position. 5 Fears have been sent down to the elimination bracket. That changes a lot here. This number that we were thinking, we could be going up into the hundreds right now, which means some teams who thought they were safe may not be safe from the previous game. As we look now at Supernova and what they were able to do, I mean, that just was perfectly played from them, finding the early game position, but then also bullying teams away from them when they tried to arrive.
I mean, a man now known as Elka, previously known, of course, as 9 Impulse. A little bit of a name change, and if the name change gives these kind of results, you're going to be pretty happy with the statistics that the name is bringing. Very, very impressive stuff from him. Good damage output, good kills output. I mean, you can't ask for more from a man who's one of the most experienced players, I think, now in EMEA, and he's bringing that to the fore once more.
So those are the series results as it stands. 40 points now total for Supernova, which does put them up to 100 overall in those standings of the overalls, but I guess that should be enough, we thought, but you never really know here with how things are going at the moment. More points seem to be scored by teams who perhaps weren't expected to when we were looking at those numbers a little bit earlier. Down at the bottom, though, is probably where my concerns are. VK Gaming, 0 points. Reigning Split 2 playoff champions. Crazy Thieves, 2 points. Enter Force 36, 2 points, but probably shouldn't matter as much because Enter Force 36 did enough yesterday. But for both Crazy Thieves and VK Gaming, very worrying signs. We might be seeing them both in the elimination bracket if they don't pick things up.
Yeah, and I mean, finishing with the points totals that they currently have as well. A reminder, we're not eliminating any teams today. We're just putting them into different sides of the bracket. But when you look at POI draft and trying to force your way back into a good position to get to our match point finals, boy, you don't want to be down the bottom. And for Crazy Thieves, I got to be honest, the performance so far has not been good enough for them to deserve to be in that winner's side.
I mean, they find themselves down in 37th position in the overalls, only ahead of SBI, RRQ, and Men of Culture. And Men of Culture are only a 2, so it really is not a good look at the moment for either Crazy Thieves or VK Gaming, who I would have expected to do better. Now, Alliance, they had a pretty quiet game in that one, it has to be said. We didn't see them much on their rotation. But again, they are a team who has achieved enough points through day one where they should be more than comfortable going into that winner's bracket. As well as Grow Gaming have a little conversation between themselves. Was there anything more we could have done, or are we happy? We got the most points in the lobby, so it doesn't really matter that we didn't win.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wondering what Drops was throwing between his hands, you're probably thinking hand warmer. Actually not. It was actually a bag of spices that he puts in his ramen.
It was ramen?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's new tech, I've heard.
That's new tech. It's real, not made up whatsoever. Mia, though, Dan, again, I mean, Supernova, I mean, we keep talking about it. It feels like that every single endgame, there's an EMEA team involved in it, and they're just performing, you know, above and beyond, I think, even, you know, in our bias ways would suggest. So impressive stuff once again from them. The points are starting to tally up now. We are starting to get into the business end of the groups. Of course, we've got some more games to come, and we've got one more coming here after this break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Горят снизу. Очень больно, очень больно им. Пробиваются у нас. Нет, это в них. Я хилюсь, мне пока ебано. Ресет. Full reset. Они горят снизу. Я валькуюсь. Валька одно летает. Бил. Ласкат. Горят. Кушу их. Застанил троих. Найс!
Well, EMEA on top here, of course, in Sapporo, feeling good after games 1 and 2 with back-to-back wins for the region. But we want to give a shout, of course, to Sapporo, our partner here for the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. It's a beautiful city, Dan, and we love coming back here. Some of the wonderful things we love to experience, you know, some of the temples, some of the, you know, the snow, the snowboarding, skiing, all that good stuff. I decided not to go snowboarding or skiing pre-event because I would probably not be here otherwise. Because you know what I'm like. I, by the way, fell over in the street today.
That's why he's not going to go snowboarding.
It was like something out of Looney Tunes. It was like,
he cannot be trusted, but it is a beautiful place. I mean, the culture, like how polite everyone is, how clean everything is. It is a breath of fresh air.
Food is
quite literally
phenomenal.
Food unbelievable.
Oh my God, the food is good.
Finally, I'm putting on some weight as I'm here because I can actually eat a bunch of good food that I enjoy, and yeah, I just love the place.
I'm losing weight because the food's really healthy.
Also,
I'm still eating a lot of it, but like it's just it's really healthy. We're walking everywhere. It's a great place to be, and we're very thankful, of course, to be back here again for Champs. But let's talk about Apex now. Let's refocus on what we've got to talk about here because we've got another game of Storm Point coming our way. 2 games already done, and we're really starting to get into the situation where teams are going to be looking at those little devices on their desks. I just sounded 50 years old saying that, but I don't know what brand deals we have in place, Dan, so I'm trying to be smart about it. The little smart tablets, I believe they're known as, and looking at the points total and what they've got to do, essentially, working out how they have to approach these games. And I think that the spanner in the works a little bit here is the fact that we've got one more game of Storm Point that everyone's very comfortable on, but then we move on to Olympus, which coming into this event is a bit of an unknown compared to all the other maps. The fact that it hasn't even been played on LAN yet, so there's that to take into consideration as well for some of these teams of like, how do the games in comparison to scrims play out? It is a really interesting set to decide how our winners bracket and our elimination bracket is going to look.
Yeah, with 4 games still left, the cutoff currently being 94 points, 12 teams who are currently still playing right now are outside of those top 20. I think that cutoff, we might be going up to about 100, which, you know, I've said that before, and then sometimes it ends up being about 97, and it's going to be SYRALE who are going to be looking at this one, saying, we're at 98 points, we have no more games now, are we even safe? Well, maybe no one is safe at this point, and still plenty to play for. You know who isn't safe? Caustic. He is banned, he is out, and that means we will have a very different match 3 here on Storm.
I'm going to get Jaguaris to right foot him in the head, like he did in that previous game. That's what's going to happen. Why do I don't even hate Caustic that much. It's really fun to play.
I've heard that
I've just decided for some reason I'm going to be his arch nemesis.
I've heard you've never played Caustic in your life because you refuse to, because you feel like you are better than that. Is
I have
what you say.
Probably a grand total of like 9 games on him. I'm one of those people. I'm not playing that.
He's a purist, everyone. He doesn't like to be a gassy boy and sit in a building, but I sure as hell do. Here we go. Match 3 is underway here on Storm Point. And will we see anyone step up to the plate to try and change their destiny going into the winners bracket or the elimination bracket? Because all you need, for me, is one big game, and then suddenly you are right back into that conversation of the top 20.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what happens there. Supernova going to be on our screens. 40 points from 2 games. Not too shabby, gentlemen. Not too shabby. Looking pretty good for them. As far as the zone is concerned, we are going down towards Ceto Station. Maybe towards the waterfall just outside of it on that low ground. So for teams like Citadel Gaming, who have had a pretty slow start, I would say, the first 2 games by the standards they set yesterday, and Oblivion, who'd land over at Jurassic, who also have a ring console, they're going to feel pretty confident in getting some good prio positions here for where this zone is going to end up.
I'm going to keep a keen eye on Crazy Thieves on their rotation as well for this one, because they have a relatively good pathing to get into a good position for this zone, but at the same time, because they're lacking confidence, what happens with how they move? As you can see, Aurora already taking a fight here against VK Gaming. VK Gaming yet to find a point so far in this series.
Yeah, mid-season playoff champions. They just don't look like that right now. You know, it's been one of the most consistent teams this season. Not looking like that right now. It's looking, if they continue on this form, to be an elimination bracket run and maybe facing elimination before even getting to a match point final. It's looking like a long, long road for them. And I mentioned Citadel Gaming and how they have great priority to this zone. Well, they've just lost Zuni. He's just been knocked, so they're going to have to look for a respawn here. Or should I say a res, excuse me, they've got it back up already.
Is worth noting, of course, that VK Gaming did play without QQ throughout Split 2. And I think that it is just about getting back together and kind of filing that rhythm once more. So maybe the best thing for them is being in the elimination bracket and maybe having a couple of easier games in an easier lobby for them to work with.
Well, Aurora are picking up some more kills over at Mill. I think they've got 2 of them. I'm not sure if one member of VK Gaming has managed to get away. Keeping our eyes on Crazy Thieves as well, by the way. They might have just found that remaining member of VK Gaming. You can see that just on the southern side of Mill, on the left-hand side of your map overhead. But you can also see where everybody's stacked up right now and where that zone is going to be going. I would expect a lot of teams on this eastern side of the map as well, Dan, to be moving through Jurassic to hit that ring console a little bit later. The fact that you've got a ring console and you've got a survey beacon means you can get a lot of information late in this game.
I would agree with you, and I think it was a very wise decision from Crazy Thieves to ignore the VK Gaming solo as well. You can sometimes be distracted by a solo that is going to arrive, and he does change everything. You think, well, you know, should we go for the KP? We haven't got much points yet, but no, the plan was in action. Continue your rotation, continue to get info from Barometer, and now they will move into zone. Well, VK Gaming back as a full 3. So it's not all doom and gloom for them just yet.
Supernova wins the game number 2, getting EMP'd. Taking a little bit of damage. Be a Stinger Bolt going down more in the defensive capacity than anything else. It looks like Supernova will be safe enough here on the wall side. And we'll hold off the initial wrap coming in from Legacy. So Supernova moving down from the northern side. Interesting way to approach this actually from Supernova. A little bit less Valkyrie in the lobby than we'd seen previously from some of these teams. Grow Gaming, who had a very good previous game as well. Some good KP actually coming out with the most points in the lobby. Now moved into a very strong position inside of CO here. So this is a really good rotate actually coming in from them. Done a great job to get all the way from their initial drop to where they find themselves right now. And with how their ability to hold things down has been so far in this game, it wouldn't surprise me to see them do something similar. No Caustic though, no Newcastle. It's a little bit different with this composition.
Yeah, that's why we see less Valkyrie, because without the Newcastle and without the Caustic, it's not as easy to just plop yourself into zone and hope you can just create some sort of fortress. Now, typically we do see more Rampart coming into the equation here, but again, it takes longer to build your fortress with a Rampart. But we are seeing 13 altars in this game. That is going to be banned going into match 4, so we're not going to have any altar going into Olympus, but I think that might be a good thing that Rampart survives for a lot of these teams going into Olympus, because one thing Olympus lacks is cover in certain areas. So as much buildable cover you can have going into those maps is going to be better, and I imagine that Rampart probably gets banned match 4, but we'll wait and see what happens there.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting match 5 and 6 when we look at what's banned and what's available, and the fact that Olympus, like you say, sometimes doesn't offer the amount of cover and I would say playable spots in endgame to play early compared to some of the other maps that we have in the rotation. A very different feel to Olympus in comparison to some of the maps that we have that are more established in the Apex Legends Global Series. So a lot of points potentially available for teams who want to be aggressive when we get there.
Did make me laugh that everyone was like, get rid of Broken Moon. All the pros were like, we hate Broken Moon.
I would also say that. I was saying that.
They moved Broken Moon out, brought Olympus in, and everyone was like, can we bring Broken Moon back? There's definitely like a clear 50-50 divide at the moment between pro players and which map they prefer. Anyway, on the line, you can see the current standings, what that cutoff is. 94 points for Wolves Esports, who are still playing. If they're in blue, it means they've played all their games. They will not be playing any more today. If they're in white, it means they are still continuing with games. So Boogie Borders, for example, if they were to win a game, suddenly they would shoot themselves up into the top 20.
Careful, Panna. Careful, he was. He's going to have overflow as well, so just popping that shield cell is going to be enough for him to get that health regenerating nice and quickly. In the kill feed, you can see that Blast is doing exactly that with the charge rifle in his hands, and Synap is on the receiving end of it. And he's going to get the finish as well, so nice shots coming in from him and able to convert it into a point for GG, the winners of your game number 1. NIP now on your screens. They're playing on the northeastern side of where this zone is, just on the bottom of the zipline building outside of Cascade. We take our attention now to a fight that's breaking out and is completely isolated over at Checkpoint. It's going to be Legacy versus Alliance here. But Effect just got absolutely belted by Neasel. Beautiful shots coming in from that R9. If you're taking down Effect in that kind of a fight, you're probably hitting some pretty good shots.
Well, Unlucky is still there
now. Neasel versus Unlucky. Oh! Alliance eliminated. Neasel with a beautiful shot with the triple take. He's going to win that one for Legacy, and Alliance will fall first. That's the Red Bull first strike.
And Neasel worth his weight in gold at the moment. I mean, Unlucky, even in a 1 versus 2, you can still back him there, especially after he gets that first knock. But Neasel stays calm, holds his ground, and Legacy will survive. And those extra points are going to be very important for Legacy. They start to send themselves up the leaderboard now, up into 13th in the overalls in this tournament. But Alliance have not found their footing yet in Storm Point. But remember, they did pick Olympus on the POI draft. That was the map they've prioritized in this series.
That was a nasty, nasty shot from Neasel. It just felt like with the way that Unlucky just quickly turned that into a 1v1, it was like, oh, he's going to be able to reload here. And with a triple take in hand versus an R9 after hitting a spray like that, you almost felt like the momentum had swung back the way of Alliance and Unlucky. But Neasel just all sorts of confidence to hit the shot with a triple take to win that one for Legacy. Elsewhere, though, we move ourselves just to the north side of Jurassic, to the broken fences that enter into the POI. Ninjas in Pyjamas. They get the jump here on KINOTROPE Gaming. That's going to be the first knock going their way. And McLovin is doing what he does best, and that is mowing down players with a fake ID. That sentence made no sense.
No, it does if you have watched the film.
Do you know what?
Don't worry.
I don't think it does.
You didn't have to explain yourself. NIP are one of those teams who are outside of the top 20 right now, though. They are away from the cutoff by about 23 points, so still a job to do in these next 4 matches, but a team that I would have expected to be in the winners bracket, if I'm being honest. So we'll have to see whether they can complete that task, or maybe they will fall into that elimination bracket come tomorrow's matches. So now they're approaching GoNext, and we're going to get a little bit of action on our screen.
An incredible spray coming in from Kurev. My goodness. Beautiful stuff. Trying to get the finish before they go through that queue. And now he's looking to chase them down and feeling all sorts of confidence. And why wouldn't you? Boy, Nexus is going to be taken here. And you have to wonder if Ninjas in Pyjamas are feeling a little bit saucy here and thinking about taking it themselves to take down these final members to get that KP on board. And it looks like they're thinking about it, but maybe deciding not to do it this time around. We're going to take a look back at the Red Bull first strike, though, of the game. As we saw Alliance versus Legacy going down, and this is the POV of Unlucky, the one that we missed.
And you can see on the altar, he already knew one player was weak, and actually that initial clip, but look how close he would have been, and in the end, he also whipped out a single fire weapon as well. Didn't opt to go for the reload, but it was a fantastic chance for Unlucky to try and do something special in a 1v2 for our Red Bull first strike. GoNext have now respawned, kinda. VKG, QQ has fallen, and it is just bad news after bad news for VK Gaming.
Yeah, not looking good for them at the moment. QQ just performed a magic trick and turned himself into a death box. Usually, if you're a magician, though, you're able to turn yourself back into whatever it was you started with, and I don't think he's going to be able to do so without some help coming in from Qadsiah, who's last alive here. Double Moses for him to work with. Does have a respawn beacon in the back pocket, though, so there is an opportunity for them to reset as NIP continue in and around Jurassic here, moving down that southern side. GoNext is just behind them, though.
Not a single point yet for VK, though. I mean, we've seen this historically sometimes where a team goes on to win a LAN and then they come back and they just look like a completely different squad, a shell of themselves. Reject Winity, kind of a similar situation happened with them as well. And it does beg the question of, you know, once you find that success, does the practice then start to drop a little bit? We saw, well, I mean, QQ wasn't playing for one, so a very different situation for them.
Practice certainly dropped off.
It certainly changed. But there's still plenty of the tournament left. It is not the end of the world if you find yourself in that elimination bracket. We've seen teams go from elimination bracket and then still find themselves in a good position going into Sunday for championship finals.
Yes. Something we highlighted a little bit earlier. Nobody going to be eliminated right now, but teams are certainly going to have their fates kind of made easier or more difficult depending on how these games go in groups. Ninjas in Pyjamas and McLovin dancing through a couple of ult queues right now. The Void Passage is going to go back through himself. Now he's looking to take down Henchman. That alternator really is strong, and when that thing gets up to having double tap available, it can be a real difference maker. Ninjas in Pyjamas, by the way, are fighting exceptionally well in this game, and that momentum from those fights seems to be just continuing. Every single engagement they're taking at the moment seems to be going their way.
I think the alternator has been the surprise of the tournament so far for a lot of players, fans, viewers alike.
Viewers, yeah, for sure.
Maybe not expecting it to be the kind of power that we've seen so far.
I mean, you look at clip size, that's a big thing as well. Distance that it does damage, it can be pretty consistent. And then when you get that double tap available, it can become very, very strong towards the end game. It could just rip away at health so quickly. And I think it's certainly, like you say, it's finding a niche for a lot of these players that is working in these kind of lobbies. By the way, kind of somehow still alive for GoNext. And on the Crypto, is going to be able to bring his teammates back into the game. So GoNext still a part of this one as we have 19 squads still remaining, by the way.
Yeah, just Alliance having to watch from the wings at the moment. It's worth noting, with these early exits for Alliance, they do find themselves falling down to 10th in the overalls at the moment. And POI draft again coming into the equation for that winners bracket. Alliance will need to pick it up if they want to have a good POI going into winners bracket side of things.
Ninjas in Pyjamas continuing to fight, continuing to win them as well. Correct sprays, by the way, with the R9 on M&K are superb in this game. And it feels like the momentum and the aggression coming out from NIP is something very difficult to stop. Something I just want to highlight, by the way. One team we've been focusing on for all the wrong reasons, Crazy Thieves, they have a fantastic position in this zone. They are bang center in one of the only buildings available. So Crazy Thieves really have a chance to make something happen in this game 3.
I think NIP are going to find themselves in the winners bracket just killing GoNext at this rate. They just keep killing them and killing them.
Oh.
But now Wolves Esports getting involved in this little scuffle and saying, actually, we want to maybe get involved and take away some of these KP from you.
Oh, the drone gets broken. Does it get broken before the EMP comes off? Yes, it does. That's going to give Wolves a little bit more of a chance in this fight. Now, armor disadvantage certainly isn't in the favor of Wolves. They've got blues, but with the damage they are doing, they might have a chance to turn this one in their favor. GG have been eliminated in the meantime, so no real big points for them in this game number 3. As this fight will continue to elongate, and finally the first knock will go the way of NIP. That's going to be No Name who goes down, but NIP will finally be eliminated. It's a combination of teams who actually contribute to this down on the Jurassic side. You've got GoNext, Wolves Esports, RRQ here, Supernova, all looking at this down.
Wolves Esports eliminated. Remember, they were our bubble team and still are our bubble team, but finding one extra point pushes that bubble number, that cutoff number, to 95 now. Still with 3 matches remain. SBI Esports looking to see whether they can push up on Oblivion right now. We're kind of stuck in this pyramid building. GoNext have just been finally eliminated. Kind of doesn't get away for the 14th time. That was an exaggeration.
14th time
FYI.
too many. That classic saying. Not going to be true this time around. Oblivion, who were involved in that top 3 scenario in our previous games, are in a pretty good position, but will have to rotate. By the way, somehow VKG got up to I was going to say, back up to 3 Sentinels eliminated, and VKG could be back down to a 1 in just a few seconds, thanks to Sheila. Enforce 36 want to push this, and why wouldn't you? LQ's going to go down surely in a few seconds' time, just to watch this kill on the rampart.
Extra KP for Enforce 36. Meanwhile, some big fights happening on the edge at the moment. Mango versus Grow Gaming competing on the northwest. KINOTROPE versus Enforce 36 on the northeast. And then the southeast, you got Supernova versus RRQ. All fights that are going to influence this endgame because those areas are going to then be dominated by that one team.
Aurora have been eliminated in the meantime, and Team Mango will be next. We're approaching half the lobby, who are watching in the spectator mode. SBI Esports will go next as Enforce 36 is looking to take down the final members of KINOTROPE Gaming as we find ourselves now with the half of the lobby gone. Enforce 36, by the way, now just as a solo, but done so much good work as a duo in those last few moments.
You can see from the overhead here, Crazy Thieves still alive. Supernova also putting more points on the board as Enforce 36 get eliminated. Now down to 9 squads. VK Gaming still have a solo, now they don't. Just been eliminated as of RRQ. 7 squads now, dropping like flies. And now no one is in the final circle. Legacy are right on the edge, as are Oblivion. But apart from that, everyone else is outside of it, still has a job to do here.
Boogie Board is down on the low ground, playing underneath the position of Crazy Thieves. Oblivion playing right next to them. And all of these teams will have to rotate, with Citadel Gaming overlooking all of these teams as well, from a distance that is a little bit uncomfortable for all of the previously aforementioned teams to deal with. Big moment here for Crazy Thieves. 15th in the lobby overall, only 10 points from the first 2 games. As we look on the right-hand side of your screen, once again, where that top 20 is.
And just to put it in perspective, Crazy Thieves are 44 points away from Wolves Esports right now. So this game is almost a must-win already if they want to find themselves in the winners bracket. Even a win wouldn't put them in the top 20. Most likely they need 2 wins, if not 2 big games, for their chances of getting into that winner's side. Boogie Boarders, though, do have the Kraber. They are in a position where they could potentially do some damage to these teams that are coming from that other side as well. And Crazy Thieves have moved, or at least 2 of them have, trying to reposition and find themselves into a better spot for this endgame.
Yeah, Verholz has just gone down, though. I don't know if he didn't get to jump onto the Valcol. We'll have to watch that back in the VODs to see exactly what happened. But for Crazy Thieves, they're inside the top 7 at least. You were talking about big games. Well, this man's still got a big gun in his back pocket. It's going to be the Kraber still available as Crazy Thieves will fall. Is that a mistake for them? We'll have to go back and watch it. Legacy will fall as well. We're into our top 5.
Boogie Boarders now up into the sky. Can they find any playable space? They're going to get a lot of information. Jumping on a team that's fighting is always a good decision to make here.
They want to take this KP. They want a third party. This is Oblivion, who are going to fall probably after Citadel Gaming. Monsoon last alive. He'll go down as well. beautiful decision-making coming out of the Boogie Boarders, and the Kraber still in the hands of Raki here.
And who's still alive? Supernova still alive. Could it be another victory for the EMEA squad? Boogie Boarders, Grow Gaming, the other two teams, but Boogie Boarders just a 2.
Oh my! Raki doing some big work, goes for the no-scope himself. Panna's going to be last alive, though. With barely any HP to work with, he'll go down. It's a 3v3, but Supernova moving in, just cleaning up the final remaining member of Grow Gaming, and it's back-to-back for Supernova. They are looking deadly in this lobby.
I mean, at the pace that Supernova are currently setting, they are looking to try and jump up to maybe even top 3 in these overall leaderboards for an incredible position in that POI draft. They have made a big statement in Storm Point here, and you can see the reaction from them as well. They've been enjoying it thus far. Again, it's just a cheeky little grin from Hardeki.
Rubs his hands together like, who's next?
Who is next?
Who is next?
They are such an interesting team, a team full of characters for sure, but one thing they're bloody good at is Apex Legends.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back wins for them. You can't argue with it. Really are performing well. It's 10 KP alongside the placement points they get from that first place as well. Almost a copy and paste from the previous top 2, with Grow Gaming coming in second place. Once again, very, very impressive stuff from those respective teams. I do need to go back and watch that crazy Thieves play, though. I don't know what happened. Like, Verhulst was left behind where the Valcult went off. I don't know if it's a play call or a mistake. We can only speculate.
It might have even been that Verhulst gets knocked and then they panic and go up into the sky to get, not even panic.
We need to watch it. Yeah, we don't know what happened in that situation, but it felt like they were in a great spot to finally have a great game, and something didn't go right for them. They do get 5 KP on the board, but a few more placement points wouldn't have gone amiss. But again, you look at the top, it's the Supernova show. It's 22 points from that game number 3.
Yeah, it puts them up into the 60s now after just 3 matches. And as I said, if they keep up this pace, actually, dare I say it, if they keep up this pace, they might even take the number 1 spot going into the POI draft, because I believe they are 44 points behind Falcons, and if they can find 60 from 3, who says they can't find another 60 from the next 3?
Yeah, not only handsome Dan Gaskin, he's daring as well, everybody. He's daring as well. Dashing. Daring Dan Gaskin. Oh,
Dashing,
I found your wrestling
daring
name.
And
I found your wrestling name. This is how things look, though, at the end of game number 3 in our series results. Supernova, like you say, on top of the leaderboard, 62 points. A chasm between them and Grow Gaming after Storm Point is finalized here. 39 points for Grow Gaming, but behind that, I mean, it's pretty close. You look outside of, like, I'd say Grow Gaming, maybe Boogie Boarders. Look at the point differential between 20th with VK Gaming and 4th place. I mean, it's very, very close, and with 3 games remaining, Dan, it really can change. And you throw in the unpredictability of Olympus as well. This could be a very fun 3 games to watch. So if you're thinking about doing something else in the meantime, or you're thinking about going to bed wherever you are in the world, don't, or I'll come after you.
Yeah, you don't want that. Mark is a very scary man. Now, just to set the pace as well, 95 points, currently the cutoff. Still 3 matches remain. Boogie Boarders behind Wolves Esports on 92. So we are going to see teams start to surpass that 95 number, and I think we're going to get into the hundreds in terms of this cutoff, and that is very worrying for a couple of those teams who are already sitting and probably thought they were going to be sitting pretty. Alas, they might be biting their nails a little bit in these next 3 matches.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting 3 matches, and to cue us up for what's going to happen in those 3 matches and look back on what we just saw on Storm Point, we're going to send it over to these wonderful people on the desk. Hi, desk. Hi, desk.
Hello. Hi, desk.
Enjoy.
Great job casting, guys. Now you're also part of the desk.
Hi, desk.
Fantastic job, as always, on set. And Gaskin getting us through those first 3 matches. And now it's time to start talking about it because, they've mentioned it a couple times. This is the last series of group stage. Those are the first 3 matches. We're now down to the last 3. That bubble conversation is really going to start coming up a lot more as our teams are starting to get closer and closer to being done with this stage of the competition. So we're going to take an opportunity now to take a look back at some of those moments from our first 3 matches. Dia, I will start with you because right out the gate, it was a duo on GG.
I was so passionate about this final circle, Glitter. This was especially painful to watch, especially if you were a Team Mango fan, because Team Mango also put a Newcastle wall out here, but it was GG that everyone, maybe it was because they were a duo, maybe, I don't know, they were just playing small. Everybody seemed to ignore them, and even up until the final circle, you could really tell that's true. There's so much focus on this fence line that Sentinels played really early that GG take advantage of that focus, and they play small, end up winning the game.
I mean, here for match 2, however, not even talking about the last game, this game, Supernova already stepping up very drastically. We saw them here with 32 points in first place, already blowing absolutely everybody up from the height of this building, actually. It came down to a last cleanup, but let's be completely honest, they just steamrolled.
I mean, and it wasn't about to stop here, right? Okay, Tiff, it continued on into match number 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that have been consistent with these end games, and Supernova being in them is one of them. And now it's kind of interesting because after they had claimed so much space for them, they don't even have to fight, and they just basically wait for the other two teams on the other side to jump onto each other. You bide your time. You've got the G7 Scout. You can cover distance that way. You have the smoke that you can send on out, cover the gap, clean it on in, and it's one nice swing for Bardecki, and the game is over. It's magnificent.
This was a particularly difficult game to watch in some ways as well, because Game 3 had a really similar zone pull to what we saw earlier in the day, where it was really clear that we were going just south of Jurassic, just north of Barometer, but there was a counter pull that happened halfway through that made some teams that had set themselves up on the south side believe that we were going back up north to the center of Cito. And if you watch that tape back, in the map feed, you'll notice a lot of squads give up positions that might have otherwise won them the game in favor of an end zone that didn't end up existing.
And all of those points are always so important in this competition, specifically when it comes to Apex Legends and how everything works, because you never know if one point is going to be what makes or breaks your position on that leaderboard. And that's where we're really going to be focusing in now as we start to set the stakes for where we're at in the competition, because, you know, the casters are mentioning it too, Tiff, that bubble, people are going to really start paying attention to where they are in relation to it.
Yeah, you really have to, especially if you want to make it into that winner's bracket. It kind of gives you that extra pad going into the bracket stage, because if you fall out twice, you have that safety net, right? You go on to that final round to get into match point finals on Sunday. But if you start out in elims, it's like a bloodbath trying to recover. And plus, it's exhausting having an extra series into play on top of everything else.
Yeah, we'll take a look at those overall standings right now so we can kind of get a feel for where everyone is now that we are at this point of the competition. Got to take a look at this a little bit earlier as well. And I want to take a peek at some of the bigger names on the second portion of these columns here, Graceful, because Alliance would definitely like to be, I think, a little bit higher up than where they are right now.
Yeah, most definitely. It might have had a really slow start, but we also saw this previously where they only had 2 really big games and 4 kind of okay-ish games, or even subpar, I would say. So seeing that trend, I think they're more than happy that they had such a, earlier on, a lot of points. However, you know, we saw Aurora here as well. They're on the bottom, on the bottom almost, where now you have to get 2 or 3 good games essentially, or you're gonna find yourself in that lower area.
Right, and we're talking about that bubble. Everyone was saying between 90 and 95 points heading into this, and you can see Wolves in 20th at 95. Boogie Borders right behind that at 92, Dia. So, you know, it's looking like it might even be a little bit higher than that.
I mean, I'm looking at my boys Sentinels, and I'm thinking 65 points right now. That you have to put up 3 huge games in order to make it up to the top 20, and that's even more difficult when you look down at teams like the Crazy Thieves.
I mean, and you said it as well, 95 total points is the current cutoff. It's only going to go up. I think we have seen 105 before, so the higher it goes, the more risky it becomes for teams that haven't had as many points. And when it goes down to it, there's only so many points that can go around.
Yeah, and, you know, we'll just take a quick look at their stats out of Alliance as well. Those are where they finished here in those first 3 matches. I think they'd like to improve on that for the last 3 when it comes to this series, and just kind of finish a little bit on a high note there, Tiff.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best series coming out of them, but that's okay, right? So I start to think about where they're starting in relation, because as we move on to Olympus, right? This will be the first time we get to see them on the main stage playing Olympus, and maybe Unlucky was so tired from doing all those birthday push-ups that he couldn't lock it in on the controller. I don't know, but it's time to focus on up. They were my prediction as well as many of others, and right now my points are starting to hurt.
You know what, we're gonna have to see if they can bounce it back and see how that does for everybody else. Tiff's lying. She's in first place right now with those points. So her points are just fine. But it's time for something that we teased yesterday, and I personally have really been looking forward to this, because obviously everybody comes here for Apex. That is the entire point, our players included. Yu-Gi-Oh, however, came here prepared for a different type of Apex game. Some would argue the real Apex games. Check it out.
日本ではだるま落としという昔遊びがあります。皆さんにはこちらのハンマーを使ってもらって、手を使わずにこのだるまを落とさずにブロックを落としていってもらいます。このように。それではグッドラック。
Oh, I already knocked this off.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I'm going. Oh, I'm gonna do it first try.
No, not that early.
What? How are you gonna go get your top piece? Gotta run around.
No. This is GG.
Yeah, you don't have aim assist here. Oh, that sounded like he had it. I can do the tablecloth thing, like if I pull the tablecloth.
Oh my god.
Dude, I have no idea what I did on that first round.
Oh. Oh my god. Unbelievable. I was gonna mess you up. That was first try, by the way. Like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was getting nervous. We were taking long.
I know, me too. Oh, W.
最初のゲーム、だるま落としの勝者はゼイン君。なかなかやるみたいやね。おめでとうゼイン君。これはユキオのリアルエイペックスゲームでした。
We saw that was not as easy as Yukio made it look right at the beginning of that video. You can see we actually have brought out the games here for some of our analysts. It's called Daruma Otoshi. That's what the game that they were playing. I'm going to slide this on over to Graceful in case he wants to opt to participate. Dia has been waiting all day to show us his skills, so we're going to dive straight into this, Dia.
I saw how easy he made that look. I'm pretty sure this is free, guys.
You, you also saw everybody else's strats, so take the hammer out of the tower.
However, put your note-taking, digital note-taking devices away, because I don't have that kind of cash.
You're gonna an opportunity here to test that out. If you'd like to join in, Graceful, you're more than welcome to. Tiff is taking cover just in case, so we're gonna see if you were able to learn anything from that.
Wait, that's a line of fire. That's a line of fire.
I got this.
No, okay.
I don't got this.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. First try.
It wasn't free. It wasn't free.
Wow. Okay, well, you know what? You did your best. I'm gonna bring. Wow. It's harder than it looks, and that's what happens when the analysts are the ones trying to do the game.
The competitive side of me would like to point out that I did better than that.
That was embarrassing.
I did that just for you. I did that just for you so that you could look better at the game than I ever will be. And speaking of people that are better at the game than I ever will be, it's time for us to start looking towards our players because we still have 3 more games to get into, okay? We're almost done with this series, but we have to see how everybody fares on Olympus like Tiff was talking about. Exciting to see this up on the main stage for the first time as well. So we're gonna send it back on over to our casters to close us out in the series. Vicky, Genome, let's finish out the group stage.
Thank you so much, Glitter. I get to see Dia having fun over there. I just see the very top. Yeah, fun.
He's crying right now. Like someone's bringing him a box of tissues as we speak.
I can't, man. It's so funny because then you get to see the one walk of shame of the very topper part just drop to the very front of the desk. I love it here in Sapporo, guys. Welcome to the ALGS Championship, and we are down to our final 3 games in the group stages. And at the moment, you know, Supernova, they're going pretty explosive right now. I mean, it's a smashing time for them, but it's even better time to see how consistent they could bring those results into what I'm so excited to cast over, Olympus.
Olympus on land. We've already seen it once so far today. And I am so excited to be casting these last 3 games where we'll get to see whatever shenanigans we get to see that we've had. I mean, you know, we saw one of those Rift finishes, which is always fun. You know, the FaZe runner in particular. I mean, usually when you're in ranked, it's just like I'll just, you know, press the big red button and get out of here kind of escape path. But I can tell you, having talked to some of the teams, they have strategized around this. There are ways that you can use this that you guys have never even considered.
I want to see that happen. We got to. When we go on to Olympus, everybody, as we take a look at the POI drafts, And for those of you guys that have been grinding out Wildcard, having fun during the event, and maybe getting a glimpse of what you can expect when it comes to loading into Olympus with none of the zipline shenanigans or the gravity cannons here, just loading into the new version of Olympus has been fantastic. Even better to see how a lot of our pro players have played it out within scrims and now going into this final end of group stages.
Yeah, a couple of POIs unpicked. Stabilizer to the northwest has been not selected, as well as Elysium, which of course is down near Alliance with Summers University, and in between them and Oblivion sitting at Icarus. So look, this is still evolving. Definitely having, you know, spoken to people about why they chose certain POIs. There'll be quite a few different reasons they'll give you because there's just so much to learn about this map at a competitive level. It hasn't been pushed to its limits yet. We're going to start to see that happen here.
And then you get to juggle the tridents into place as we get loaded in to game number 4, groups A versus D, finally underway. But even better to note here, Gino, is looking at the cutoff, right? We were expecting 90 points or so, and if you look at that cusp, these teams, they've been farming, and I know that you specifically have been watching Boogie Borders and where they're currently situated in 21st as a team.
Absolutely, those guys are rocking it. Interestingly as well, they were, look, I'm not going to spoil it unless we actually see it from them. If anyone was watching the APAC South Regional Final, I'll give you that hint. There was some interesting composition choices by Boogie Borders that actually got them a host of points in the first few games. They haven't decided to bring it out yet. I am actually wondering if it's because they've done so well so far, right? They've got 30 points already. They are up to 92 points overall. That means they only need probably somewhere in the realm of 8 to 10 points to be completely safe. And I think at this point, they just want to lock it in. I think they've said, no, look, let's not meme. You know, let's be really serious about this composition and play it forward. So interesting to see that what they told me just mere minutes ago when I was up there on the stage has actually changed. That said, we've got a couple of interesting picks, quite a few Seers in here. One of the first fuses of the tournament we're seeing coming out from Wolves, and Alliance have even gone for the Pathfinder.
Oh my, the Pathy coming out, Alliance showing up, but even better is this where this zone is going to be pooling specifically. Over here, right on top of Sentinels and Citadel. Gaimin already making their way. Everybody has now navigated their way out of Grow Towers, where there is a ring console as well. But if you take a look at Gardens and even GoNext, who land in Clinic, I mean, they're going to be able to put on a Clinic because E36 are trying to join in on that fight. GoNext are still up on the high ground. Cannon in the feed is going to be able to get that knock onto E36. And now it's only down to 1. Synap is literally 1 shot, and they know exactly where he is with the Crypto Drone.
He's going to have time to get a med kit off. Does he even want to do that? Into the Void, not available. Doesn't have the tact to try and get out of there, but it looks like he won't be chased, actually, and he might have a chance to get down to maybe Grow Towers or Summers University for the respawn effort. Meanwhile, GoNext are letting the Sheila rip here. They're sieging the little disco room underneath Clinic. Gold loot most likely has already been taken, but they still want it as a staging ground.
It's great to be able to rotate into that next zone from this spot as long as you clear your backs, but we keep seeing everybody getting knocked in the feed. VK Gaming getting a trade-off. 1-for-1 though, and it's the Mad Maggie that's out. Mozam's in hand, Nemesis as a secondary. You can see that with the Wrecking Ball blowing up, it's going to be able to get the finishing blow. So that one player from Noel Sang, and now just trying to see if they can get that reset, but they're not alone here. Alliance on the other side of the map, going through Grow Towers, are on a trident of their own. It's only one. It's going to be Hockeys who are going to be able to also upgrade those weapons, utilizing those energy arsenals.
I mean, those guys are going to be stacked. Not only do you usually get, I don't know, like 10 amps spawning at Summers University, the loot there is ridiculous. But as we said, they were split looting Summers University and Elysium at the start of the game. Yet again, Alliance managed to net themselves a dual POI. They are the best team in the game at metagaming the draft and trying to make sure that they have as many resources available to them as possible.
Legacy 2, a team that I obviously had my eyes on to see how they've been able to perform throughout this group. Do or die situation for some of these teams. A survey beacon was scanned out in the distance, could have been remote. here with the amount of cryptos that we have in this lobby. Tied, by the way, with Bangalore, 10-10 apiece, to see who will be getting banned in that next game. But looking at the zone, as we've already highlighted before, look at how congested not even just the north side is, but if you look at Gravity Engine, where there is usually a beacon, survey beacon specifically, you could guess what rotation spots are you going to have, right? Going into specifically Gardens is going to be incredibly difficult, especially if you don't have a rotational legend, which is why it's also important to note the teams that are rocking the Valkyrie Henchman gets the next knock onto Bulls.
Next. Too easy.
Yeah, they were able to find KINOTROPE Gaming, which is incredibly important. Them going down first in this entire lobby was GoNext taking their time to pick this fight apart. And they're the only team now left in Clinic.
Yeah, that's the other interesting part, right? Certainly most teams seem to be reading this as probably a Gardens zone. That's why, you know, people aren't just piling into where GoNext are right now. Most of them taking positions up in Gardens, but also below down in Grow Towers. And it looks like there is even a bit of congestion up towards the Rift as well, where we're seeing Legacy soon to be pushing south from.
I do like this rotation, though. When you go over to that north side, they're going to take the evac tower, as Yanya does not have that Valkyrie ult, but it's still going to be able to have Yanya take the lead to get that information with the scan, having that blue Evo shield. But once they are approaching this north side, there is a team waiting in the vicinity, a team that has gotten first twice and second another time. It is Supernova who can look at them from afar, but they're also busy with teams to their backs. Legacy decide to wrap around, and I like this rotation because we do sometimes see the zone pull slightly over to the north side, but it will be difficult to get through GoNext, who will hold one end of the zone if they decide to rotate in the far east side.
So Boogie Borders, who decided to go for that decidedly more passive composition with the Watson, the Valkyrie, and the Bangalore, don't get a zone anywhere near them. So unfortunately, that gambit has not paid off, or at least not yet. We'll see. Maybe they'll get into a late game position where, you know, the pylon, the interception pylon comes in clutch, but it is hard to make your way in with, you know, the less aggressive tools that you might have had you gone for, you know, followed their APAC South brethren and you know, maybe hit something crazy like Gen.G.
Or will it fold here? Seeing how some of these teams have already positioned themselves and are kind of stuck on the edge of the zone, getting that information with that crypto drone flying to the skies. You can see Legacy drifting back as they are one of those squads with that crypto drone just to get that information. But what I do find very interesting, looking at the teams that have already played on Olympus Genome, is the utilization of Sparrow. Although scarce, we've been seeing a little bit of Sparrow when it comes to Olympus. Don't really see it out here specifically, but it's important.
We've got one on Supernova at the moment for Qadsiah. You know, people have called Kurev a one-trick Sparrow. And, I mean, you can see why. After the nerfs, he was a lot less powerful. They took so much health, particularly, out of his ultimate, that it just made him less of an aggressive and defensive threat, I guess. The other big change was that you get stunned yourself if you're within the radius. Those two changes really reduced how you know, helpful he was as a hero, but you are still seeing a couple of teams run him.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because it's about getting that information. Also, the influx of Wraith, and still seeing a lot of the Watsons in this lobby, despite expecting the amount of cryptos that we have here. Again, 10 cryptos, 10 Bangalores.
Yeah, I guess the other thing to note about the Sparrow pick is it was a lot of those teams who were saying, we've got 3 strong fraggers, and we want all of them to be active in the fight. We don't want a crypto player sitting in drone. We want you all fragging out. However, most of those teams have now switched over to Seer if they want to go for a more fragging composition with 3 players in the fray.
And you can see Monsoon being on that Seer right there. Going to be able to get some information here. Seer himself has gone through some changes. Been interesting to see how he could glide within his own ultimate here, trying to make some plays, but it's mostly for that information. Seeing Hockeys, by the way, on Pathfinder, it's almost like my soul is healing. Being able to see Pathy out and about. But it's not a game of wildcard, it's not pubs, and it's not your Olympus rank games. It's Boogie Borders stuck inside this house, over in the chaos of Gardens. He's trying to stay alive, and Gaimin Gladiators, they pick that up, and they eliminate Boogie Borders from the lobby.
See, just a little bit of hesitation there. Probably could have got the res off there, but stops, tries again, and by that time, the swing is already in. Boogie Borders will go down. They get Did they grab any points here in match 4? Let me just double check. It was 1. A single point. Look, anything at this point, frankly, you'll take. As we said, it was only 8 to 10. Every little point will reduce it. We have had tiebreakers on who makes it into winners and losers before. It has happened.
It's so scary. You don't want to be on that cusp, as we see a res happening, by the way. In the middle of Gardens, while Hockey's for free gets the Mythic bin. I mean, Alliance, they're just playing objective at this point, and nobody is looking at them. I mean, Rex is within the vicinity, but they're just holding the height of Grow Towers, not even deciding to contest Alliance.
Yeah, I'm not particularly sure how they're hoping to make it in from there. They need to make a move one way or the other. The ring has been revealed. It's going very much north. It's actually going straight to Legacy, who sit on the northern side of this. Supernova might look to come in from the left and slam them. That's possible. You can see they've got a little setup there. E36 start to make their move. And here we go. Now you get the full overview of the map here. Crazy Thieves also looking to perhaps make a move in past Gardens. But all those teams who are sitting in the buildings in Gardens, that's where the crush is going to be. We're probably going to have a 2-stage crush here. One, everyone in Grow Towers right now, that's kind of happening. And then we'll get another one as they move out of the buildings and towards the Rift.
And imagine being Legacy, who land in Fight Night, who made that northern rotation, right? And go wrapping all the way around from the other side of Rift before rotating through that north side of Gardens. Better look here is Crazy Thieves, who have to wake up, and with only 3 games to go, Genome, I mean, it's detrimental to at least maybe find your footing, figure out what's wrong to this GG GoNext.
It's rough. I mean, they're in a position now where they probably can't make it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's really possible for them to make it into the winner's bracket, short of a bona fide miracle. So for them, you know, look, still positioning within that bottom 20 will help you get towards match point finals. That certainly isn't out of the question yet.
Wow, QQ gonna be able to get that knock right afterwards, though. It's a trade-off, but needing some help. The Mad Maggie gets dropped, and now it's up to QQ, but he has managed to pop the shield bat. He looks behind them. They get cleaned up. NIP had gotten 3-peat, and VK Gaming, they'll absolutely take that. It was actually Zuni from Citadel who had cleaned that up in the back before retreating. So now having to reset within the circle.
NIP happy with that? Sorry, not very happy with that, considering they're sitting in 30th at the moment and they need points just as badly as anyone else. Alliance sitting on 110. They're done and dusted. They don't mind too much. Maybe just getting some reps on the Pathfinder for hackers, as you said. Maybe it's just a little bit of fun here, but Citadel, does get 2 arrows into their opponents, and now they're trying to chase down. I think this is the last member of Crazy Thieves over here.
Trying to send out that Seer Tac 2 in the line of sight of a Banular who dips and dashes. Citadel Gaming now controlling this side of the hedge. Crazy Thieves eventually get eliminated in 15th. A team that has only been able to secure, what, 52 points over the course of their group stage games thus far. Supernova, though, going in hot with that Sparrow. The only team to rock the Sparrow, Wraith Portal right at their backs. The only team that has control of this zone with their backs clear is Legacy, but they don't have information on where the zone is pooling specifically to their south side.
Yeah, they'll have a bit of a walk-in as the zone actually does pull back down the bottom here. Oblivion are going to have quite the walk-in. Sorry, they're going to be watching the other teams walk in. So let's listen to how they deal with this position.
I'm getting 3. There's 3 there. A million percent there's 3. Heard?
That team has to move. Yeah. It might
Doing
have
again. They're there. What's the third? What's the third? Watson.
Okay.
Watson, Bang, something.
Here, I think.
I don't know if it's here.
Or Thorough? I'm not sure.
They're moving left. They're moving left to right now. They're gonna go fight this north side team. Heard?
Yep. We just did behind bins. We're good.
See that? One's about to die. Nope, he's good.
We're gonna run a grenade. Hold up. 85-1.
They might just int into us, guys.
They might.
Do we have a better fence on this corner?
Yeah.
Because I think they can walk it.
I'm playing like left side. They're looking for it. Yeah. Queuing. I think. They're gonna do it.
So lit. Yeah, they are.
I mean, they're in zone. I'm double verting. They're in zone right there. Only 29. They're just sitting there for now. Yeah, they're just chilling. Top 10. It's a bad lobby. Back party.
They're kind of looking.
Oblivion watching over Supernova. as their major threat, but separated by some of the terrain here. It's really all these teams down the south now who are getting into it. We see a couple go out. VK Gaming, Aurora, Team Mango, and Gaming Gladiators, as well as Sentinel, all essentially holding this same building at the top of Gardens, or at least various levels of it. That's who we're going to have to worry about now as we get to see a live update of where these teams stand and how much they need to get over the line. From what I can see here, Boogie Borders are the closest, 21st place right now. Again, they need to get above SYRALE.
But this is a good opportunity for Team Mango, Oblivion, to have this pop-off moment. Team Mango being one of the teams on the bottom layer of the cake. Looking at how many other squads are coexisting right on top of them, having to be careful. Legacy getting involved in the fight. They get the first knock originally. And you talk about fights that are important as GoNext kinda taking the Wraith Portal. Do we go? The 3-2-1. Izul takes it right out behind him. But Hogwarts, they look at the end barrier. It's not worth it. They got baited and they pay for it as Legacy get eliminated.
Hook, line, and sinker. Supernova, they're just everyone today. They could do no wrong in this series. Anyway, so many teams in this building have been waiting to get into it. Finally, it is the time they're going to be pushed out of it. We see Aurora go down. GG now pushing up to try and finish off Sentinels, who have had a rough group stage so far. And it looks like, I feel like Gaming Gladiators have got the best spot out of any of these. Maybe Team Mango, who are on the low ground, could do something too. We do see a comeback. No way! Blasts and Aku going down now at the hands of Lota.
Man, the Wraith portals are giving me whiplash. Wraith all around. What year is it? Even better to see it through these Olympus building. Sentinels now down to 2. As the zone closes in behind their backs, they're on the edge of that zone, but they have to still inch forward. GoNext now are looking down at Supernova. I believe Oblivion are still coexisting right below them. GoNext backing away. The Singer Bolt has been called in right in front of their face, slowing things down just a bit, but also buying space as GoNext now have the time to set up right in their face here with these amp walls.
And a wall is separating them, Supernova, with Oblivion underneath. Just a cheeky peek. If they can get a knock here, that might be enough to secure this whole side of the zone for them.
See the Seer tacticals too right below them. We know that that's what Monsoon is on here, as well as they hears the fighting happening right above their heads. See the macro drones detected once again. GoNext trying to get the res onto Henchman. Light giving him suppressed fire. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie around this wall specifically. And now Oblivion are trying to make the moves with Blinkster. Being on his favorite legend gets demolished. Literally one clipped.
How many times have we had that criticism? He's going for these kidnap plays, and sure, sometimes they work, but is it worth him getting knocked there? Luckily, no one follows him through. They get the res off, and it doesn't hurt them, but man, that was close. Imagine if someone finished him there.
Also looked like that their Watson has the support perk here too. Comes in clutching just with a quick reset as we tune in to GoNext now, still on top of Oblivion. They know where Oblivion is now after those plays, and Grow Gaming are right alongside them. The zone closing in. Eventually, Grow Gaming will have Oblivion in their line of sight while GoNext could focus on the action happening right above their heads.
Oh, nice little catwall here from Mango. They've been chilling on the low ground for the longest time, but now they have to make their move. The ultimate comes in clutch. GG goes down. Finally, them and Sentinels get the conclusion to their battle. Grow Gaming makes their move. Looks like they're coming down now towards Team Mango.
Calmness though, before they start inching forward, they hear the Sheila after Henchman gets that knock onto one of the members of Grow Gaming. Saltier Seer attack over to the other side here while Loader's gonna be able to follow up, get Strafing Flame. 4 squads remain after Grow Gaming gets knocked. Only Crumbs left to see if he can get the reset, but he's gotta look at GoNext as he wrapped right behind him. And Oblivion, after forcing their way from the low ground, now having to go right back around from the Wraith portal, just delaying what they can, playing off these knockdown shields.
Oh, they'll get a top 4. We still got GoNext, Team Mango, and Sentinels somehow are the one team that have made all the way out of those buildings.
And Loader only has 23 bullets in that car. He's got to help the Magic with a triple take, and that's all he needs with a beautiful nade. As Sentinels, they wake up, and they get the dub.
excellent finish from Team Sentinels. You know what? Who cares about the finish? The way they played that mid to late game really is where that won it for them. I mean, so many times when you see a situation like that, you've got 3-4 teams clustered on a multi-level building. As you get pushed out of it into Zone 6, you all die. No one survives. There's just too much attrition in those situations. Somehow, Sentinel manages it. This time they come out alive, and not only that, they make 2-3 more moves on the other teams left alive, and we get to see them with 11 kills and a 23-point game.
Out of their POI, by the way, in Gardens, where there's so much area to coexist, obviously with the amount of buildings there are, the high to low ground disparity too, that you could share in those buildings, and Sentinels with the pop-off, as we see the flyby. Verho's not looking very happy there, understandably, but Sentinels needed that for some momentum.
Yeah, this has given them not only momentum, but it's given them hope. It's given them a chance, Vicky, with 23 points, as well as 26 for GoNext, 17 kills. Oh, right, that's moving them up into the top 10. But for Sentinels, this moves them to 88 points. All of a sudden, a 23-point game has made Olympus now a possible finish point for them to get into the winner's bracket. Before this, it didn't really look that possible.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective, I believe Sentinels before that game alone was, what, like 33 out of all the other teams in the group stages, and now having that pop-off game displays how important having that one dub does to a team when you are literally only working with 2 more games to go. Top 3 here, GoNext with that explosive game. Team Mango, too, that we were highlighting, needing to have that opportunity alongside Oblivion at the very late part of that end game.
Yeah, we see GoNext here with the 17 kills. They do over 6,000 damage, but importantly, they pumped out more than half of that without reply. They had almost a plus 4,000 damage differential. That's an incredible effort. They must have been very safe behind those rampart walls.
Just to highlight how much these teams are so locked in, by the way, this is the first time either of these teams have been within the top 3. First time we get to see Sentinels coming out with a dub as well. Like, this is where, in the series specifically, this is where these teams have been now waking up, seeing what is waiting for them. In this series specifically, in our groups A versus D, Supernova leads the way now. 66 points. No surprise there. Gaimin, they did fall a little bit in that late game there on the top of that hill, after all the action was collapsing on top of them. But GoNext now, after getting a huge double-digit KP, also find themselves in the top 3 with 36 points.
Yeah, Supernova now have more than 50% of their points coming from this one series. For Gaimin, they've also pushed themselves into the top 10. They won't be able to be removed from that position anymore, I believe. It's Alliance probably that I'm actually looking at these, you know, sort of the secure teams right now and being like, wow, 14th? Really? That's actually kind of low for what we'd expect of a team of their caliber. But not only that, Vicky, you got to remember they've still got the winner's bracket ahead of them. So as long as they convert in the winner's bracket and have the good seed for the match point finals, obviously that's where the money is. That's where the prestige is. That's where they win the trophy.
And we still have 2 more games to go to determine where our teams are going to be seated. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Olympus on the other side of this break.
Hey guys, I'm back down here in the interesting mix of the fan zone with all these amazing activations all around me. And one that's caught my eye is the looking for team board right behind me here. Now what you can do, okay, because you're going to be looking at all the colors. Why is there a rainbow? I know, I'm going to explain. What you can do is you can take one of the cards, and each card represents a different rank, right? You know, right at the end there you've got Master and Predator in the red. Now what you can do is you take one of these cards, the top line is your gamer tag, right? So you can put your gamer tag on there so you're reachable. The middle line is your region, so people know where you play. And the last line you can put your favorite team, someone that you aspire to be like, anything like that, right? And this is amazing. I mean, there's such a real live concept of how you can find a team. I mean, this could be the path to victory. Maybe you could be one of the 40 teams here next year if you get on a good team. You never know where that could go. So this is just a great way to bring people together. Everyone's here sharing the love and passion of Apex Legends, and this is a brilliant activation to support that. Maybe you should come down, check it out for yourself. See you later.
playing right, I'm playing space, playing space.
Hey, shoot right! Shoot the ball! FaZe! Top left!
Queuing it. Can I kill that guy?
Kill him! Go! Everyone look up!
Right solo, can we kill right? Solo. We won the game, we won.
Let's go, baby! Let's freaking go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship Day 2. Last set of the series with group stages. And with the competition heating up and the weather getting even chillier outside, it's nice to see the passion of comms coming out of Sentinels after taking that dub. And with those chairs right behind them sitting pretty comfy, our players are staying cool under pressure at the ALGS Champs thanks to the Razer Isker V2 New Gen, scientifically constructed to allow pros to stay cooler and maintain peak reflexes way longer. Great to see how a lot of our pros have been able to lock in Geno.
Still my favorite fidget spinner as well.
Oh,
got like little snake fidget spinner with the logo. Yeah, love it. Thank you to Razer. And look, we are going to be into game number 5 very soon. Still here on Olympus, and you've got to remember the stakes right now are that we are at the end of group stage, and the top 20 teams will be going to the winners bracket where they play for a spot in the match point finals. Guaranteed 10 of those go into the winners, into Sunday match point finals. The others, the bottom 20, will be going to the elimination rounds, Vicky, and I mean, that stuff's brutal, right? You never want to be there.
It's give or take, right? Where there's some teams that may find that disheartening, but at the same time, you have to play more, right? Do you find that as a buff where you feel warmed up, or do you find that as more of a detriment where you feel burnt out, honestly? And is it going to be too much to handle here when there's $2 million on the line? You got more games to go through, more teams that you have to feel the pressure from? Or will you be warmed up? Will you be able to take a lot more of these games when you know you have to make do with the situation that's been handed to you? As we get started with game number 4 on Olympus, personally, I love watching the chaos unfold on this map. It feels like it's high-octane action coming out from the very beginning with a lot of these teams on these quicker rotates, whether it be from above or these tridents that a lot of these teams are trying to utilize into getting into zone very early.
I mean, a game for Bangalore ban.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Is that the first Bangalore ban we've had so far this tournament? Certainly not something that is usually the most picked in the lobby. I think it was maybe equal last game, if I do remember correctly. It might have been tied with Crypto. And again, I'm surprised that Crypto wasn't played more for the rest of the series and therefore went out first. But regardless, the Crypto teams that like running at people, very happy about that. Teams, playing something a little more off meta, maybe the Sparrow, the Seer, of course, were never in danger. But, we discussed that last match. We're going to have something slightly different to last match, though, Vicky. We're going south. It looks like we're actually going somewhere around maybe Bonsai, maybe even towards FaZe Driver.
Ooh. I've seen this zone before. It could also pull on the outskirts over to the east side of FaZe Driver, out in the open, where you could try to play off the platform sometimes. And that would benefit the likes of NIP, who do come out of Bonsai. The only thing is, they have a survey beacon. Question is, do they have that ring console? They'll get some information before moving up already off an evac tower. They also have a trident, obviously, that we know that spawns over to that north side of Bonsai, so they can utilize both if they wanted to, but instead they do take the double evac tower, as you could already see a lot of other teams with an evac tower of their own moving forward. Because now that you could see that Bangalore has been banned out, you don't see as many Valkyries. It is still in play here, but I believe in total we have 4 Valkyries in this lobby. Crypto will be going to GoNext though, so we won't be seeing Crypto in that final game. We have 11 Cryptos in this lobby, but we have 10 Wraiths right behind him.
Damn. That's what happens when you ban Alter, I guess. You also got a couple of Wraith specialists in this lobby, I think, is something to note as well. Just a quick pause here, guys. Hopefully this one won't last for too long. But yeah, teams like Oblivion, as we pointed out, maybe a little bit more to his detriment, that Blinkzer does enjoy getting on the Wraith. But there's a couple running around in this lobby here in Game 5.
Interesting to see, too, that Rampart has been able to skate on by, continuing on through Olympus and the different compositions that we get to witness as we get set up within game number 5. a different look at where that zone is pulling, as you guys saw just earlier. But I'm thinking about teams that won't have as much of an easier time on their rotate that we had highlighted before in a Garden's end zone, such as Legacy, who wrapped all the way from the north side of Rift, where there was a survey beacon. Yes, they have the opportunity to get a Trident if they were able to on the north side of Fight Night, closer to Stabilizer. And even the teams like Supernova, who are coming out ahead of the pack in this lobby, moving out of Turbine, probably going through Hammond Labs. There's a survey beacon there too. It's all about getting that information. I do know there is a ring console over by Dockyard, so Crazy Thieves at least could try to go there for some information. As we've already mentioned, looking grim for the Crazy Thieves, unfortunately. But Rex will be able to wait for them on the cusp of that ring.
Really, all I just want to see is someone pressing the bingo button again and again and again. How many loot baubles can we get in the middle of FaZe Driver by the end of this game? Let's go for the record.
Let's see it. As we get to take a look at the comp shifts, too. I like this.
Ooh.
Top 3 picks. Look at this. In fact, that Crypto, it took this long for setting him back behind bars. He's staying alive in this game. Number 5, Wraith following right behind him, though, in these compositional picks. I like how we get to see which legend some of these players have swapped over to versus what we saw in the previous games.
I mean, yeah, looking at some of the teams who have made wholesale changes, right? It's interesting. I mean, so we've had Bangalore banned, and Wolves have changed. Wolves not playing Bangalore have changed their entire composition. I mean, it makes sense for Boogie Borders. Okay, Bangalore's banned. Sure, swap it out. Let's get a Maggie in there. Wolves have just gone, no, we're going to go now play Sparrow, Cat, Valk. Completely different. I think, you know, Grow Gaming as well, completely switched over Crypto, Maggie, and Catalyst, just because we do see that Bangalore banned out.
And that's only for this specific match, right? Why don't we take a look at the compositions, the top compositions that we've seen throughout the course of our series. Look at this, 35% pick rate for Crypto, Rampart, and Wraith. Surprisingly, Wraith being there instead of the Valkyrie. So I feel like that also goes hand in hand with what Hawkins was saying just yesterday when he joined us on the desk temporarily, explaining how the POI draft really does influence what composition you want to roll out with, understanding that you may have to play out on the edge of zone. So actually, this is just for this match specifically. So you get to see the Rampart, Crypto, and Wraith specifically right there in that first place spot. But the Mad Maggie, too, has been taken advantage of by a lot of teams, no matter whether it's Olympus, Stormpoint, World's Edge. We saw it yesterday, we've seen it today.
Okay, it looks like we are getting back into the action in just a second. The wait is over. Game 5 back online. Gaming Gladiators. Where are they sitting in the overall standings right now? For them, it's a very rough end to this series. 81 points currently as they try and break an opponent's car just for some funsies.
And Blast is here with the drive-by. Says, you ain't driving by me here with the Sheila. Trying to take their shoes. Oblivion with the amp. The Over Armor are going to be able to now make their next move. It's going to be onto Fun, who is on that Watson, so that's why he's already got that red Evo shield together with having that Controller Legend passive. Blinks are making the move into rotating inside this building, making sure it's safe, but it's not safe maybe for SBI. Mike at least gets out one shot, but fighting on the outskirts of FaZe Driver could be risky for the teams that have clear line of sight on their rotate once they get through these chokes. VK Gaming having to wake up now, backing away. Ego is going to be able to yeet those nades in their direction, not finding any of these hit markers at their feet. Mike is trying to reset fully, but having these white Evo shields minus your Controller Legend is grim in a situation like this.
What's he looking for with the Wraith portal here? Gets the upgrade mid-port. Don't know if that applies or not, but unfortunately, it doesn't go down before Egoist can get in there. So SBI Esports, they've made the rotation in from Estates. It's not that far for them, but they haven't made it cleanly. And that's, look, frankly, one of the reasons why they have found themselves stuck towards the bottom of our leaderboards so far, Vicky. It's 38th spot right now for SBI, playing for any points that they can scrounge together.
Now, seeing a lot of these teams kind of second-guess taking these fights, too. It was because they took a little bit of time, and they don't like to take a fight like that, especially when they still have 2 white Evos. Because in the distance, you have other teams rotating out of Terminal. Aurora have made their way out. They have the rampart walls set up and ready to go. They could look on at the teams to their right, although they wouldn't have the line of sight of SBI since they're on the right side of FaZe Driver, as Sentinels also making their rotate on the outskirts of Terminal. This time on the other side of where Aurora was positioned, more so by the choke that would lead you out of the hilltop of Hammond Labs. And while they do take their time and look to their backs, you have to imagine Grow Gaming, who are coming out of Icarus side, GoNext, who have to now rotate from that north side, as well as Legacy, will slowly start making their way as Sentinels have to clear their backs and expect these teams.
Yeah, Terminal, of course, always a good spot to be posting up for teams rotating through. It is a very forceful choke point in that sort of sense. Crazy Thieves. Verhulst finds himself in trouble, has to use the catwall to try and get out of here. Jen Burton, never a slouch. Does find a nice little shot with the R301 there and follows it up with the nade. Oh my god, cracks Sato as well.
He's farming. I saw that gold mag on the R301, and I know he was juiced. Not only with the nades and the beautiful follow-up, gets a double knock, gets a finishing blow onto those players as Verhulst is zooming by. Find out where that straggler may have gone before they start moving into that next rotate as well.
Nice little setup for GG here. I like this spot for them. We were talking about, you know, potential places. This is, I think, where you were talking about the zone pulling to here, Vicky. And if they're set up here nice and early in one of these buildings with all the rampart walls set up, could be great for them. Of course, they don't have Aku's banner right now, but Luca on the crypto hopefully should be able to recover that and grab a respawn with the Moby they've got in Blast's backpack.
By the way, Aku got kidnapped. We didn't see it on the screen, but he got kidnapped, and you have to imagine Gaming Gladiators. Okay, well, with the amount of wraiths that we have in this lobby, you have to keep your wits about. Citadel Gaming prowling in the distance behind that crate before trying to take this fight. And they got to do it quickly because GoNext are looking to 3P as this fight prolongs. Blast, the other player left over to the other side. One member left for Gaming Gladiators, but it wasn't as clean as they wanted. They have to get the Evil Shield reset, and they have to get those res onto Remix. But now GoNext are going to be able to show their face into this fight.
Well, as we talked about, this is a great spot, and Citadel might be able to do just exactly the same thing in a little hermit crab fashion there. SBI go down. That's to Wolves.
And GoNext saw that the fight was over, and they would just rather situate themselves on the edge of Solar Array rather than push that fight that they see a bunch of rampart walls in, even when they were hearing the res. So backing away, because even if they do try to commit to a fight, imagine the teams that have the high ground from Bonsai looking down on you uncontested. So taking it a much rather slower pace here, especially if they don't have the info on where that next zone pools.
Alliance are pulling into Bonsai right now. As you can see, Grow Gaming are well up the top. Enter Force 36 below them. What will happen if Alliance start a fight here? Alliance have gone back to the crypto. No more Pathfinder. It's Crypto, Cat, and Maggie, actually, for Alliance. So as they pull in here, are they aware? Has the Crypto drone scouted the top and seen Grow Gaming? If they have, I think they're much less likely to try and start this fight with Enter Force 36, knowing that Grow Gaming are sure to drop on their heads.
At least they'll get the information this time around, right? That path, you're not living very long to see the next game, or the light of the game. Coming forward now as Crazy Thieves move on with the Trident. Getting information, though, it looks like Phony has the info right back to where the fight started. And Crazy Thieves, with that Sparrow, the tracker dart has been activated. It is VK Gaming waiting for them on top of the pipe.
Can they hear the spin up? Do they know it's coming? Well, they know it's coming now. The bullets are raining out from LD. I'm not sure many of them hit, though, and certainly Qadsiah seems to have taken a few himself. Time to reset, perhaps. No, they try and get the amp cover set up, but the drill will get them going.
I don't like this fight because the zone's going to close in soon, and Supernova have wrapped out from the outskirts of Estates after scanning a survey beacon. They probably were able to scan that ring console too, and now they're going to show their face in this fight. And they're not isolated too. Once these three teams collapse on one another, even if Supernova want to prio the ring, Legacy are waiting for them on the edge of zone. You take the next choke outside of FaZe Driver, and Aurora are then waiting for you on that other side of the choke.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a gauntlet that I want to run through, if I'm being honest, especially when Supernova has nothing to lose at this point. They know they're secure. They can take this fight with impunity.
EMP now ringing out for Solar Array. It is Sentinels showing their face, looking at Boogie Borders. GoNext on the other side of Boogie Borders, making a Boogie sandwich. Wrapping up right behind them, though, having to reset. They have the safety of these buildings. They have the Watson, but they don't have that Rampart now, trying to hold the door instead. Metro looking, trying to reset with maybe a shield bat of his own. Oh, he was one! Oh, oh no! I would have gotten hit by that. Metro paying for trying to get a little greedy. He saw the play that was one shot. It's only up to the Watson to come in clutch.
Panna, the veteran on the team. I mean, Raki's right along there with him. But this guy who, you know, look, he's had a lot to do in the last couple of months, and unfortunately for him, not a lot of that has been scrimming, but that has not stopped him leading this team into what is almost a winner's bracket berth now.
The grieving drill, man. Catching them right from the back of the wall. They found them originally, but Hockey's on the iPad is letting his Pokemon know where to full send it because they are looking for GoNext, who are hiding inside this building. The EMP means 3, 2, 1, go, and they're going to try to take this fight. We've had so many other isolated fights here. This time, over by Terminal, it's going to be Rex versus Sentinels. They lose out on Loader, though. It's a trade-off from both ends as Carter puts down the Watson ult, just so that way they can try to restabilize with the shields.
A renewed sense of purpose for Sentinels after their win last map. All of a sudden, these points are important to them, and they get a couple.
Hold up! Look at the feed! Supernova get eliminated at the hands of Legacy, who did gatekeep them from the zone.
Yes, Alliance have gone down too, absolutely trolling the entire Talent Team's picks at this point with only 12 points on the board. Sentinels now up to 35, however, and they want more. RRQ have been sent packing, but now it's Citadel Gaming that they have turned their sights on.
And while their backs are cleared for now, they still hear the fighting right in front of them. Rex are forced to wrap all the way around, by the way, on the other side of Terminal. But even if they show face here, eventually, Aurora are going to be waiting for them on the other side.
I mean, probably the less likely of the circles that we were expecting, right? It has pulled directly onto FaZe Driver. I mean, you think back a couple of years, you could drop a lifeline package on someone's head and kill them with it. Now, what I want to see right here, I don't think it's actually possible, but imagine if you could hit the button and drop one of those loot baubles on someone to get, like, what an amazing way to finish the game that would be.
That would be so funny. It'd just be a bunch of pinatas coming down here as we take a look at Boogie Borders now, moving up.
Who's got the bat heirloom?
Exactly. Who's going to be the victim from the other side as Boogie Borders now trying to take this fight versus Citadel, the side-by-side, and Aurora and Sentinels are busy with their own individual fight to isolate this.
Looks like that was the replay of Alliance going down back into the present. We've got Boogie Borders trying to survive with Raki getting rezzed here. Panna does have the support perk, of course. That's incredibly helpful to get that health back up and running. Boogie Borders are sitting on the most extreme northeast side of this right now. They have got so many teams to get through. It's going to be a tough one for them. Maybe a Valkol will see them go further into the zone as it pulls away from them. It pulls to the west. It pulls to Legacy and Crazy Thieves.
And they've called this a zone like this on Olympus. Like twice now we saw it happen in our previous zone closer to Gardens. Now they've positioned themselves in the best spot on the edge of FaZe Driver, and they're just looking at the teams that have to collapse on one another by Sentinels as we see a knock only leaving Riley as the last one alive. Team Mango within the vicinity. Aurora looking for them as Boogie Borders now move in front of Aurora.
Boogie Borders, who have picked up 9 points this game and most likely qualified to the winner's bracket. What an incredible effort from the youngster Metro on his first ever LAN appearance.
This is where legends are made. This is how you make a statement. Now it's only up to Panel, though, to be able to get this reset. Pops this med kit. Everybody else is busy with the action around them, but you know who's not busy? NIP, who's moving up.
Metro crawling back to his teammates now, but Kurev is coming around the side. I don't think they're going to survive this one. Nope, down and out. But Boogie Borders have done what they needed to do. They're above 100 points, and that should put them into the winner's bracket.
A little bit of breathing room here. Feels safe as Sentinels, with Riley still alive. Legacy waiting and prowling about like Jaws. Cue the John Williams music, though, because they smell blood. Aurora get eliminated. 8 squads left. And NIP, after taking care of Boogie Borders, are wrapping behind Legacy.
it's just RIDDLE right now. I mean, Carter, I don't think he's going to have access to him. Trying to get any kind of KP and kills he can. They know it's important. We just showed you that leaderboard. They need another 10 points, and they're not guaranteed to get that next game. Down to 7 squads. Surviving here is important. Placement points are important. Every kill matters.
Is RIDDLE invisible? Like, they finally see him. They take care of him. Vayne was at least trying to take care of him before he eventually falls to Crazy Thieves.
No one expecting this zone. No one's in it right now. It pulls to the west, and Crazy Thieves, Team Mango, Wolves Esports, Oblivion and KINOTROPE Gaming aren't within it. Oblivion is actually the first to move, probably going in there with a Wraith portal. Yes, we do see his teammates following Blinksa in. A perfect use case there for the Wraith. Crazy Thieves come in from the north. KINOTROPE now making a move, but Wolves Esports and Team Mango late to follow.
And with 5 squads left, this is so important for every team alive. Sentinels sitting at 22nd with 93 points. Team Mango with 93. Oblivion with 89, while NIP have 88, and then Gaming Gladiators with 81, despite that dub earlier on 2. Now we see Team Mango finally move up. Strafing Flame. He does have that blue if you really consider it with the Control Legend if he finds himself in the next zone, but he's not, so he still has white Evo.
Something's wrong here. Zone 5, and your boy only got 50 shields.
And no attachments, by the way. Basically.
maybe he died early and like just got respawned or something. I don't know. That is a crazy occurrence. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Zone 5 with white armor is a tough one unless you have stayed in one spot literally the entire game and never looked outside your window. Maybe he's a bit of a shut-in, not sure.
I mean, the fact that they come out of Terminal, it happens, but look at this. This is the difference maker. This is why having a Control Legend goes so hard. You give them the amp, you let them boost up those Evo shields, and now they can sit a little bit more comfortable after being in that next zone for so long.
I mean, it doesn't look that comfortable, right? I mean, the zone is pushing them in, Vicky. They're going to have to walk through the middle of FaZe Driver, that big open place. And if anyone has ever played this in ranked, you know if you get caught off guard in the middle there, it is just a killing ground.
And now this is going to be the green light for Oblivion because Crazy Thieves have to eventually send it onto Team Mango, and then Oblivion are just going to be able to walk up and look at them, but they're going to get stopped because Wolves Esports is going to take away their attention and force this fight above Oblivion's head.
Oblivion, they're trying to exist in a corner here with that pylon, but you can see 2 of them have gone down. Wolves just peeked over the side. It was too easy for them to get Blinksa and Fun FPS on the ground now. Despite being first movers, they've lost out.
Now imagine with 2 Sparrows in a final zone like this, how crazy these ultimates may go. But remember, it's a double-edged sword. It also slows down your own teammates as Wolves try to stay alive, getting that information. He gets the following knock with the RE, and Oblivion have managed to get the double reset.
Okay, Crazy Thieves actually making some good moves here. They come around the outside. They might be able to grab KINOTROPE and Wolves here, while Oblivion, have they got the reset?
They got the double res. I mean, we'll take those because Wolves Esports, they couldn't really focus on them with the zone closing in behind them. They got a little worried that Crazy Thieves would take control of the opportunity and wrap up behind them. They didn't want to risk losing this spot, and Oblivion are still right underneath them.
So many times you're sitting there saying, why didn't the other team shoot them? This time, Oblivion do get helped out by Crazy Thieves, but now it is Crazy Thieves who are putting them down. Monsoon, the first to go down at the hands of Phony's bow.
And because Wolves are on the other side, they don't see Oblivion in their line. It's like they hear them fighting, and now they have to poke their heads to look at Crazy Thieves, who are playing off the lip of the stairs with a hedge glitch.
And Crazy Thieves, they know there's still 3 teams alive. They can't commit too heavily to this, or it'll just all be up to Wolves, who have had the little reset time now to come back in and take the dub. So they poke, they prod, one by one, they try and wear Oblivion down to make sure that they are still healthy when they take on Wolves for the final 3v3.
Crazy Thieves have been trying to frag out this game. 8KP thus far, 4.3k damage across the board in total for this team. Wolves Esports now with full blue looking to try to extend on this fight.
Is there actually time now for Wolves? Have they waited too long? Maybe they will get pushed out of cover before Oblivion, who have somehow lived through the assaults from all these different teams.
Let's see where X marks the spot if we have double catwall. As this final zone closes in, Crazy Thieves, they make the first move. They look over to the right side, Gen being on that Mad Maggie. You can imagine too with the Wrecking Ball, Thermite at their feet. Monsoon now moves in. He doesn't have Seer ultimate, he doesn't have info, but he has a tactical, has Blinkster, gets that knock onto Phony.
Can they do it? Can Oblivion actually come out of this? Well, Boney goes down, but now we have Jen Burton and Crazy Kong on the ground. This is such a hard fight to read.
And this is so important for Oblivion to be able to extend on this, but Monsoon has to look to their back. They lost out on Bleakster first again here. Monsoon playing off the Gen for now for some extra cover, but he has to look behind him too. One player left as Crazy Riku cannot hold up. 3 squads left still.
There's still 3 squads alive. What is going on? Wolves are the first to go down. Monsoon, is this a 1v1?
He's trying to survive here. Can he do it? Monsoon low. He's one shot. Oh no, he procs the banner pull. No, Crazy Thieves. They'll take it with an insane dub. Better late than never, they always say.
Was that a double melee finish?
There was spaghetti all over the floor. It was a huge mess, honestly. Oh my, we've all been there. When the same button prompt comes through, you're trying to play off your teammate's shield, you have to reload, and the prompt comes out and you pick up the banner instead. But Crazy Thieves, I said it before, they were fragging out that game, and they come out on top with the dub.
Now, when Sentinels were in this position last game, Vicky, we said this changes everything for them. All of a sudden, they are a consideration. Now, for Crazy Thieves, I'm not quite willing to go that far. But if you're telling me there's a chance, yeah, there is actually a chance. That moves Crazy Thieves up to 76 points. Now, where the current cutoff is standing is probably going to be SYRALE. But there are 3 teams right below them. Okay, look, we'll probably get to the series results in a second. I'll calm down with the math just so we can focus on the match 5 results here. Crazy Thieves, 24 points. Oblivion have moved up in 22nd now with 12 points. Wolves, they're solid. 15th spot right now, very happy. Ninjas in Pyjamas pick up 12. For them, that moves them up to 88. All of us, oh my God, there are so many teams in play right now.
That's why, like, for those of you guys watching at home, seeing the emotional outbursts from a lot of these players, you have to imagine that that 1v1 could have made a difference with those 12 extra points if you win the game, whether you're safe in the top 20 or not. Because Oblivion are one of those teams on the cusp, what, like 22, 21 or so, 22 points. 22 rather, with 97 points. And having those extra points, it's so that we'll have one more game to go. It's insane how tight this overall standing is looking.
All right. Oblivion have got 34 points so far this series. Now, this is the series as it stands at this very moment. If you cast your eyes below SYRALE from 22nd down there, you'll see Oblivion on 97, Sentinels on 93, Mango on 93, Ninjas in Pyjamas on 88. All of those teams are in this lobby, and, you know, 12 or 10 or more points will actually get them into the top 10. But the more of them that perform, the harder it becomes. There's a lot of calculations to make here, but if they're one of your teams, Vicky, just, I don't know, make a prayer, light a candle, do something right now. Give them your energy.
I mean, is that what Rock is doing out there too, being on the cusp of sitting in 20th with 100 points? I mean, what did we say at the very beginning before we started with our first group stage, right? You know, we're 90 or so, doing the math, 90 to 95 could be that cutoff. Because of all the points that have been distributed over the course of those last 2 series, now looking at this one, it's been so spread out that those teams have been able to really amp up throughout the course of these series to be able to get the points necessary when they're on the later half of the overall standings.
All right, this was one of the best end games I've seen in a long time, Vicky. Yeah. I mean, you've got, here we go, we get Verhul's POV. Great to see this. Obviously, being able to put out cat spikes at this point is kind of nice. He's on the back end here. No one's really focusing on Verhulst at this point. So yeah, that's why it started coming in. And it's a Prowler as well. You can't even tap it, right? You have to go with that. And here we go. The unfortunate banner grab from Monsoon. I would be having exactly the same reaction. Are you kidding me? That close? That close? Verhulst is that low and you pick up the banner. I mean, I think I've only seen that worse one single time, and that was in an APAC South regional finals, or was it the championship, the year where we played it online, where I think it was a 1v1 between Roy and maybe Zero. I think it was a Dreamfire one, and yeah, it was a banner grab and a 1v1, and it was to win the tournament. So I mean, I can tell you that is such a death smash moment, right?
I agree with you. I agree with you because a way to try to work around that, and in the heat of the moment, I mean, sometimes you don't even think, you just want to be able to reload immediately afterwards. Some alternative could be, if you know you have to reload, just empty your clip and force the reload like that instead of pressing a button if you're trying to play around a knockdown shield. But there's so much happening there. Monsoon didn't know that Verhos had no ammo. Verhos had no other choice but to go in for the melee, and Monsoon had to reload. He played around his teammates' knockdown shields. His teammate gets finished. He presses the reload button. The action to pick up the banner comes out. And it happens here. You got to go for the reset as our players are getting ready to go. I want to hear from Ryan, though, as he's set up with the rest of the crowd.
We've got our first victim, a guest for the day, who's going to be part of the Rock, Paper, Scissors challenge. If he wins, he gets none other than this very precious, beautifully crafted Nessie pin badge in all its glory. Look at that. Feast your eyes, ladies and gents. And my very eager victim, guest is about to get this show on the road. 準備よろしいでしょうか？はい。最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。あいこでしょ。I don't like this game anymore. Congratulations, おめでとうございます。So we got another guest. 最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。あいこでしょ。最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。She was good. She was ready. Right, we're going to move around a bit more now, just so we don't have all of the Nessies go around this spot. Look at that, mid-lunch. She's trying to take me on. 最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。あいこでしょ。あいこでしょ。残念、残念。最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。だっせー。最初はグー、じゃんけんポン。おー、おめでとう。どうぞどうぞどうぞ。爪。Yo, look at these nails, the Nessie nails. Every nail is part of the ALGS library. This lady has been putting in work. End of the first round of the Nessie giveaway challenge. I did alright for myself, I held my own, but I think people started to get the read on me towards the end. But I made a lot of fans happy in the result, so I'm happy about that. We'll see you for round 2.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I'm side-eyeing that wall behind him, by the way. I don't know. There's definitely not that many Preds here in this arena. But you know what? You know what? I can't prove that. But I do have to reiterate what was going on with Monsoon, because we got some more information. And looking at that replay and looking at his screen flash in front of him, he actually accidentally tabbed out, which is why you saw that bright flash on his screen. At the very end there, when he picked up the banner, he accidentally tabbed out on the keyboard. I mean, now thinking about it from a competitor's point of view, right? You're on this stage, $2 million on the line. You're performing in front of this huge crowd in an international land. You have to reset, man. You got one more game to go. Crazy Thieves, we know where they were situated, Gino. We know that it was probably inevitable. Even if they had one big kahuna of a game, it was going to be pretty difficult to find yourself in that winner's side of the bracket. Oblivion, though, were one of the teams on the cusp. And that's why we keep highlighting this, because they are sitting currently in 22 in the overall standings with 97 points. And they have one last chance to be able to overtake what that top 20 is looking like if Rock Esports does stay there with 100 points.
They'd be in the top 20 right now had Monsoon won that 1v1, right?
Yep, that's what's at stake.
At minimum of a 4-point difference, and Oblivion would be in the top 20. My God. I mean, I'm surprised he only banged it. If it was an alt-tab, Vicky, I'm surprised he only banged the table. I'm surprised he didn't have a go at the monitor. I'm surprised he didn't pick up the chair.
I mean, this is Monsoon, right? Like, he understands. This is a competitor who has the experience, and that's why, like, hand-in-hand, mentality is so important, just to keep yourself together, and having that experience really helps out for our players that are veterans in the scene. Fun, understanding, you know, just go next. Time to reset here. He's talking about it, I bet you. But we still got one more game to go on Olympus. One last chance opportunity. Like, literally a mistake like that could make a difference between your team walking away with thousands of dollars.
I mean, imagine if someone ints them next turn. Next game, right? Like, early on, you go down, you're 3 points off the cutoff. I don't want to imagine it.
No.
I just have.
Don't bring that energy.
I didn't want to.
Because the thing is also, like, imagine the teams that know they're not going to make it, right? What do they have to lose? The teams that know that no matter what, if they pop off, what do they have to lose other than maybe grief a team who's about to make it and they don't, you know, they feel like they could deal with them in the loser side of things so they could force them to be in their lobby.
Yeah, if you're VK Gaming, if you're SBI Esports, if you are Rex Regum Keon, you can't have a 50-point game. Sorry, you just can't. It's not going to happen. Those guys are in this last game, and, you know, look, they still have something to play for. Never forget that. There is seeding here in the lower bracket just as well as the upper bracket. I just talk about the upper bracket more because that's what leads into match point final. That's what leads you into having a championship win here in Sapporo. So those guys certainly still can have a chance here to improve their position.
And as we take a look at Sentinels, you talk about the teams that are right there. 93 points for Sentinels. And again, the cutoff at the moment in this top 20 is Rock with 100 points. SYRALE have already been knocked down from the top 20 and are sitting in 21st place with 98 points. So the teams that could have a pop-off opportunity here, even NIP really with their 88 total points, depends on how they approach and where these zones are going to be pulling, but it's literally Oblivion, Sentinels, Team Mango, and NIP. All eyes on these 4 teams going into this final game in the group stages.
And you have to, yeah, depending on how the teams ahead of you perform, that matters as well, right? I mean, I've said Boogie Board is the most likely going to make it in, but there are some very unlikely scenarios where they could actually get knocked out now. But, you know, you'd need like a 1, 2, 3, 4 of Oblivion, Sentinels, Team Mango, and Ninjas in Pyjamas, essentially, for that to happen. But yeah, let's just say, I mean, you know, Sentinels could have a 16-point game here. No, they're still in. All right, whatever. Look, I'm going to stop doing maths because there's just too many possibilities. But yeah, Oblivion, Sentinels, Team Mangoes, and Ninjas in Pyjamas. Let's just keep them top of mind for this game.
I liked English way better as a class anyways. That's why Genome is my analyst. Genome, you keep doing the number thing. Just like Onset, like Selenon, to Gaskin for the same thing. But guys, let's get ready. Let's get settled for our final game of group stages within the ALGS Championship in Sapporo. Our legends are loaded in, and they're picking the legends as we get to see which compositions we're rolling out with for our final game in group stages.
So after game 5, we are going to have, of course, one more ban, and it will be the Crypto this time. This is going to switch up the play styles of a lot of teams. Vicky, there's a lot of very good Crypto players in this lobby. There's a lot of teams that are used to relying on the Crypto, relying on the information it provides you. When we first started getting Crypto metas, people said, this just makes IGLing too easy. This is, you know, you're doing it with hacks here. You got wall hacks. You've got so many tools at your availability that it's just too easy. But we don't really hear that anymore. But I guess it's time to go back and use your God-given IGL skills. This time, that's all you've got to rely on.
Invisible, you can get remote reses. I mean, we won't get that this time around. We're seeing a different look in this lobby. With no Crypto means that Mad Maggie has moved in as the most picked legend of this final game. 10 Mad Maggies in this lobby, 8 Seers, 8 Watsons, 8 Wraiths. Nice spread across the board, but the most picked composition is the Rampart, Seer, and Wraith. The Wraith coming in clutch for some rotations, but we still have teams opting for the Valkyrie, who has gone unbanned. Usually we get to see that hand in hand with how strong Valkyrie is with the Newcastle, but obviously we didn't have that after the first game. But we still have 6 Valkyries in the lobby here too.
If I'm not mistaken, we've also got 13 different team compositions. It's just such a great breadth of legend diversity here in Game 6 that these particular bans have forced us away from. And this is actually probably one of the more unusual set of legend bans that we've seen, with that early Bangalore ban and the late Crypto ban coming through here. So Rampart, of course, still going to be a bit of a fixture. But hey, we've even got a Horizon on VK Gaming. Qadsiah is picking that up. Again, as we mentioned, probably because they know there's no longer a winner's bracket in it for them.
Gonna be able to have fun with it if they can. We're already getting involved in an early fight. BK Gaming backing away. It's SBI on the other side, and Rex, they've got a whiff of this fight before they take an evac tower to show their face. LQ though, nice and healthy. He's gonna be able to follow up as they take out SBI, but look at the 3P. We talk about the teams that have nothing to lose, and this is what you can see on your screens as Crazy Thieves move up to 4P. Aurora get eliminated. It is a bloodbath off the very beginning as Oblivion. No, they need KP if they want to have their chance in the top 20.
They get 2. That's 2 points. That's a big deal. I'm serious. Like, you know, 3 or 4 points is most likely going to be enough for Oblivion, and they've just done half of that. But you can imagine your heart would be in your mouth as you take this early fight. No guaranteed placement points at that point, and you're like, if we lose this fight, it's over. Well, it's not fully over. It's, you know, you're in the losers bracket, which is a big deal.
It's really hard to come back from this, and they know that. Crazy Thieves looking behind them, though, after they take out VKG. And it wasn't the 4th party, it's this time the 5th party, as we knew that Rex were in the vicinity, leaving out of hydroponics with that evac tower, but it looks like Crazy Thieves, they are trying to reset. Verhoso gets caught from right behind mid. It's the double Mosiums, blowing him right from the back here before he gets finished off.
Here I was thinking that this was a good third party for Crazy Thieves, but somehow it's gone horribly wrong for them, with RRQ turning up as well. Crazy Thieves will have to lick their wounds and go back, looks like, to Oasis. They're hoping to get a respawn there. The zone, however, has pulled very much over towards the east and towards Summers University.
Look at the amount of teams, by the way, that are all on top of each other, very congested. Over to Sommers, the team that likes to leave out of Elysium will have the survey beacon as well as the ring console. Verhos comes back though, and into the Trident we go with another drive-by. What more chaos can the Crazy Thieves find themselves in? Can they steal any more KP or any other opportunities to force these other teams to go down to the losers bracket with them? Who can they take down as we get to take a look at VK Gaming, a team that will meet them, who are still alive at the very least on the horizon, see if they could get that res. And since they don't have a support character, they won't get that mobile beacon off of the replicator. Instead, it's Gaming Gladiators now on the other side of the Sommers, who are going to be able to hide inside this building where there's also a lot of space to coexist on.
Early in the game, Summers University, I agree, it is a place for everyone. It's inclusive, it's welcoming, right? There's lots of space to set up here, especially when you consider that, you know, teams might have a Rampart, perhaps a Gibraltar, but besides that, there isn't really any destructible cover, any abilities that allow you to set up those positions. Qadsiah has respawned LD and QQ. He needs to not get full finished right now until they come out. Okay, they've made it out of the dropship. That's no longer an issue, but staying alive any further than this, maybe.
It's raining VKG though. Is Boogie Borders singing hallelujah? Yes, they will, because they finished them off after chasing them out into the ring. And Boogie Borders are another team with the same stakes as we've already noted from Oblivion. They know they need to get that KP.
Yeah, that's pretty much securing that one for Boogie Borders. Now, fantastic stuff from there. I mean, it must have been a little scary there as well. You can see they're up to 105, a nice little buffer for them. But as the other members drop down, oh, nice drill coming out from Gen there. Oh my God, he's one shot. That is actually one shot. But yeah, as the other members dropped down, it was like all of a sudden they had a health disadvantage because they'd been sitting, Boogie Borders has been sitting in the ring for so long that they were like, oh, these guys just dropped out with 100 HP. Is this okay?
And they managed to reset here, and they'll be able to walk away with that KP. And a lot of other teams like Crazy Thieves playing up that low ground, and Alliance going to be able to get some KP of their own, being very quiet within this series. But as we've already noted after their performance in the other series with the other group stages, could be able to have a little bit more lax time looking at where they stand in the overall standings. And now looking at where the zone is going to be pulling to that south side, NIP playing on the cusp, but it's everybody really that's right on top of each other, congested over by Sommers. And it's going to be difficult for teams like Citadel, KINOTROPE, Grow Gaming, even Legacy, who have to come out from their northern side of Fight Night, who have wrapped around. They really do like wrapping over from the east side of the map once these zones have revealed themselves. But they're going to have to play objective because they know what's around them. They have the ring console, so they'll have that information. So they don't want to probably approach from that north side knowing it's going to be congested by the teams who don't have that beacon info, and they could get that survey beacon to see what is available to play from if they haven't scanned it already. As they're going to be able to commit now from that north side. They're not alone. Hawkins is still getting knocked, by the way, this time onto Henchman with the bow check.
112 points accumulated so far for Alliance. A lot of pressure coming on them coming into this series, but they certainly have dropped the ball a little bit. 17th in this lobby as it stands. Team Mango, again, one of those ones, 93 points. They found themselves deep in the zone alongside Ninjas in Pyjamas, who are fighting for one of these top 20 slots.
I think it's important to note as well that this is a game where there is no crypto because the crypto ban now enables the likes of a Gibby, a Watson, because EMP is not feared. You could set up your Watson fences and you don't have to worry about your bubble getting deleted off of an EMP. Great information for our teams that get to at least rely on that comfort pick if they want to run out with that composition, and they're prepared depending on what POI they have. As Boogie Borders making their move. They're one of the teams with the Watson. And of course, that Mad Maggie. They get the scan off that survey beacon and they call in the evac tower.
Yeah, you're perfectly right there, Vicky. And it's probably the only time I think that we're going to see Watson with 8 picks overtake Rampart with 5 picks when they are both available as controller characters.
Nice how these little legend banks just play into that bigger picture. Aku with the double Mozams now finds easy flash, where the teams start flying overboard. Boogie Borders decide to take a higher ground position, not fully committing into where that next zone is pulling. They're probably going to wait to see if they could gatekeep any teams on the other side, or if they could get maybe a ring console, so that way they could get that info, but nobody's going to be coming out of Hammond or Gravity Engine. While Team Mango, seeing the enemy Sparrow from the other side, they're not going to be leaving from this building because they have to make sure that they're safe because they're looking at NIP, and there is Wolves Esports right behind them too.
There's a lot of space up towards the northwest, the outside of Gravity Engine. And if the zone does happen to shift that way, it's going to be interesting to watch the exodus of the teams who have set up early. Legacy, however, they're much on the outskirts. They're looking at RRQ, they're looking at Citadel Gaming all the way over here in Gardens. But it's not a garden zone, and it is going to shift even further south. And the teams who set up are going to be rewarded, perhaps apart from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Gonna benefit the likes of Oblivion and E36, while Supernova get the mythic bin. Everybody eats here. Gold triple take. Kraber ready to go. You see that ping too, just in case. They're gonna have another teammate pick that up, hopefully. While other squads are so fixated on this rotate from the north side, the teams that do not know where this next zone is pulling in, by the way, who may not have had info on that ring console. Yanya, the last one alive for Legacy. Can they do it with RX now pushing in? Legacy get eliminated. It was a difficult fight to take at that, but originally, Rex only had one member of that team outside of the zone. They could have fully dove onto that, but they didn't have the information on where Citadel was before they wrapped around. And now Team Mango, another team that was on the cusp, trying to stay alive. Look at where they're situated. 24, only 93 total points, and Crumbs with a crumb of health. They get sent down to the loser's bracket.
I mean, it was a Cinderella run for Easy Flash and Strafing Flame after he was dropped from Qadsiah to make it through in the regional finals, getting the golden ticket over here. But we'll have to see if there's another Cinderella run through the lower bracket. That's what Strafing Flame needs at this point.
With the KP we've seen Oblivion take, by the way, they are now currently tied with Rock with 100 points. As Gaimin get eliminated, Oblivion inch their way closer to some safety. Slowing things down, you can see the KP, they've had 2 players fall into their hands, but playing this slowly means that they're gonna have blue Evo shields, fun at least on the Watson. We'll have that controller legend perk, so that you will, at least with that passive, get up to that purple shield.
One more would be nice. Any more than that is gonna start putting some distance between them and, say, Sentinels. No longer Team Mango, but perhaps Ninjas in Pyjamas who could catch them.
Get more safety here. Need that net to catch you. Monsoon looking ahead. They know they're so hungry. They're taking some of those pot shots to see if they can steal anything from the teams that are fighting in front of them. Boogie Borders are at that choke. There's an Evo Harvester in the distance where Oblivion could take a look at if any team dares to try to rotate in that direction, but you're going to be out in the open, and good luck with that with the teams that have also been able to hold onto high ground, specifically E36, who have not moved from their building from the very beginning. Sentinels being another one of those teams too, playing this passively, having the car in hand comes in clutch too.
Sentinels are in one of the most dire, pressure-filled situations of their life. I want to hear from Sentinels and how they are going to get themselves over the line here. Just a scarce few points from the 20 cutoff.
Fucking Valkyl, and then we walk in. Yep. Like right here is like full good. But we have more space than that.
But chilling on the heady right here. Good man.
I'm trying to hard look at this team.
Yep.
They're pointing at us, pointing at us. Pointing at us. Where? Bottom here. They're pointing outside our left, Carter, below you. Fine.
I took it. I can peek it.
Don't overpeek it. Don't overpeek it. We have another team. Yeah, we can't do anything about this team. We're gonna have the port.
Okay. I'm just gonna group on you guys then.
Yeah, just look for port. This team doesn't have port now. We need a port spot where we can look back, unless it's like safe.
The other team I'll then.
Okay. Can we look to fight them? If you look,
yeah, low key.
Yeah,
I'm about to peek above him.
Come on.
PK. Batting.
I'm porting forward. Just harass them, okay?
Okay.
Fine, never mind.
I'm going to port.
Okay, my port's good. We just need to turn and kill them.
Okay, I'm taking.
They should be close.
On left. I was getting zero thing.
I'm scanning. Scanning should be really good. They both. Play back.
I'm scanning.
Oh, 50, got going.
Ping right there. Wait their ball.
Place up. Yeah, go back. We can play spot.
Oh my god, I'm trolling. I'm coming back. I'm trying to. I'm trolling, bro.
There's someone so white. Go. Come to me.
Nice.
No, I got the kills. Oh. 11-4, it's 5. No, it's not good enough.
The power of the PK and some third parties at that. Moving up, Sentinels and Boogie Borders get eliminated, but guess who's sitting comfy is Oblivion. They got the KP they needed. They are in your top 20. They situate themselves with 105 total points in 19th place.
The only team now left who might be able to change their fortunes is that one man and his friends sitting behind a bush. It's Vayne, desperately trying to get some meds off. The zone has shifted away from them. Luck was not on their side in game 6 here, but maybe they can make it through brute force.
NIP being another one of those teams with 91 points and 9 squads left. It's not out of reach. Although Rock gets booted into the loser's bracket, now Sentinels are looking on, and now they can't have that opportunity in their own hands. But Team Mango, NIP, they're looking at TSM being another one of those teams to feel a little bit more comfy right on top of Oblivion. But now looking at the zone and where it's going to be pulling, E36 have not moved from their position. They have the rampart walls. They don't need to. They're looking on at the fights happening all around them. But we also know this is a team that had no issue having a white Evil Shield in the final zone of our previous game.
Nah, they've been chilling. They have absolutely been chilling. Ninjas of Pyjamas in much the opposite situation. Here's Gurev, our Sparrow specialist. He's looking at Supernova. He's looking at Gaming Gladiators. Separate doors. 6v3, not odds in NIP's favor. McLovin goes down at just the wrong time. Can they even get him up? He's not going for the res. There's no sightlines on him, but they decide to leave him. Oh God, Vayne.
There is just no way you try to reset on the other side of the wall in the line of sight of another team, causing the demise of now 2 players on NIP. Vayne holding on to at least having his opportunity to find himself in the winner's bracket. As the Mad Maggie, he tries to deviate back towards his teammates. He's looking to get the res. Can he get this off?
Supernova's looking. They're pushing out. Will they pick over? No. Do they hear the sound cue? Oh my god.
Oh, we take those. The catwall too. Oh, they're good for now. As Hockeys gets over to the side, is able to pop that med kit. GG now getting involved. Wolves neighboring that building right next to them, but look at effect. The Wrecking Ball is having a ball, literally dancing it off in that doorway. As Gaimin Gladiators now slide in, they try to take this fight, but they have the Evil Shield disadvantage and missing those crucial Mozam shots, send them back to the lobby.
GG out. They were a long shot. They'll finish with 83 points. Currently in 28th spot overall. Crazy Thieves, they needed something like a 25-point game. They've actually pushed themselves up into 26th spot, but they would need another 15. At this point, I don't know if it is within their power. Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've gotten a full reset, and now they're sitting above Oblivion. How on earth did that happen? Supernova let them.
They need to with the high ground here. Big opportunity with where they're at. 25 in the overall standings, 92 points. And they have to claw their way over to this dub as Oblivion move up. They take the Hail Mary push, but they know that they're safe. As 4 squads left make it 3 with Supernova falling. NIP, could this be their chance as they now move up?
Oh my god. All of a sudden, Ninjas in Pyjamas are on 99 points. They only need 2 more.
It's doable. CRT are trying to reset, and E36, who have not moved, have the red card. The Mythic becoming in clutch, taking that out of the death boxes of another team. As NIP now look and play this patiently. 3 squads left. They're hearing the fight. They don't want to put themselves in the middle as they're forced to come out of the low ground.
You can see the wireframes there, both teams above them. But it really does come down to who has to peak first, and Enterforce 36 should get pushed out. Oh my god, it's a big full send here from Enterforce 36. They're right on top of CRT. Can NIP take advantage of this?
This is all off of a clutch res from the Mad Mag at the hands of Bane with a crazy catwall. No pushing onto them. They're poking, they're looking, but E36 backs away. This forces NIP to play this slow before they're forced to climb over.
Insane firepower from CRT to stay alive during any of this. Honestly, NIP make the last push for their points. They're gonna get it.
They're taking places up to Bane. Can he go for another clutch? He's forced to reload, and he can't get it. Crazy Thieves with the back-to-back come through to take the dub for game number 6.
Oh my god, did they think they've done it? They got 101 points. You would most times expect to get through on that, but because Ninjas in Pyjamas had such a massive game, they are going to advance ahead. You can see 3 bases look at the monitor and just realize that they have missed out by 2 points. Crazy Thieves, we said they need a 24-point game. They gave us a 25-point game, and it wasn't enough.
Dude, they literally had what, like had 30-something points, like at the start of the 4th game. Like, imagine if we woke up just a little bit earlier, but that's why we keep talking about the importance of these little points, whether it be getting 1 KP or getting placed with a back-to-back dub.
Where's the plot armor? You get a 25-point last game, and you're telling me that doesn't get you through in that situation?
Teams are waiting, if they haven't been told already, where they sit. Oblivion, Monsoon himself specifically, just looking eagerly onto that screen, but they're safe. They're in within the top 20, it looks like. As we take a look at our squads before they find out the news, which teams will be starting things off in that lower bracket. Oblivion had secured a total of 106 points in the overall standings. NIP with 103 points. Crazy Thieves, though, were on the cusp with 101 points. Tied that together with FaZe.
I mean, we were calling a 90 to 95 point threshold at the start of this series. Rock. These poor guys are sitting in the stands with triple digits. Here we go. Here are the final group's standings. You're telling me that they were sitting there with triple digits watching this series play out and watching as CRT, NIP, Oblivion, Boogie Borders all managed to surpass them in the last couple of games.
In a group stage threshold that we were all expecting going into today and looking at past LAN data, that maybe the 95-point cutoff would be it. No, we've gone beyond that with the teams within this group. I mean, you're looking at CRT and it's like, okay, do you have to just play like you're risking it all at this point just to find that momentum, to find yourself fragging out, to have that confidence? But it's NIP, Oblivion, Boogie Borders that are safe. They will be starting things off on the winner side of the bracket.
This is the highest point total for a 21st team in group stages ever. In every other LAN that has happened so far, 3 digits is enough to get you there. 99 sometimes has not, but 100 has always gotten you over the line. Crazy Thieves have had a heartbreak in what could be said to be the hardest group stage we've ever seen. Fitting for an end to our Year 5 championship.
I would not have it any other way. And imagine the teams watching this, biting their nails, hoping, sitting on the edge of their seats, that they will be safe when their fate is out of their hands. But that's a topic for tomorrow as they are looking on to stay in this tournament. Our $2 million championship. And a lot of our teams in this series needed to have those pop-off performances on Olympus, which brings us a completely different look at teams rolling out with different compositions that you don't usually see, different trident plays, a lot of coexisting, the way that some of these teams that knew what was at stake, the way they slowed down their gameplay, like Oblivion, as we take a look at the match 6 results that concluded our day for our group stages and for our last groups facing off against each other with Group A versus D. Crazy Thieves, man. The back-to-back dub. They won Game 5 with 12 KP, and they come through with the dub on Game 6 with 13 KP.
Phony had been copying a lot of criticism from all sides of social media, especially about how aggressive the Crazy Thieves had been, or to sum it up, their lack of it, especially when you got fraggers like Jen and Evan on your team. Now, the fact that he has just let them off the leash there for that last game, and we've seen a 25-point resurgence, is amazing, but it does leave you wondering, Vicky, what if he'd done it earlier?
Just go crazy. That's the answer. Just go crazy. It worked out for Crazy Thieves, but I mean, I guess it works out hand in hand, right? They wanted to steal the opportunity literally from the other teams that were on the cusp. May have been able to achieve that, pushing themselves up, but not finding themselves in the winner's bracket. It's been a crazy group stage thus far. Looking at the amount of points on the board that some of our teams were able to obtain, I got to catch my breath here, Genome. All right, guys, thank you so much. I want to hear more thoughts from the desk after the crazy last game we just saw.
Great job, Vicky and Genome. Guys, thank you for closing us out of that group stage. And what a wild group stage it was as well. That battle by the bubble, guys. I mean, absolute insanity. And we're not even that deep into the competition, Dia. I mean, this just proves how good everybody is.
It really does. And I've been really wanting to say this since it happened. Crazy that the Thieves had their winner's bracket position stolen by ninjas in pajamas. I mean, everybody at home gets it. Thieves, ninjas, it's a whole thing. I've been thinking about it. And it really was, in a way, stolen. I mean, ninjas in pajamas performed really admirably during that last game to find the win and the kills, or rather, to almost find the win and the kills. Think about it this way. Ninjas in Pajamas took 2 kills on E36 in that last fight. Had those 2 kills gone to Crazy Thieves, we'd be seeing them in the winner's bracket. That's how close it was.
And it's always that way when it comes to these competitions. ALGS is going to be keeping everybody on their toes every single time. A team that I do want to give a little bit of love to, too, Graceful, is Supernova. They absolutely crushed it today.
I mean, Supernova is one of those really OG teams we've been seeing as well. You know, we talk about Hotdog's return. We're talking about 9nips, who's been having such success for the longest of times, but not really to that level we always believed it could be. And now with the addition of Qadsiah as well, who's been so new and fresh and strong to the team, we've really seen the potential of when they can take over a game.
I mean, and this is kind of what we were hoping for, right, Tiff? We have a little bit of a lull before we come to champs. Teams shake things up. We've got a new meta. Now we get here to LAN, and everyone looks like they were ready.
Well, good. I'm glad. They had plenty of time to prep for it, so you would better be ready if you're coming to Sapporo. Now, but there are a couple of teams in this last series that didn't show up.
True.
Alliance, Enerforce 36. I don't know if I came in with a curse. Maybe I had a death note that I was working in on Google Docs instead, but it just didn't pan out for them, right? It might have been their lowest scoring. And I said, Enerforce 36 will be the top of group stages barring anything catastrophic. Catastrophic happened.
Well, now we get an opportunity here to take a look at some quick stats here between NIP and Crazy Thieves. You were just talking about how that could have gone either way, Dia. I mean, it was a long shot, to be fair, for Crazy Thieves. We heard the casters talking about how many points in a game they would have needed to make it work in their favor, but like you boiled it down, it just really was a 2-point differential.
Yeah, 2 points, 2 kills. Let's take a look at the clip of it because this last fight was wild. I'd encourage you all to take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screens because that's where the real information goes down here, especially with the E36 Ninjas in Pyjamas fight. The fact that this became so close in an end circle like this, Graceful, was really something that we saw echoed throughout Olympus. The multi-team end games where it comes down to the 1v1v1s were fantastic.
The fact that he even stalled out this long is only possible due to the map outlay, having several layers of floors and waves to where people are in for the longest of absolute times. However, at some point that circle does shrink to that extent to where you're now forced to engage with each other. Even then, still, NIP was down below, hoping for the longest of times, trying to see if, hey, maybe we could just 3P the last fight, finding out that, hey, we're actually kind of vulnerable, we need to make the play, and due to the fact that they took it in their own hands is how they ended up in the top 20s.
Well, we're gonna take a look at the standings one more time just so everybody at home can see what that meant at the end of the day. These are the top 20 that will be making their way through to that winner side of the bracket, and then the bottom 20 will be fighting for their lives in the elimination side of the bracket, Tiff, and there are some big names in there.
Yeah. There definitely is. You've got Rock. That's unfortunate that they fell out through that bubble, victims to a lot of the teams that were raising the floor there. Team Liquid Alienware, we started to see some moments of life into their gameplay there towards the end, of course, but not enough and not soon enough. REIGNITE, Aurora, RIDDLE, Firestrays. We had moments where they were in the top 5 in a game series, and unfortunately they walk away with just 79 points. That's a pretty big miss.
And then on the positive side of that too, just want to give a little bit of love to Oblivion. We saw how frustrated Monsoon got at the end of that clip, but still, they're able to get their way into winners. So, I mean, they've got to be proud with that.
Yeah, but those are one of those moments where you look back and it's a 1v1 and it's such a tense scenario where just mere seconds can change the game. You watch the clip from Verhol's POV and Monsoon doesn't look like he does anything, right? He looks like he almost just kind of freezes up. But you see it from Monsoon's POV, you're grabbing reses, you're grabbing the banner, and it's just like, it doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough, but still, they're able to survive, and we'll live to see the winners bracket tomorrow. Now let's start focusing on some individuals. I'm actually excited to see this one because it's time for our Sony in-zone kill leader race, and I want to see who is going to be at the top of this. It is, once again, none other than the CEO himself. 46 kills for Hal. He is having an insane tournament right now, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, he even said it himself. He really felt like his mechanics have been improving over time, and he just really goes to show, you know, this is definitely... can we even say that this is the meta he's going to perform? He's been performing in every single year, every single tournament. He's just doing so good. And looking at these kills even here, even with the Kraber on the roller, still putting out numbers. But as we always, as everybody loves and knows as well, the R9 definitely fits in his hands.
And there's a funny thing that we're tracking behind the scenes, so I want to talk about it a little bit. Hal right now, today, did not put up as many kills, obviously, as he did yesterday, but he is edging nearer and nearer to the 2,000 kill mark in his career. He's currently 17 kills off of 2K, which could mean that he hits it tomorrow, could mean that he hits it on Match Point Sunday.
Oh, I mean... talk about a nice little feather in the cap of the CEO as well. That'd be another stat to kind of take down. And once again, we are finding a reason to talk about Falcons. And, you know, I think it's just one of those things. Obviously, everybody has their eyes on them. They're still keeping themselves in that running, keeping themselves on the top side of our overall group leaderboard at the end of the group stage as well. So it's going to be a very exciting bracket stage. Now it's time for us to take a look at another leaderboard. However, this time it's our Red Bull First Strike leaderboard. And I actually don't think it's that surprising that we see UNLIMIT at the very top of this, Tiv.
Yeah, definitely not, considering when you think of 2 of the 3 names in the top 3, UNLIMIT and Men of Culture. Men of Culture were absolutely full sending everything, right? They get 3 of them, but UNLIMIT decide to full send the Men of Culture as a duo each and every game on Olympus in that prior series. And it got kind of messy, but I really did enjoy it, especially the last game that Dia and I got to cast. It almost went the way of Men of Culture.
I mean, Dia, I saw you wanting to jump in there too.
Yeah, I was just thinking about along the same lines how Men of Culture are really responsible for 2 of the games where UNLIMIT managed to draw first blood, and it really impacted UNLIMIT's score in the end. They ended up having 65 points in their group, Gen.G with 60, but you take a few of those Men of Culture kills away, and all of a sudden you're seeing UNLIMIT in 3rd place, Gen.G up another spot. It's an incredibly clutch roster, and I like that we're tracking this. Like, we haven't been able to track these first strikes before, but now that we're watching through the eyes of the Red Bull First Strike, it's really showing us what teams are willing to get aggressive early, and I think that has a strong correlation with the teams that have managed to make it into the upper bracket.
I love that. I love all of that. I think that this, Graceful, I think that after we kind of now have put a little bow on everything that we've gotten out of the day here, what do you anticipate to see now that we move into bracket stage? And we always talk about time and time again just how different group stage is from bracket stage.
I mean, now people don't have the being able to be comfortable of, you know, we always have the next round. Sure. People that are in the lower bracket now will be going home if they no longer perform. However, we've also seen the sides of people playing a little bit more towards their comfort picks. We saw a little bit of Seer throughout the games. A lot of Maggie picking, a lot might be hard, but more people are reaching a little bit deeper in their pockets, you know, maybe where they didn't think they had as deep pockets now, praying that they find something. And I hope that everybody goes home and VOD reviews now, but because the next group that you will be fighting doesn't really have, you don't really have any practice because now it's scrambled.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to learn to adapt in the moment. Dia, final thoughts from you?
We're one step closer to me completing my master plan, not having to adjust my predictions at all, but we are entering the difficult phase of it. Right now, I want to warn everybody at home, I do have Rock winning Elimination Round 2, which means that they have to lose Elimination Round 1. So if you're a Rock fan at home, I'm really sorry for what I'm doing. Just be aware tomorrow may be a shaky day, but I got you. I got you.
Tiff, give me your thoughts on that.
I'm nervous. There's nothing worse than having to send players home, especially with how far a lot of our players have traveled to get here to Sapporo, Japan. The last thing you want to do is go out early in the bracket stages. You want to compete in that match point finals. You want to be the team that hoists the trophy, that says, I am a LAN winner. I am an Apex Legends champion when it comes to this situation. And if it all starts here in the bracket stage, well, lock it in because it's about to get really crazy.
I cannot wait to see what we get tomorrow. It's going to be a longer day tomorrow as well, so hopefully all of you at home are looking forward to that. But in case you are not able to make it and you want to still keep yourselves up to date with everything that we've got going on all weekend long, just follow us on social media, whether that's @PlayApex Esports on X, YouTube, Insta, or TikTok, or @PlayApex on Twitch. That way you'll be able to see how everything is playing out. Join us on Matchpoint Sunday, because it's going to be a banger of a weekend. And a quick reminder, too, make sure that you are checking out the official anthem, okay? Stim Up by Ozworld. It is so cool. Scan that QR code right on your screen. Start listening. Start hyping yourself up, preparing for all of the action over the next 2 days, because things are only going to get even more exciting from here. And if we're talking about tomorrow, let's see how that is going to work, okay? Let's talk about the schedule. I mentioned it's going to be a little bit of a longer day. That's because we have 3 series coming your way tomorrow. You've heard everybody everybody talking about it. We're going to be kicking off the day with our elimination bracket. Then we will move into our winners bracket. Of course, that means elimination bracket round 1. We will be sending some of our teams home. Whoever survives will then be waiting to see who they have to play against from the teams that drop down out of that winners bracket. And then we will close the day out with elimination bracket round 2. Of course, sending the top 10 out of winners straight through to Sunday. And then by the end of it all, we will have all of our teams set and ready to go for our match point of finals. But that's not all we have in store, okay? You got to see all the cool stuff we had ready to go for today. Well, if you thought today was fun, let's take a quick peek at everything that we have in store tomorrow as well.
I think to win this whole thing, I'm not sure I'd believe it. I'm not sure something that amazing can happen to me. That would just be everything.
そこを鳴らした後に2礼で2回拍手パンパンってやってそこからお願い事をするんですよこうやって。
That feels high enough.
I'm actually so confident in mine. I'm actually so confident. Dude, mine's so... Wait, oh god.
You thought that Yu-Gi-Oh's Real Apex games were done. They're not. Okay, we're going to be bringing them back tomorrow. So much fun content in store. And of course, our bracket stage of the competition. And things are going to be even more epic than they already have been. So make sure that you guys are tuning in to see how all of it plays out. Once again, make sure you get some rest. Maybe hop into some games of Apex while you're waiting for everything to kick off tomorrow. And we'll see you back here bright and early for some more ALGS action. Good night, Legends. Because we are about ready to dive into the last games of our group stage.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. Going to match number 1 on Storm Point.
I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Keeping the concrete, it's a jungle.